Chapter 546. Even dragons have to bow. Immediately after Shi Feng finished speaking, silence overtook the venue. Every guild representative in the hall was stupefied. Black Flame has gone insane. They all stared at Shi Feng with dropped jaws. Who was the Nine Dragons Emperor? He was the pavilion master of the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion. He stood at the very top of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. With a single word he could easily bring an end to the existence of any second-rate guild in the virtual gaming world. Moreover, the Nine Dragons Emperor was famed for being vicious and merciless. There was once a vice leader of an ordinary first-rate guild who had competed against the Nine Dragons Emperor in an auction for an item. Enraged, Nine Dragons had sent a notice to the first-rate guild and demanded that the vice leader in question grovel and apologize to him, as well as return the item in question. Otherwise he would take action against this first-rate guild. How could an ordinary first-rate guild possibly hope to contend with the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion? Furthermore, the first-rate guild in question had many competitors. Nine Dragons had only needed to give the word, and many other first-rate guilds would have joined hands to take out the offending guild. Having no other option, the first-rate guild sent for the vice leader in question to apologize and offer the item. In the end, however, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion still annihilated the first-rate guild, forcing the guild to migrate to a different virtual reality game. Currently, although Shi Feng had not outright stated that he refused to sell, the price he demanded was the same as slapping the Nine Dragons Emperor in the face. Although Nine Dragons was one of the two pavilion masters of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, he only possessed less than 10%. The majority of the pavilion's shares remained in the Great Pavilion Master's hands. Shi Feng's demand of 60% of the pavilion's shares was no different than demanding ownership of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and a position above even his, the Nine Dragons Emperor's. This Black Flame is exactly as the rumors made him out to be. He is simply fearless. Galaxy Past could not help but voice his admiration. Throughout God's domain, other than those super guilds and a few guilds with extremely powerful corporations backing them, there were no guilds that dared provoke the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Even the upper echelons of super guilds would consider their options carefully before humiliating this pavilion master. Although a virtual reality game was only a game where there were people, there was bound to be conflict. The Nine Dragons Emperor was the face of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Even if Shi Feng refused to give in to Nine Dragons' coercion, he should have handled the situation with a more delicate hand. Yet Shi Feng had thrown all pretenses out the window and made a mockery of the Nine Dragons Emperor. Even if it were just for his reputation's sake, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion would now go all out to destroy him. Hence, Galaxy Past truly admired Shi Feng's courage. He should have shown some restraint and refrained from such an impulsive comeback. If he could have endured the humiliation he has suffered today in order to retaliate another day, he would have gained more of my respect. However, with him acting like a boorish fellow, Zero Wing is truly finished this time, Purple Eye said as she glanced at Shi Feng. She then turned to look at Aqua Rose, silently lamenting as she said, "It seems that Aqua Rose has still made the wrong decision. In the end, a small guild will only ever be a small guild. Though it might triumph temporarily, it could not make it last." Meanwhile, in the second-floor reception room. "Your guild leader has gone insane. That's the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Moreover, that's the Nine Dragons Emperor he is provoking. Just what is going through your guild leader's head? Even if Nine Dragons doesn't take offense, if word spreads, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion will definitely try to annihilate Zero Wing with everything it has to restore its reputation." Gentle Snow exclaimed as she stared at Melancholic Smile. Based on what she understood of Shi Feng, the man was not ignorant. On the contrary, he was quite shrewd with great foresight. Yet now he had actually offended the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. She had no idea why Shi Feng had done such a thing. Even I don't know what he is trying to do. Melancholic Smile shook her head. She then said, "However, after hearing the guild leader's words, I can't help but feel proud. Why are they allowed to bully us while we are not allowed to resist?" Gentle Snow failed to think of a response. Although he was not in the wrong, there was a price to pay for those words. Similarly, the precondition for resisting was to have sufficient strength. Although Zero Wing was relatively powerful, it was still far from a titanic existence like the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Challenging the pavilion at his point was simply suicide. Meanwhile, back in the first-floor reception hall, even the Nine Dragons Emperor himself was stunned. He had never expected Shifeng to be so foolish. Even the heavens would laugh at such folly. However, Nine Dragons could not find it in himself to laugh. Instead, his expression shifted slightly as a cold, killing intent flashed in his eyes. However, this killing intent quickly disappeared. In the next moment, a bright, dazzling smile appeared on the Nine Dragons Emperor's face. Since Guild Leader Black Flame has no intentions of selling, I won't overstay my welcome. Goodbye. The Nine Dragons Emperor smiled. He then left the reception hall with his subordinates. Everyone else in the reception hall turned to look at each other. What had just happened? That's it. Wasn't he supposed to warn Zero Wing and teach them a lesson? Purple, let's leave as well then. At this moment, Galaxy Past smiled faintly as he prepared to leave the building. Guild leader, are we not going to negotiate with Zero Wing? Are we just leaving? Purple Eye asked curiously. It had taken quite some effort to embark on this trip. After all, Galaxy Past was the guild leader of the Star Alliance. If he left White River City without obtaining even the tiniest harvest, he would become a laughingstock. It will be meaningless. If even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion has been treated in such a way, do you think Black Flame will agree to sell the Candlelight Trading Firm to us? Galaxy Past shook his head. He then explained, also, a war is going to begin in White River City, so don't you think we should return quickly? War. Purple Eye suddenly came to a realization. Although Nine Dragons Emperor had left the building peacefully and had not made any vicious remarks, in reality, killing intent filled his heart. It would have been foolish of him to reveal his thoughts inside the Candlelight Trading Firm. Inside this shop, Black Flame's words were law. Anyone who dared spout profanities inside the building would only be sentenced to death. Only a brain-dead fool would risk that just to sate his pride. Most likely, the Nine Dragons Emperor would notify his subordinates, instructing them to annihilate Zero Wing the moment he returned to the Black Dragon Empire. He would not give Black Flame the chance to react. Haha. Black Flame, so even you will have such a day. Feng Xianyang grinned like a drunk fool. At this point, there was no doubt that the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion would obliterate Zero Wing. However, based on the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's prestige, it would abhor remaining in a small location like White River City. Once Zero Wing was annihilated, Overwhelming Smile would automatically become the #1 guild of White River City without even needing him to expend any effort. Afterward, the various guild representatives promptly left the Candlelight Trading Firm. Not a single guild chose to stay behind. At this moment, Aqua Rose turned to Shifeng, wearing a grim expression as she said, Guild leader, now that you have provoked the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, the pavilion will not let us off the hook. The pavilion's background is also not something first-rate guilds like the Star Alliance and Ouroboros could hope to compare with. They have countless experts in their midst. They also have plenty of great experts who are famous in the virtual gaming world. If they dispatch a large number of experts to ambush our guildmates, the resulting death count will far surpass that of our war with Overwhelming Smile. Even Underworld was already capable of dispatching over 200 battle-experienced experts, not to mention the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. The pavilion most likely had plenty of top-tier experts as well. It was simply not an existence that Zero Wing could contend with. Within the region of White River City, even a dragon has to bow before Zero Wing. You should prepare. There will be fun to be had soon, Shifeng laughed. He then left the first-floor reception hall and headed to the VIP room on the second floor. Naturally, Shifeng had his own reasons for slapping the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's face. The first reason, it had felt awesome. He was an expert who had set foot into the flowing water realm. He was even geared with a complete Tier 1 set equipment and fragmented legendary and epic ranked rings. He even wielded a magic weapon. So, how could he possibly concede to a pavilion master of a super first-rate guild? In the past, even a real super guild had to cower in fear when facing the Midnight Tea Party, a 20-man independent team. Currently, he was in possession of weapons and equipment that were far superior to anyone else's. He also had several large-scale destruction spells. Not to mention White River City was his home ground. Why wouldn't he challenge a super first-rate guild? As for the second reason, it was to forge the guild. If one wanted to improve on their skills, they only needed to do one thing. Fight. Experts were not nurtured through dungeon raids, but through live battles against other players. Overwhelming Smile was no longer a challenge, so they had to choose a stronger opponent to pit themselves against. In any case, Zero Wing did not lack money. They could afford to fight the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Chapter 547. Shocking God's Domain. Aqua Rose revealed a bitter smile as she watched Shifeng's departing figure. However, when she considered the situation from a different perspective, Shifeng's decision was not necessarily a bad thing. In the past, other than super guilds, there really weren't any guilds that had dared provoke the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Now that Zero Wing had made a fuss, even if they were defeated, it would be a glorious defeat. Moreover, suffering defeat in God's domain did not equal annihilation. God's domain was not as simple as other virtual reality games. Thoroughly annihilating a guild was easier said than done. It was similar to Zero Wing's efforts to chase Overwhelming Smile out of White River City. Despite having massacred Overwhelming Smile's members, not only did the guild still reside in White River City, but it was also getting by quite well. Only the guild was forced to maintain a low profile, and its development had slowed significantly. Although the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had a lot of experts, and its financial prowess was enormous, it would not be able to extinguish Zero Wing in White River City easily. Not to mention, Zero Wing also had the Candlelight trading firm supplying it with coins. Alright, let's head back and prepare. White River City won't be so peaceful from now on. Saying so, Aqua Rose left the Candlelight trading firm with Zero Wing's core members. Meanwhile, inside the VIP room on the second floor, Shifeng had already begun to discuss business with Gentle Snow. Guild leader Black Flame, this move of yours is truly incomprehensible, Gentle Snow said, confusion plastered on her snow-white face. She could not help but ask, Guild leader Black Flame, you should know that there are a total of 7 first-rate guilds competing over the Black Dragon Empire. Although 2 of them are not based in the Empire, they have invested a significant sum into the branch's development. Yet despite there being so many first-rate guilds in the Empire, only the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion has a branch guild set up in the Imperial capital. None of the other first-rate guilds have set up their branch guilds there yet. Do you know why? The Imperial capital isn't a nice place to live. Shifeng laughed. Gentle Snow rolled her eyes. He was clearly pretending to be stupid. Helpless, she explained, that is because the branch leader there is Blood Dragon, one of 9 Dragon's Emperor's most formidable generals. Blood Dragon is a violent man and he loves battles more than anything. He also has a group of experts under him called the Blood Legion. If any guilds refuse to submit to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and dare to reside in the Imperial capital, then this Blood Legion will come forward. The Blood Legion will secretly target these guilds, going as far as to ambush the upper echelons even while still within the city limits. None of these first-rate guilds wish to drop all pretense of cordiality with the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and allow others to take advantage of the situation. Hence, they had no better option but to withdraw from the Imperial capital and develop in other cities. If the pavilion sends the Blood Legion to White River City, it won't be a good thing for Zero Wing. Shifeng simply revealed a faint smile in response to Gentle Snow's words. Naturally, he knew all of this information. Moreover, his understanding of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was even more thorough than Gentle Snow's. The Blood Legion's fame was not one bit exaggerated. The Blood Legion was also known as the Assassination Legion, comprised of a group of assassins that the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion had carefully nurtured. Anyone who opposed the Heavenly Dragon Legion would oftentimes find themselves killed back to level 0 the following day. The result would not change even if one hid inside a city. It was not an easy feat to kill players inside a city. It was especially so for a major city. Even if one managed to kill a player, the city guards would still kill them and deliver a severe punishment. In mild cases, this punishment would be a jail sentence of several days. In severe cases, it was highly possible that the guards would first execute the player multiple times, then jail them for a dozen days or so and finally chase them out of and bar entry to the city. If this player dared show their face in the city, the guards would execute them on the spot. Unless that player did not mind losing a few levels and being locked up for a few weeks, or they no longer wished to reside in the city any longer, they normally would not take action inside an NPC city. During the initial stages of God's domain, the various large guilds already wished they could split in two to hasten their development. One could just imagine how much of a loss it would be for a guild to have its experts locked up for days or weeks. Every guild treated its experts like treasures. Losing an expert for a single day could cause immense damage to a guild, not to mention a jail sentence of a few days. However, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion paid these consequences no mind. They had plenty of experts to go around. This was the pavilion's strength. Forget it. I've already told you about the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Since you made me wait so long, may I know how many intermediate mana armor kits guild leader Black Flame intends to sell to me? Shifeng's unperturbed attitude left Gentle Snow utterly speechless. At this moment, however, her own situation did not look too well either, so she could not be of any help even if she wanted to. Miss Snow, how many do you want? Shifeng simply laughed off Gentle Snow's worries, not bothering to offer her any explanation. However, he knew that Gentle Snow sincerely wanted to help him. He also understood that she was currently powerless to help him. Hearing Shifeng's question, Gentle Snow pondered for a moment before asking softly, "Do you have enough to gear a 50-man team?" Everybody knew how precious the intermediate mana armor kits were. Even partnered guilds were only allowed to purchase 21 kits at a time. That amount was only sufficient to gear 9 players at most. Beyond that, it was extremely difficult to obtain any more kits, as all those who had managed to purchase them refused to part with them. It was impossible for any guild, other than Zero Wing, to obtain a sufficient number of intermediate mana armor kits to gear a 50-man team fully. Okay, but the Candlelight Trading Firm requires a large amount of rare materials. In the future, I will require Ouroboros to sell the majority of the materials it obtains to the Candlelight Trading Firm, Shifeng said. Currently, Zero Wing was still capable of meeting the Candlelight Trading Firm's demand. However, as the firm developed, the materials it required would increase. At that time, Zero Wing alone would not be enough to satisfy the demand of the Candlelight Trading Firm. However, if a first-rate guild like Ouroboros supplied the firm, there would no longer be any problems. Once I return, I'll instruct my subordinates to send you the materials. Gentle Snow nodded in agreement. In any case, she was tight on money right now. If she could convert some of the guild's materials into coins, it would help her greatly. After Shifeng and Gentle Snow concluded their trade, the matter of Zero Wing's guild leader Black Flame, provoking the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, had already spread throughout God's domain. As a super first-rate guild, any minor matter relating to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion would receive the attention of the various large guilds in the virtual gaming world, not to mention a major incident such as a guild openly insulting them. For a time, everyone began to pay attention to the Starmoon Kingdom, to Zero Wing and to Black Flame. Crap, Black Flame must have gone insane. He actually dared to slap the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion in the face. Does he not want to play God's domain anymore? What do you know? Black Flame is super amazing. He is a titled expert on the God's domain ranking list. He has his own pride, naturally, so how could he possibly hand over the Candlelight Trading Firm he had built by himself? I wonder what the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion will do. Isn't it obvious? If Dragon Phoenix Pavilion does not flatten a guild like Zero Wing, will it still qualify to be called a super first-rate guild? News and talk of the conflict between the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Zero Wing filled God's Domain's forums. As for super guilds, they too had fun watching from the sidelines. Currently, while all of God's Domain was in an uproar, the atmosphere inside one of White River City's high-class restaurants was extremely awkward. Pavilion Master, leave this matter to this subordinate. I will give Black Flame more than what he bargained for, the robust blood dragon requested respectfully. I never expected to encounter such a blind fool in this far-off city. Now, every player in God's Domain knows of this incident. The great Pavilion Master has even sent me a message personally, telling me to deal with this matter as visibly as possible and show those super guilds that the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion is no longer just a super first-rate guild. Rather, it is a super guild that stands on equal footing, Nine Dragons Emperor said, a bone-chilling glint flashing in his eyes. Curling up his lips, he said, "Since the great pavilion master has issued the command, we cannot take this matter lightly. Notify the War Dragon Legion and have them meet us here immediately. I want to destroy Zero Wings Guild residents personally." Chapter 548, War Dragon Legion. The War Dragon Legion? Blood Dragon could not help but suck in a breath of cold air when he heard this name. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was divided into two pavilions, the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion and the Phoenix Pavilion. Both pavilions had their own strongest legions. The Heavenly Dragon Pavilion's strongest force was the War Dragon Legion. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion nurtured its own experts internally. Among these experts, only the best of the best were allowed into the War Dragon Legion. One could say that the War Dragon Legion was the strongest legion specially established to contend with super guilds. Blood Dragon had also come from the War Dragon Legion. Who wouldn't be shocked by the 9 Dragons Emperor summoning the War Dragon Legion? Pavilion Master, aren't we just dealing with a small guild? Is there really a need for such a commotion? Chaos Dancer, the beautiful woman seated beside 9 Dragons Emperor, advised. In fact, we can rely on the Blood Legion to get rid of Zero Wing. If we expose the strength of the War Dragon Legion right now, won't we waste a trump card that we could use against those super guilds in the future? It doesn't matter. Since joining God's domain, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion has yet to achieve anything significant. Now that everyone is watching the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, it is a good opportunity for an excellent performance, 9 Dragons Emperor said, smiling playfully. Moreover, Zero Wing's reputation is not insignificant. If we can finish off Zero Wing swiftly, it will serve as a shock to some of those weaklings and let everyone know that the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion is no longer a super first-rate guild, but a true super guild. Understood. This subordinate will notify the War Dragon Legion immediately. Chaos Dance then began contacting the War Dragon Legion. Time passed little by little. While the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion prepared to deal with Zero Wing, other guilds did not idle and do nothing. Every one of them gathered their members in White River City. For a time, experts swarmed White River City. Despite it obviously being daytime, the number of players filling the streets surpassed even nighttime. Among all these players, aside from those that large guilds had sent, there were plenty of ordinary players who had hurried over from other cities. Players throughout God's domain knew about the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's intentions to take out Zero Wing. Although this was clearly a one-sided battle, many players still wanted to witness the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's strength. Hence, many ordinary players had hurried to White River City to watch the show. However, it was also this reason that boosted the candlelight trading firm's business. Among the items sold by the firm, light stones were the most popular. The candlelight trading firm's income had practically recovered to its peak, earning nearly 1,000 gold in 1 hour. As a result, Melancholic Smile and the others at the candlelight trading firm focused fully on their work. Old 5, I heard that Black Flame defeated you and Old 6 even after you two cooperated. This incident has not impressed the higher-ups, and they've started to look down on our 7 ghosts. When the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion deals with Zero Wing, we need to deal with this matter properly, a thin, middle-aged man with bronze skin said seriously. Brother 3, rest assured, I will not damage our reputation, 5th ghost said, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Previously, even though he had worked with 6th ghost, Black Flame still defeated them. Moreover, they had even lost all of their equipment they upon dying and had been barred from entering the game for 2 whole days. By now they had both become laughingstocks in Underworld. This time, in order to restore the 7 ghosts' reputation, they needed to avenge themselves properly and complete the tasks the higher-ups had given them. All is well as long as you know it. Our task is very simple this time. Assist young Master Feng in obtaining 300 intermediate mana armor kits. It will be even better if we can obtain even more equipment and kits. However, since the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion is spearheading this matter, it is best if we keep a low profile. So, first, let's focus on getting the 300 intermediate mana armor kits, the Thin Man 3rd Ghost said. This time, to ensure we complete our task, I have even called Old 4 and Old 7 to help us. With the 5 of us, we should be able to take down Black Flame easily. The only thing we have to worry about is the pavilion itself. It is best if we form a proper plan. On this point, Brother Third Ghost, please rest assured. Based on my investigations, the Blood Dragon's subordinates, the Blood Legion, will not be involved this time. The Nine Dragons Emperor has called in the War Dragon Legion instead. Every member of the War Dragon Legion is proud and arrogant, and they usually look down on everyone else. They should not pay any attention to us should we move against Zero Wing, Feng Xianyang explained, smiling faintly. As insurance, I have even had a large group of elites come over from Maple City. With such a powerful force, Black Flame will have no hope of survival. Having the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion deal with Zero Wing is already overkill. Adding us into the mix, Black Flame will die with a 100% certainty. Even if he is even more powerful than we suspect, he will have to consider his options carefully. At that time, he will willingly hand over the 300 intermediate mana armor kits. Fifth Ghost laughed coldly. If he refuses, then I'll give him a taste of what it feels like to wish for death. All of White River City's various large guilds, including Overwhelming Smile, considered and prepared to strike against Zero Wing while it was down, taking the opportunity to benefit from the guild's downfall. Meanwhile, in a high-class bar a short distance from Zero Wing's guild residence, many upper managers of guilds had gathered. The entire three-story building was packed full of players. Among them, first-rate guilds fully occupied all of the private rooms on the third floor. From these rooms, one could clearly see every movement around Zero Wing's guild residence. Guild leader, don't you think that Zero Wing is acting strangely? Even now they are still so carefree. They have not taken any precautionary measures at all. Is this Black Flame pretending to be a fool, or is he actually one? Purple Eye frowned as she watched Zero Wing's guild residence through the window. There's nothing surprising about this. Black Flame simply does not understand the Nine Dragons Emperor's character. Look at the people inside the bar, for example. Aren't most of them members of first-rate guilds? Meanwhile, a newly established guild like Zero Wing and a newcomer to the virtual gaming world like Black Flame don't know Nine Dragons' style of conduct. Thus he continues with his carefree manner, Galaxy Past said, laughing. Downing a mouthful of flame beer, he continued, the Nine Dragons Emperor is someone who conducts himself with a lofty tone and does not play his cards according to common sense. This time he has even secretly mobilized the War Dragon Legion to deal with Zero Wing, making a fuss over a minor incident. Naturally, the only reason why he would mobilize such a powerful legion is to destroy Zero Wing's guild residence. A guild residence is different from a private shop. While inside the shop the manager is invincible. However, it is a different story for a guild residence. It is slightly troublesome to deal with the residence's hired guards, and there are also the city guards who patrol the streets. With current players' levels and equipment, it is still impossible to resist the patrolling guards. Hence, no sane guild would attempt to attack another guild's residence. However, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion is no trivial existence. One cannot measure by the strength of an ordinary guild. Moreover, the Nine Dragons Emperor is no fool. I keep getting the feeling that he has some sort of trick up his sleeve. Otherwise, he would not have sent the War Dragon Legion, a trump card that he had prepared for facing super guilds. What we need to do now is wait for the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion to make its move. Once they take action and Zero Wing falls, we can begin our operation as well. Purple Eye nodded silently. This time the Star Alliance had sent quite a number of elites and experts. They were not afraid that Zero Wing would not fall today. Instead, it was only a matter of how much profit they could gain. However, the various large guilds, including the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, was ignorant of one point. Shifeng was a reincarnator. Moreover, he had also been the guild leader of a second-rate guild in the past. In order to survive in God's domain's harsh conditions, he had endured relentless pain and suffering. As far as understanding massive existences like the Nine Dragons Emperor, the Nine Dragons Emperor most likely did not have a better understanding than Shifeng. Chapter 549. Leave None Alive. Inside the meeting room in Zero Wing's guild residence. Zero Wing's core members filled the large meeting room. Everyone could feel the tension in the air. War was imminent. Although Zero Wing had succeeded in suppressing Overwhelming Smile in White River City, their current enemy, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, was a lot stronger than Overwhelming Smile. The two guilds were on entirely different levels. Every player present fully understood how severe of a situation they were in. They also knew that it was highly unlikely that they would overcome this hurdle. Seated on the guild leader's throne, Shifeng suddenly asked, "You must think that I am a fool, right?" However, the only answer he received was silence. Not a single person answered his question. Everyone only stared at their guild leader, who was shrouded in mystery, quietly. "I know the answer even without you saying a word," Shifeng laughed. Casual and relaxed, he said, "Everyone must think that I have gone insane, that I overestimate myself by challenging a super first-rate guild like the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Until now, aside from super guilds, not a single guild dares to make an enemy of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Do you know why? The reason is very simple: they are simply too strong. They are strong enough that other guilds despair at the thought of them as an enemy. I believe that you should know all that. At this time, many guilds have already begun to prepare to take advantage of our misfortune. Every one of them is closely eyeing us like prey. There is not a single guild out there that thinks we might come out of this on top. They all believe that we will lose without a doubt and that our names will soon be wiped from God's domain. Do you know why? I'll tell you why. Since the very beginning, whether it is the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion or the various other first-rate guilds, none of these people have seen us as equals. Since the very beginning they have thought of us as weak. So they have come to bully us, to drink our blood and eat our flesh, to destroy us. However, I will warn them now. They will be disappointed. Since there has never been a guild courageous enough to challenge the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, then today we will be the first to make history. We will show everyone that Zero Wing is not a guild they can afford to provoke. If they wish to plunder our corpses, they'll have to seek permission from the swords in our hands first. The battle is to the strong. Today, let us teach the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion a lesson. The moment Shifeng finished his speech, everyone suddenly felt their blood boil. None of them had ever thought that such a day would come. Throughout the virtual gaming world, other than super guilds, there had never been a guild daring enough to provoke and challenge the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. However, Zero Wing dared. Moreover, Zero Wing's guild leader himself led this challenge. Isn't it just a super first-rate guild? I've long since grown tired of looking at their faces. Today I'll use them to release some stress. Kola laughed excitedly. Haha. Guild leader, I've been waiting for you to say that. I'm bored of battling overwhelming smile constantly. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion has arrived at just the right time. It just so happens that I can use them to test my recent improvement. Blackie licked his lips, revealing an eager grin. Guild leader, tell us how we should deal with the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. I want to be the first one to have a go at them. Flying Shadow said excitedly. This is seriously insane. Aqua Rose shook her head helplessly. In the next moment, however, she smiled and said, "But I like it." For a time, every Zero Wing member in the meeting room talked and laughed with each other, the heavy atmosphere from before vanishing. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was indeed strong. However, they were not a bunch of weak and powerless noobs either. Since the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion dared to oppress them using force, they would show the pavilion that it had chosen a wrong opponent. They would let the pavilion know that the opponent it was about to face was not a weak little cub, but rather, it was a ferocious beast with sharp fangs and claws. If I am not mistaken, it is highly possible that the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion will strike once the sun sets. Fire Dance, how are the preparations going on your side? Shifeng asked as he turned to the sharp and mesmerizing Fire Dance. Based on Shifeng's understanding of Nine Dragons Emperor, there was an 80% chance that he intended to destroy Zero Wing's guild residence. If a guild residence were destroyed, it could not be repaired within 10 days' time. Moreover, if a guild residence were destroyed, all members of the corresponding guild within the city would receive a penalty. Not only would all members lose a level, but their EXP gain would also be halved for the following 10 days. The guild's popularity would drop by 50,000 points as well. Moreover, after the destroyed guild residence was reconstructed, the quality of the guild quests the guild would receive would be significantly affected. The best time to destroy a guild residence was at night. Players' greatest foe when trying to destroy an enemy guild residence was not other players, but the patrolling NPC city guards. These city guards were no trivial matter. They were all level 150 NPCs. To players they were nightmares. These NPCs only needed one hit to finish off the current players of God's domain. However, the number of patrolling city guards would change depending on the time of day. During the day these NPCs always patrolled in groups of 20. By the time night arrived, however, that number would decrease to 10. If a guild attacked an enemy guild residence at night, it could notably lessen its losses. That way the guild would have more combat power to spare for destroying the enemy guild residence. Meanwhile, since Shi Feng dared to provoke the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, he had naturally prepared. If one wished to destroy a guild residence aside from the city guards, there were also the hired guards inside the guild residence to contend with. Although the hired guards were not as powerful as the level 150 city guards, they were still genuine level 50 NPCs. Meanwhile, depending on the employed NPC's strength, the asking price of said NPC would vary. Tier 0 guards cost 5 silver per day, whereas Tier 1 guards cost 30 silver per day. When hiring these guards, one had to prepay 10 days of their services. Shi Feng was a Viscount, and all this time he had been hiring a mix of 50 Tier 1 and Tier 0 guards to defend Zero Wings guild residents. However, seeing as the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion led this assault, he had not hesitated to replace all of his guards with Tier 1 NPCs. In any case, what he had was money. In addition, since early on Shi Feng had told everyone in the guild to focus on raising their reputation. Hence, at this moment in time, there were also many people within the guild who had high reputation. For example, Fire Dance, Aqua Rose, Blackie and several other core members of Zero Wing did not lack reputation points, although they had yet to become Viscounts like Shi Feng. They were barons, and every one of them was capable of hiring 10 level 50 Tier 1 NPCs. In total they had over 200 Tier 1 NPCs employed right now. This was a very powerful force. It's done. They all are hiding and lying in wait. Fire Dance nodded, a playful smile appearing on her face. Time slowly ticked by. While everyone waited for the start of the battle, night arrived in God's domain. Currently, players clogged the streets neighboring Zero Wings guild residence. Pavilion Master, all 1,000 men from the War Dragon Legion are in position. A valiant and extraordinary-looking youth reported to Nine Dragons Emperor. The War Dragon Legion was the strongest force in the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion's arsenal. As of today, it had never been used to deal with any guild less than a super guild. The Legion consisted of 1,000 players, and every one of these players wore level 25 fine gold equipment. A few even had level 25 dark gold equipment. These legionnaires' levels also ranged from level 27 to level 28. These players were definitely at the peak of God's domain in terms of levels. Every member also radiated a sharp and penetrating aura. Although the War Dragon Legion consisted of 1,000 members, they felt like an army of tens of thousands that was capable of mass destruction. Meanwhile, among these players, the man reporting to Nine Dragons Emperor was even more extraordinary. He was the War Dragon Legion's commander, Martial Dragon. He was a level 28 berserker, and the majority of his equipment consisted of level 25 dark gold equipment. The great sword he wielded was also of indiscernible quality. However, judging by the blade's capability of even tearing apart air, one could tell that it was an exceptional item with a single glance. Aside from the War Dragon Legion's 1,000 players, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had also dispatched close to 10,000 elite players. These elite players were all level 25 and above. It was a truly shocking sight. Only a first-rate guild would be capable of dispatching so many elite players. Were it not for the transportation fees, this number would have most likely been several times higher. Many players involuntarily trembled when they saw the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's war formation from afar. This was the power of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Regarding both financial prowess and manpower, ordinary first-rate guilds simply could not compare to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Haha. Zero Wing is truly finished this time. Sitting in a third-floor private room of a high-class bar, Feng Xianyang felt indescribable joy well up in his heart when he saw the pavilion's army. It's as expected of Martial Dragon, the commander of the War Dragon Legion. I can feel that terrifying aura of his even from such a distance. Fear filled Fifth Ghost's heart when he looked at the valiant Martial Dragon. Martial Dragon is a true mutant. He is not human at all. Even our boss has said so. Otherwise he would not be capable of becoming the War Dragon Legion's commander. If we encounter him, it is best that we avoid provoking him, Third Ghost reminded his brothers-in-arms. Meanwhile, standing on the street, Nine Dragons' Emperor swept a glance over the army before him. In the next moment he waved his hand and pointed at Zero Wings Guild residents. Very calmly he said, "Go. Leave none alive." Chapter 550, Exceeding Expectations. Under Nine Dragons' Emperor's command, the members of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion charged towards Zero Wings Guild residents. The pavilion's army's attack was organized. A majority of the pavilion's elite players were positioned in the front of the army, whereas the War Dragon Legion occupied the middle, and the remaining elite players took up the rear. These players were further separated into groups. However, unlike guild wars that usually involved thousands of players, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had grouped its members into parties of 6. Each party consisted of MTs, healers, and ranged and melee damage dealers, the standard compositions of a dungeon party. Although this militaristic configuration was not suited for a large battlefield, it was perfect for battles in narrow terrain such as a city. The army could react to all sorts of problems in a timely manner. It has finally begun. Purple, did you order those assassins under you to record this battle? Galaxy Past, who sat comfortably in a third-floor private room of the high-class bar, asked. Smiling, he stated, "This is a good opportunity to collect data on the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, particularly the experts from the War Dragon Legion. Every member of the Legion is worth noting. It might come in handy in the future." This high-class bar offered an excellent vantage point. He could see practically everything that occurred around Zero Wings residence. However, Galaxy Past was still not satisfied with this. He had positioned assassins under his command in several other buildings in order to record the battle from the closest distance possible. Just how strong was the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion? Particularly, how was the pavilion's strength after joining God's domain? Other than a few upper managers of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, nobody knew the answer to these questions. Now that the pavilion launched an assault on Zero Wings residents, it was clear to see that their strength was nothing to scoff at. Otherwise, every large guild would have already attacked guild residences that they found to be an eyesore instead of letting those guilds with little strength live this long. Just the patrolling guards were enough trouble. The hired guards were no trivial matter either. They all were level 50 NPCs. To current players, these level 50 NPCs were still too powerful to handle. However, the truly troublesome issue was the players of the guild itself. Zero Wing had definitely taken some precautionary measures. It was normal for around 20 to 30,000 players to defend the guild residents at all times. Even if the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had deployed the War Dragon Legion, Zero Wing's guild residents would not be so easily destroyed. The pavilion would have to reveal some of its true capabilities, and this was precisely what Galaxy Past and all of the other large guilds watching wanted to witness. As God's domain was still in its early stages, there had yet to be any major conflicts between the various first-rate guilds, super guilds, and the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. However, that would not necessarily remain the case in the future. It was better to prepare ahead of time. Hence, the Star Alliance wasn't the only guild to send a large group of assassins to record the battle. Many other guilds had also dispatched their assassins, all of them hoping to uncover even the smallest detail about the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's background. Meanwhile, inside Zero Wings residence, the guild's members had long since prepared for the upcoming war. Every one of them stood waiting inside the guild residence. Guild leader, they've arrived. Initial estimates put their number somewhere over 10,000, with the weakest among them being elite players. Their equipment is also a match for our elite members, Aqua Rose reported. Everyone's heart skipped a beat upon hearing Aqua Rose's report. Although Zero Wing had 50,000 members, they only had around 14,500 elites. Yet, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had casually mustered a force of 10,000 elite players. This was simply too frightening. Sure enough, the pavilion is both rich and powerful, Sherfong laughed. This situation did not surprise him. After all, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was a super first-rate guild. Even though White River City was not the pavilion's home ground, It would still be child's play for it to obliterate a second-rate guild. Move out, then. Coordinate your attacks with the NPCs. Core members, your main goal is to fend off the pavilion's War Dragon Legion. As for the enemy elites, they are just cannon fodder. Don't worry about them. Yes, sir. Everyone from Zero Wing unsheathed their weapons as a single unit, preparing to meet the oncoming threat. This time Shifeng did not bother to send for many members to defend the guild residence. The defending players consisted only of Zero Wing's elite and core members with a total just over 14,000 players. It was not because Shifeng did not want more people defending the residence. Only having more people was not necessarily a good thing. A normal member of the guild would only find their death by joining this battle. Moreover, the battlefield was very cramped. There was simply no way to display the advantage of numbers here. On the contrary, having too many members in the battle would only obstruct the elite members. As the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's army was about to charge through the residence's entrance, the ranged classes of Zero Wing got ready to launch their spells and arrows. If an outsider barged into the residence without explicit permission, guild members were allowed to kill said outsider without needing to fear any repercussions. The city guards would not take action against the guild members. On the contrary, if an outsider attacked people inside the residence, the city guards would rush towards the residence to apprehend them. As elemental mana began to gather above Zero Wing's residence and patrolling city guards began to charge over, Nine Dragons Emperor suddenly shouted, "Activate the scrolls." Suddenly, several MTs at the forefront of the army revealed black magic scrolls that they had kept hidden for quite some time now. The MTs immediately unfurled the scrolls and activated them. In the next moment, the elemental mana filling the space above Zero Wing's residence started going berserk. Curse scroll. Shifeng was genuinely surprised when he saw the magic scrolls in his enemy's hands. Magic scrolls fit into various categories. However, the rarest had to be ones that carried curses. This was a type of forbidden spell. All curses possessed an astonishing might, and it was not easy to turn it into a magic scroll. Hence, it was extremely difficult to obtain even one curse scroll. Yet, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had actually managed to reveal 4 such scrolls. It was simply inconceivable. At this moment, however, even Nine Dragons Emperor's face twitched slightly. For curse scrolls, he had only managed to obtain these 4 scrolls after gathering the entirety of the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion's power. Now that he was using all of them in one go and on a small nameless guild no less, even he felt the sting of the loss. 4 curse scrolls. Consider this your burial, Zero Wing. Nine Dragons Emperor smiled faintly at the dark clouds gathering in the sky. Suddenly black rain began to fall. As if these black raindrops had lives of their own, they attached themselves to all players caught within the spell's vicinity. Dark God's Descent. Shifeng paled instantly. Although he wanted to defend against this spell, Dark God's Descent was unblockable. Even if he had magic immunity, it wouldn't change a thing. Dark God's Descent was a silencing curse. With 4 of these curse scrolls being used simultaneously, the forbidden spell's effective radius and duration increased significantly. It was definitely an efficient weapon for team battles. At this moment, a Dark God status imperceptibly appeared in everyone's status window, the duration lasting for 1 full hour. In other words, within the next hour, any players within the curse's effective radius were unable to use any of their spells. They could not even use the tools they had inside their bags. To put it simply, players could only participate in melee combat. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had obviously prepared these curses as a countermeasure for large-scale destruction spells and NPCs. Blood Dragon, lead some elites to pin down the patrolling guards and let Martial Dragon handle the rest, Nine Dragons Emperor ordered. He then turned to look at Chaos Dancer saying, "Let's go, we'll watch the show from upstairs." After receiving the command, Blood Dragon led the elite players, who were positioned at the rear line and remained unaffected by the Dark God, and charged towards the 10-level 150 patrolling guards. At the same time, Martial Dragon shouted, "Kill! Annihilate Zero Wing! Leave not a single player alive!" The War Dragon Legion suddenly charged into Zero Wing's residence. As for the other elite players, they were tasked to delay the residence's NPC guards. When silenced, an expert's strength stepped into the spotlight. When the War Dragon Legion's 1,000 members charged into Zero Wing's 10,000-plus elite members, they were like wolves among a flock of sheep. Immediately, the members of the War Dragon Legion started a slaughter. At this point, Zero Wing possessed more than 400 Tier 1 players. It had more Tier 1 players than every guild in White River City combined. Naturally, all those capable of becoming Tier 1 classes at this stage of the game employed powerful techniques. Even if they were not yet experts, they were not far from that hurdle. Zero Wing's members were also famed for having amazing equipment. Even if their techniques were lacking, they could make up the gap with their equipment. In front of absolute strength, all manner of tricks were useless. Even so, Zero Wing possessed far fewer experts than the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Not to mention, the members of the War Dragon Legion were experts who had undergone careful screening. Do you think we're that easily bullied? All guards to the lines. Shifeng commanded. Suddenly, an additional 200 Tier 1 NPCs emerged from the guild hall. Moreover, these Tier 1 NPCs were all melee classes. Chapter 551, Fleeting Scene. The originally imposing Dragon Phoenix Pavilion members were immediately shocked by the appearance of the 200 level 50 Tier 1 NPCs. Nine Dragons Emperor, who watched the battle from afar, also wore a grim expression. Didn't the report say that they only had around 50+ NPCs? Nine Dragons Emperor turned to the intelligence agent beside him. Snapping, he yelled, "Just what have you all been doing? You failed to report on 200 Tier 1 NPCs. Tell me, what is going on here?" A single level 50 Tier 1 NPC was very difficult to deal with. Each one required a team of elite members to pin down. Now that there was an additional 200, this would greatly affect his plans. Suddenly, cold sweat appeared on the forehead of the reconnaissance unit's leader. He was so frightened he could not utter a single word. Originally, he had tried to think of an excuse to save himself. However, he knew full well what kind of personality the Nine Dragons Emperor had. The more he tried to justify himself, the graver the consequences would be. Forget it. You won't have to do your job anymore. Someone will replace you in the future. Nine Dragons Emperor waved his hand, having his subordinates escort the recon leader out of the building and dismissing him from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Chaos, instruct the Blood Legion to send help. With the Blood Legion's strength, they should be able to hold back 200 NPCs. At this moment, Nine Dragons couldn't care less about how Zero Wing had managed to obtain all of these NPCs. He had no choice but to involve the originally inactive Blood Legion in the battle. Understood. This subordinate will lead them over now. Chaos Dancer nodded and smiled. A short moment later, the 1,000-strong Blood Legion, which had been on standby, charged into Zero Wing's guild residence. Meanwhile, the various large guilds watching the battle from afar were also shocked by the sudden change. Sure enough, Zero Wing is quite capable. With so many Tier 1 NPCs, even the Blood Legion will not be able to hold them off for long. After all, each level 50 Tier 1 NPC is the equivalent of a level 50 special elite. Galaxy Pass sighed. If any other first-rate guilds stood in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's place right now, they would have no chance against Zero Wing. Particularly, that large-scale silencing spell the pavilion had used before the battle began significantly restricted the NPC's combat power and had even sealed Zero Wing's large-scale destruction spells. Zero Wing had lost all their advantages with just this single move. Meanwhile, inside Zero Wing's residence, a melee battle had broken out. The scene in the residence looked just like a battlefield from ancient times. Currently, the magical classes who boasted the highest power could only fight using their staffs. The magical classes in God's domain were different from other virtual reality games. They were not completely incapable of participating in melee combat, but they were not specialized in it. They possessed very few skills that could be used in a melee battle. In addition, their classes mainly focused on intelligence and vitality, making them even more inferior in melee combat. At this moment, however, nobody could care less. Even the healers of either side fought each other, not to mention the other magical classes. Compared to the one-on-one fights between the magical classes, the battles between the physical classes were intense. Currently, None of them could use any skills or tools and had to rely solely on their combat techniques. It was especially true for the War Dragon Legion. A majority of the War Dragon Legion members consisted of physical classes, and everyone was an expert among experts. Normally, they were capable of soloing a special elite of the same level, and some were even capable of putting up a good fight against a chieftain of the same level. Elite players could become elites in the first place not solely because of their levels being above average. It was more due to the fact that they could solo an elite monster of the same level. Hence they were called elite players. Meanwhile, in the eyes of God's domain's ordinary players, experts were individuals capable of soloing a special elite of the same level. As for top-tier experts in the eyes of ordinary players, they were individuals who could contend with a chieftain of the same level. Chieftains were normally bosses in party dungeons. Every member of the War Dragon Legion at the barest minimum was capable of confronting a chieftain of the same level by themselves. Some were even capable of killing a chieftain of the same level. Having these experts deal with 4 or 5 elite players simultaneously was a trivial matter. They might even be able to defeat 4 or 5 elite players without losing a single HP. It was just like how a chieftain could easily defeat 4 or 5 elite monsters. In the blink of an eye, the 1,000 members of the War Dragon Legion had already killed close to 3,000 Zero-Wing members without suffering even a single fatality. If not for many of the War Dragon Legion's members and the Blood Legion holding back the Tier 1 NPC guards, Zero-Wing's death count would have been much higher by now. However, compared to the War Dragon Legion's captain Martial Dragon, these ordinary members of the War Dragon Legion were nothing. Martial Dragon was like a silver storm. Everywhere he passed, a rain of blood would follow. When half a dozen elite members of Zero-Wing dashed up to Martial Dragon, they were instantly struck by Martial Dragon's bone-chilling and immeasurably heavy aura, their complexions turning pale and movements becoming extraordinarily sluggish. Immediately after, multiple red streaks of light weaved across their bodies, sending them flying into the air. In the next moment, blood poured out like a fountain from multiple wounds. When these elites returned to the ground, a piece of equipment dropped beside them. Their bodies were no longer capable of movement. The War Dragon Legion is truly frightening. There are many among them who are even stronger than I am. That Martial Dragon is especially impressive. If I fought him, I'm not confident that I could even block a handful of moves before he defeated me. It is no wonder why people are saying that the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's strength is the closest to a super guild. This Martial Dragon can indeed put up a fight against those old fellows, Galaxy Past stated incredulously. Super guilds had not become such because of their massive financial prowess or their large army of experts. The true reason was those inhuman experts that stood at the very top of the virtual gaming world. Martial Dragon had precisely the potential to become such an expert. I heard that Martial Dragon is a talent that only appears once every 10 years in the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion. It seems that this was not an exaggeration. Purple Eye watched Martial Dragon's figure that resembled a god of war, awe and anticipation, as well as some hints of jealousy filling her eyes. To experts like herself, it was an instinct to revere the strong. At the same time, she also wished to challenge those powerhouses who stood at the summit. Martial Dragon was someone who had already obtained the right to challenge such individuals, so how could she not be jealous? Purple Eye even considered exchanging a few moves with Martial Dragon right this instant. Even though she knew she was no match for the man, the exchange would still benefit her immensely. If an expert wished to improve themselves quickly, they could not just rely on self-research and experimenting. They needed to fight various other experts, using the experience to learn and improve their own shortcomings. Only then could they improve quickly. While Purple Eye focused on Martial Dragon's every move, hoping to learn something through his actions, she suddenly noticed Martial Dragon's gaze shift to another location, his eyes revealing both traces of shock and excitement. Turning to look where Martial Dragon had shifted his attention to, Purple Eye similarly found herself shocked. Who is that person? Purple Eye's small mouth widened as if she had just seen a ghost. She had just watched 3 War Dragon Legion members die instantly. That's right. All 3 of them were killed in the blink of an eye. Moreover, they were the experts of the War Dragon Legion, not some noobs that could be found on the streets. Against multiple of such experts, Not even Purple Eye was confident that she could emerge victorious. Yet that person had succeeded. Moreover, she had done so with ease. After a moment of shock, Purple Eye was finally able to get a clear view of that player. Possessing an alluring appearance, she wore form-fitting black leather armor that fully displayed the graceful and mesmerizing curves of her body. She also wielded 2 blood-red short swords that emitted dazzling flames. At this moment, it was as if she stood at the center of Zero Wing's residence. That is Fire Dance? Purple Eye dared not even believe her own eyes right now. Chapter 552 Enviable Zero Wing. Purple Eye repeatedly rubbed her eyes and did a double take at the alluring figure. In the end, she was 100% sure she had not seen wrong. Why is this so different from what was reported? Purple Eye had read many reports on Zero Wing. The Star Alliance had gathered on every noteworthy expert in Zero Wing. There were also videos of every one of these noteworthy experts. Fire Dance was one of the few most noteworthy experts in Zero Wing. Hence, Purple Eye had a very good understanding of Fire Dance's strength. However, the data on Fire Dance had only noted her as a top-tier expert and that she was only barely able to contend with a chieftain of the same level. Hence, Purple Eye had not placed any importance on Fire Dance at all. Only Aqua Rose could be considered a worthy foe for her. Fire Dance had not even ranked on her list. Now, however, Fire Dance had easily defeated 3 top-tier experts. How could this strength not shock Purple Eye? It was especially true for that blade-like aura surrounding Fire Dance. Even while watching from such a distance, she could feel a sense of great danger with that aura. It felt as if Fire Dance could appear right before her at any time and launch an attack. With such a dazzling and dangerous aura, it was difficult for Fire Dance not to attract attention. Not to mention there were many experts present on the battlefield and every one of them possessed the sensitivity of a mouse. These experts detected the source of the danger instantly. 4 of the War Dragon Legion members closest to Fire Dance charged towards Fire Dance simultaneously. As if they had planned this, they coordinated their actions perfectly, launching an attack from all sides. Facing the encirclement of the 4 legionnaires, Fire Dance's figure swayed slightly. In the next moment, only an afterimage remained in her place, denying the legionnaires their chance to strike. Immediately, she dashed towards the closest level 27 assassin, the 2 flame-red short swords in her hands transforming into multiple blades of light that struck like vipers. As a member of the War Dragon Legion, the assassin was no ordinary player. When faced with this sudden attack, instead of retreating, he advanced. The assassin quickly saw through the trajectory of Fire Dance's short swords. Brandishing his own daggers, he deflected her attacks. One after another, after deflecting the swords of light, the assassin kicked at Fire Dance. "You're still too green," the assassin sneered. Attacks were not limited to the player's weapons. A player could use their body to attack as well. However, most players had adopted the mindset that one could only launch melee attacks with their weapons, nothing else. Hence, they would normally focus their attention on an enemy's weapons and hands. This unexpected kick right now would cost Fire Dance her life. At this moment, however, a berserker who was a short distance away from the assassin shouted, "Little Six, behind you." Thanks to the warning, the assassin called Little Six suddenly noticed that he had only kicked an afterimage. Behind. Little Six suddenly felt his back grow cold. His many years of combat experience and acute senses alerted him that someone was behind him. Immediately, he tried to bend his body forward in an attempt to dodge the incoming attack. However, Fire Dance did not use her short swords to attack at all. Instead, the instant she circled to the assassin's back, her slender leg kicked the assassin's thigh. Caught unprepared, the strike sent the assassin spinning into the air. Immediately after, Fire Dance swiped her blade across the assassin's throat. Overall, her actions were simple and direct with no wasted movement whatsoever. At this moment, she looked just like a veteran killer. By the time the 3 other War Dragon Legion members caught up to Fire Dance, this assassin had become a disembodied soul under Fire Dance's swords. Although the entire process seemed slow, in reality, everything had happened in the blink of an eye. In the time it took Fire Dance to steal the assassin's life, the legionnaires had only crossed a distance of 10 yards. When the 3 legionnaires arrived before the female player, They slid to a halt, their eyes locked onto Fire Dance's seductive body. At this moment, they no longer dared to approach this charming yet deadly assassin casually. Purple, why haven't I heard anything about this Fire Dance? She can actually slaughter 3 War Dragon Legion members so easily. Even now, facing 4 legionnaires simultaneously, she dealt with one of them swiftly. Could she be a new talent that some super guild has recently nurtured? Galaxy Past asked, unable to help his shock. As the guild leader of a first-rate guild, he was very well informed regarding the virtual gaming world. Even so, from the information he had received, there was no news about a character named Fire Dance. However, his knowledge of super guilds' activities was limited. As Purple Eye was someone who had come from a super guild, she should have a better understanding of super guilds. Moreover, judging from how Fire Dance had defeated the members of the War Dragon Legion so efficiently, she definitely wasn't someone new to gaming. Normally, only experts nurtured by super guilds possessed such outstanding skills. Guild leader, although I too think that she might be a new talent from some super guild from what I have seen of her techniques, I can say with certainty that no super guild has nurtured her. Her every move looks more like she is fighting a real battle. Her attacks do not resemble combat techniques used in a virtual reality game, Purple Eye said, a bitter smile on her face. That makes sense. Galaxy Past nodded, a hint of jealousy surfacing in his heart. Why was he jealous? It was because Fire Dance wasn't the only person performing exceptionally on this battlefield. There was also the Guardian Knight Cola, the Assassin Flying Shadow, and many other members of Zero Wing. The combat power each of them displayed was extraordinary. Only Fire Dance shone brightest of them all. Zero Wing could not even be considered a second-rate guild, yet it possessed so many experts. Hence, how could he not grow jealous? So what if Zero Wing has a lot of experts? So what if you can pick a fight with first-rate guilds? Now that you've offended the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, today will be your last. Watching the battle from afar, while Feng Xianyang was envious, he also celebrated Zero Wing's misfortune. Inside Zero Wing's residence, although Fire Dance and the other core members of Zero Wing were wantonly slaughtering the members of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, at the end of the day, its enemy was still the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. As the strongest legion in the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion, the War Dragon Legion would not be taken down by just a few experts. Immediately, a large number of experts began to circle Zero Wing's few top-tier experts. However, Fire Dance's situation was slightly unique from the others. Only one person came forth to deal with her. This person's appearance immediately attracted many people's attention. He was none other than the War Dragon Legion's commander, Martial Dragon, the man that stood at the apex of the War Dragon Legion. You're very skilled. Join the War Dragon Legion. I guarantee that you will immediately become one of its party leaders. After some training, you can even become the vice commander, Martial Dragon proposed as his gaze took in Fire Dance's figure. The members of the War Dragon Legion were stunned. They had never thought that Martial Dragon's evaluation of Fire Dance would be so high as to offer her the position of vice commander. The highest position in the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion belonged to the Pavilion Master, and following that was the commander of the War Dragon Legion. As for the vice commander, that person would definitely be the third most influential person within the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion. There were countless experts within the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion hoping to climb the ladder to become the vice commander. And now, that position was already at Fire Dance's fingertips. You sure are insincere. I am the commander of Zero Wing's core team. Why should I head over to your side to become a measly little vice commander? Fire Dance revealed a playful smile. She was not interested in the position of vice commander in the slightest. It seems you still do not know what significance the position of vice commander holds, nor do you know the significance of the position of commander. Then I'll show you just what the commander of the War Dragon Legion is. Martial Dragon was not at all angered by Fire Dance's refusal. Unsheathing his blood-red greatsword, step after step he slowly walked towards Fire Dance. With every step that Martial Dragon took, the aura surrounding his body grew stronger. The instant Martial Dragon reached 10 yards away from Fire Dance, the latter almost retreated several steps instinctually, increasing the distance between them. At this moment, Fire Dance's expression had become extraordinarily grim, as if she were greeting a great enemy. "Oh. Sure enough, I wasn't mistaken. You are able to see it," Martial Dragon laughed, becoming more satisfied with Fire Dance. Chapter 553. The Difference of Top-Tier Equipment. How about it? This should be sufficient to convince you to join the War Dragon Legion, right? Martial Dragon asked once again. This time, instead of replying, Fire Dance quietly stared Martial Dragon. Just what kind of monster is this person? Why did I feel that death was right before me when he was still 10 yards away? After undergoing special training for a time, Fire Dance's strength had undergone a qualitative improvement. Lei Bao's training had especially helped her improve her control over her own body. Her senses had become far more sensitive as well. Meanwhile, as Fire Dance stared Martial Dragon, she felt as if she stood before a towering mountain. Particularly, when Martial Dragon was only 10 yards away from her, it felt like that towering mountain had instantly appeared above her and physically pressed down on her. At that very instant, she felt as if her life was no longer under her control. This feeling was different from the pressure she normally felt when facing a powerful enemy. It felt as if everything within a 10-yard radius of Martial Dragon was completely under the Berserker's control. Fire Dance could not believe it. She could not figure out just how Martial Dragon had achieved such a feat. Martial Dragon was clearly a Berserker. Aside from a few specific skills, a Berserker's normal attack range was limited to 5 or 6 yards. Moreover, the Dark God's descent had silenced everyone, and none of them could use any skills. Yet Martial Dragon had an attack range of 10 yards and could even inflict a feeling of impending doom. Even Fire Dance began to wonder if she was hallucinating due to her fatigue from her recent training. However, ever since she had started playing God's Domain, her senses had not led her astray, so how could she possibly be mistaken now? Hence, Fire Dance immediately retreated from Martial Dragon. However, dragging on this fight was not a solution. After giving it some thought, Fire Dance gritted her teeth as she prepared to test herself against Martial Dragon. In the next moment, Fire Dance transformed into a black shadow as she dashed towards Martial Dragon. In terms of attributes, Fire Dance was confident that she was superior to Martial Dragon for no reason other than the Tier 1 set equipment for assassins, the Dark Melody set equipment that Shifeng had given her. After equipping this set, not only had her attributes received a massive boost, but she was also able to display her combat power more efficiently. In front of absolute strength, all manner of trickery was useless. Regarding techniques, Fire Dance and the others had already improved significantly due to Lei Bao and Shifeng's training. They could be considered super first-rate experts. In actual combat, they were definitely superior to the ordinary members of the War Dragon Legion. They might not be able to solo a chieftain of the same level, but they could hold their ground against one for a relatively long time. After factoring in the Tier 1 set equipment and their top-tier dark gold weapons, they could easily solo a chieftain of the same level. They could even challenge a lord. After all, a Tier 1 set equipment was only inferior to an epic set equipment. The attribute increase it provided was no small matter. Furthermore, every one of them had equipped 3 intermediate mana armor kits. In terms of attributes, they completely overwhelmed the War Dragon Legion's ordinary members. Even against the commander of the War Dragon Legion, Martial Dragon, this was the case. The instant Fire Dance reached the 10-yard range, she turned her feet slightly and suddenly she split into 2 identical figures. It was practically impossible to tell which woman was real. The 2 figures then proceeded to attack Martial Dragon separately. Any ordinary player would be caught off guard and fail to react if their enemy suddenly doubled. Even an expert would hesitate. In addition, Fire Dance was very skilled. There were almost no excess movements in her attack. With lightning speed, the 2 true fire blades in Fire Dance's hands flew towards Martial Dragon's vital point and blind spot. The various large guilds watching the fight from afar were momentarily stupefied. Fire Dance's speed and ferocity were unstoppable. Their eyes could not even keep up with her. Even an expert would be finished. However, the instant before the true fire blades struck Martial Dragon, a red streak flashed, deflecting both of Fire Dance's attacks. At the same time, the resulting impact forced Fire Dance into a retreat. Is he even a berserker? How can he draw his sword so fast? Fire Dance was forced to retreat 3 steps before she stabilized her body. At this moment, however, both of her hands were numb. Berserkers were famed for their strength, so Fire Dance did not find it surprising that Martial Dragon's counterattack had repulsed her. However, she was an assassin, a class that was famed for its speed. She had clearly struck first, yet Martial Dragon still managed to block her attacks. This Fire Dance is not bad at all. Unfortunately, the gap between her and Martial Dragon is immense. It is so wide that even she hasn't realized its extent. Watching the fight from afar, Nine Dragons Emperor revealed a faint smile. Pavilion Master, how could you possibly compare that little girl to Martial Dragon? It is impressive that this little girl possesses such skill at such a young age. If she joins the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, her future will be limitless. In a few years she might even become a second Martial Dragon. The old man serving Nine Dragons Emperor similarly smiled. Martial Dragon was one of the strongest combatants that the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion had to offer. He was also a rare talent that only appeared once a decade. The virtual gaming world changed by the day, and every year the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion would recruit a large number of players with potential. Meanwhile, the fact that Martial Dragon was known as a genius that only appeared once every 10 years in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion showed just how much talent he possessed. How could a little girl who had never been nurtured by a super guild possibly compete with such an individual? Before, although it seemed as though Martial Dragon's block had been extremely fast, in reality, that was not the case. It was only because Fire Dance had failed to notice Martial Dragon taking half a step backward. And it was precisely this distance that had given Martial Dragon's greatsword sufficient time to catch up to Fire Dance's short swords. The subtlety this half-step contained was the difference between Fire Dance and Martial Dragon. Before Fire Dance could recall how Martial Dragon had managed to counterattack, Martial Dragon suddenly moved. The instant he moved, Fire Dance focused all of her attention on the berserker's body. Martial Dragon's movements were very fast and polished. However, this speed was slower than Fire Dance's reactions. In an instant, Fire Dance predicted the berserker's attack route and prepared to counterattack. Since my strength is not a match for him, I'll use speed to face him. Through the previous exchange, Fire Dance had discovered her advantages and disadvantages against this opponent. Assassins possessed extremely high agility. Hence, regarding movement speed, they were leaps and bounds above berserkers. With that in mind, Fire Dance planned to fight a moving battle with Martial Dragon. Fire Dance instantly dodged the attack from Martial Dragon's greatsword. She then sidestepped and sent a strike at the berserker's neck. Evade. Howdy. It was a simple attack pattern. However, Fire Dance had completed both steps almost simultaneously. Just as Fire Dance considered following up her counterattack with another attack, her complexion suddenly paled as she felt that something was off. When her counterattack landed, she had not felt her blade slice flesh. Unfortunately, it was too late to react. Martial Dragon, who stood proudly before Fire Dance, had raised his blood-red greatsword and swung it down. A red blade of light flashed towards Fire Dance. The immense wind pressure generated by Martial Dragon's greatsword rolled up a cloud of dust along with a splatter of fresh blood. In the next moment, Fire Dance flew back, her HP rapidly falling. Fortunately, Fire Dance had a Tier 1 set equipment and 3 intermediate mana armor kits. In total, she had over 6,000 HP even with her high defense. Although Martial Dragon possessed frightening strength, he could not kill Fire Dance with one hit. He could only reduce her HP by half. Such powerful equipment. Martial Dragon was somewhat surprised when he saw Fire Dance still standing. However, he quickly discerned the reason why he was unable to kill the assassin with a single hit. Equipment capable of allowing an assassin to survive one of his strikes definitely possessed powerful attributes. At this moment, even Martial Dragon envied Fire Dance. Even Nine Dragons Emperor, who watched the battle from afar, glared at Fire Dance enviously. It really is a wonder how you people from Zero Wing manage to obtain such exaggerated equipment. However, although your equipment is excellent, it will only prolong your suffering. Saying so, Martial Dragon advanced once more, swinging his greatsword towards Fire Dance, who had only barely recovered from her fall. Just as the red blade of light was about to strike the assassin. Martial Dragon's hands suddenly froze as his gaze quickly swept through his surroundings. An expert who has awakened a domain is actually bullying a young woman who has yet to even enter the refinement realm. Aren't you ashamed? Chapter 554, Overwhelming Attributes. Although this new voice was not loud, Martial Dragon's sharp gaze immediately locked onto its origin. In the direction Martial Dragon was looking at, a plain-looking man in armor slowly emerged the warring crowd. Despite so many players focusing on killing each other, nobody had bothered to attack this man. It was as if none of these people had noticed him. Everyone was still focused on dealing with their own opponents. Only when this man's black sword pierced through the backs of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's elites did these elites notice the man's existence. By then, however, it was too late. Since the war had begun, nobody had noticed that this ordinary-looking man had killed many War Dragon legionnaires and Dragon Phoenix Pavilion elites. He was practically a god of silent death. One hit Azura. Surprise and excitement filled Martial Dragon's eyes as they landed on Shifeng. Sure enough, your reputation is well-deserved. You really do possess some ability. A technique that could allow one to move unnoticed was no trivial matter. The concept might sound very simple, but when it came to its realization, not many could achieve it. This required a combination of special breathing techniques and footwork. Not to mention, Shifeng even wielded this technique with such ease. Despite having met many experts in the past, Martial Dragon had never encountered one capable of such a technique. One could say that such a technique was extremely convenient in a group battle. Since this technique could allow a player to avoid attention, then it could naturally be used in reverse as well, forcing others to focus on oneself. Martial Dragon had originally intended to finish off Fire Dance with his last attack. However, due to that sudden surge of killing intent from Shifeng, Martial Dragon felt as if someone had suddenly appeared behind him. Martial Dragon had no choice but to halt his attack in order to respond to the new enemy, allowing Fire Dance to escape with her life as a result. Fire Dance, go deal with someone else. Leave him to me. Shifeng sent Fire Dance a private message. Guild leader, be careful. Fire Dance nodded. Although Fire Dance was reluctant, she turned and moved to deal with other enemies. Martial Dragon glanced at Fire Dance's departing figure, not bothering to chase after the assassin. Instead, he focused his attention on the slowly approaching Shifeng. What's going on with Martial Dragon? Fire Dance was within his grasp. Why didn't he finish her off before moving on to deal with Black Flame? Feng Xianyang, who watched the fight from afar, shouted with frustration and confusion. His hatred for Zero Wing ran deep, and he wanted nothing more than to kill Zero Wing's upper managers hundreds of times. If not for Zero Wing, he would not have encountered so many problems. He would have long since become the hidden overlord of Star Moon Kingdom's eastern region rather than ending up in his current dire state. He even had to obey the Seven Ghosts. Young Master Feng, Martial Dragon is not at fault here. It isn't because Martial Dragon didn't wish to finish her off, but because he couldn't, Third Ghost said, laughing bitterly. He then explained, Fire Dance is much faster than Martial Dragon. If she focuses on running away, even Martial Dragon cannot catch her. Not to mention, Black Flame has currently locked onto Martial Dragon. If he attempts to chase after Fire Dance, he will reveal a gap in his defense, giving Black Flame an opportunity to attack. Black Flame's combat power is astounding. He is far above Fire Dance. Moreover, that technique that makes others ignore his presence is also the perfect technique for assassinations. If Martial Dragon focused on Fire Dance, it is very likely that he would feel the bite of Black Flame's sword. How could Martial Dragon possibly dare to focus on Fire Dance? Then, are you saying that there is a possibility that Black Flame will defeat Martial Dragon? Resentment boiled up in Feng Xianyang as he listened to Third Ghost's words. In the beginning, Black Flame had been a nobody, insignificant while he was a member of Underworld. Black Flame had spoiled his good fortune many times, yet the more he fought Black Flame, the more he discovered how helpless he was against the man. At this point, he could do practically nothing against Black Flame. Chuckling, Third Ghost confidently said, Martial Dragon is very powerful. I only said that Black Flame had a chance against Martial Dragon while he was distracted. However, if Martial Dragon focuses on his opponent, Black Flame has almost no chance of emerging victorious. What do you mean? Feng Xianyang asked curiously. This is something I heard from Boss First Ghost, but it seems that Martial Dragon has already awakened his domain. In a direct confrontation, it is simply impossible to defeat Martial Dragon. Even if we, the 7 ghosts, work together, it is unlikely that we could defeat Martial Dragon in a head-on clash. When Third Ghost uttered the word domain, reverence appeared on his face. Within a certain range, the wielder of the domain could achieve absolute control. One could even count the number of raindrops that fell in their domain. Only by training one's 5 senses to their extreme limits could one reach such a realm of control. Domains were practically a myth. Normally, only the geniuses among geniuses had the possibility of grasping such a technique. One could say that domains were the dreams that countless experts sought. While Third Ghost explained the situation, Martial Dragon and Shi Feng gradually approached each other. 30 yards, 20 yards, 15 yards. One after another, the upper managers of the various large guilds witnessing this war shifted their gaze towards these 2 players. One was Starmoon Kingdom's #1 expert, Black Flame, while the other was the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion's top fighter, Martial Dragon. Both were peerless experts that could deter an army by themselves, so how could they possibly miss out on a battle between the 2? Guild leader, who do you think will win? Purple Eye asked. Although she was a top-tier expert herself, she had no idea what the outcome of this battle would be, as she had never witnessed either of the 2 fight with their full power. I suspect Martial Dragon will win. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion is a super first-rate guild. Moreover, you should have seen the strength Martial Dragon displayed a moment ago. That's a domain. Envy and admiration filled Galaxy Past's gaze as he looked at Martial Dragon. Rumor has it that Martial Dragon qualifies to compete with those old monsters, and it would seem that those rumors are true. I wonder when I will be able to set foot on that stage as well. Purple Eye nodded in agreement. In reality, she really hoped that Black Flame would emerge victorious. After all, there had yet to be a single first-rate guild daring enough to provoke the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, yet Black Flame had done just that. One could not help but admire the man. Now he even faced off against a combat genius like Martial Dragon. Unfortunately, Black Flame had yet to reach that stage. Moreover, the difference in the number of experts between Zero Wing and the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was simply too huge. There was no room for Zero Wing to resist. When there was only a distance of 10 yards, Shi Feng suddenly stopped. Why aren't you advancing? Martial Dragon stood proudly, his gaze fixed on Shi Feng. With a disdainful look he asked, or do you intend to run away? Shi Feng remained silent, paying no heed to Martial Dragon's provocation. Since you aren't going to come to me, I'll go to you. Martial Dragon brandished his greatsword and dashed towards Shi Feng like a fierce tiger, his body carrying an overwhelming momentum that pressed down on Shi Feng. Yet Shi Feng remained motionless as he welcomed Martial Dragon's attack. Martial Dragon took no time at all to cross the distance of 10 yards. Arriving before Shi Feng, Martial Dragon swung his blood-red greatsword, the weapon transforming into a streak of red light as it slashed towards its target. Martial Dragon's attack was both simple and crude. At this time, Shi Feng, who had made no effort whatsoever to dodge the oncoming attack, finally moved, the abyssal blade in his hand transforming into a streak of light as it met Martial Dragon's greatsword. Boom! When the 2 swords clashed, a crisp low-pitched sound echoed throughout the Zero Wing residence. The pure exchange of blows between the 2 powerhouses caused even the pavement to crack and shatter beneath their feet. Martial Dragon was abruptly forced to retreat by 5 steps, the numbness in his arms spreading to his scalp. Martial Dragon then shifted his gaze to Shi Feng, and what he saw left him stupefied. Shi Feng stood steady in his original position like an immovable mountain. The difference in their strengths was obvious. Chapter 555 Winner and Loser. Black Flame pushed Martial Dragon back. Silence. Every Dragon Phoenix Pavilion member within Zero Wing's residence was dumbfounded. Meanwhile, the players watching from afar were similarly rendered speechless, their minds repeatedly playing that scene from before. Although neither side had used any profound techniques and had only exchanged a straightforward blow, It was precisely this simplicity that allowed everyone to see the difference between the two very clearly. Shifeng's attributes were absolutely mind-blowing. Shit. Just what kind of equipment is Black Flame wearing? Feng Xuanyang's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets at this scene. Martial Dragon was a level 28 berserker. Moreover, the majority of his equipment was level 25 dark gold equipment. The weapon he wielded was even one of indiscernible quality, but judging from its appearance, it should certainly be above dark gold rank. This equipment composition could definitely be among the very best in God's domain. Even if Black Flame were fully geared in dark gold equipment, he would not be that much stronger than Martial Dragon. Moreover, Black Flame was only a swordsman, a very well-balanced class in terms of attributes. Normally, a swordsman's strength would be inferior to a berserker's, and his agility would be inferior to an assassin's. Yet now Black Flame had actually managed to force back an apex berserker like Martial Dragon with a single hit. Just how outstanding was Black Flame's equipment to pull off such a feat? At this moment, Nine Dragons Emperor, who was leisurely watching the battle from afar, had an expression of immense joy on his face, his eyes fully focused on Shifeng, as if he had just seen a peerless beauty. Although Nine Dragons Emperor was indeed surprised at seeing Martial Dragon forced into a retreat, he was much more delighted at discovering the peerless equipment that made such a feat possible. Uncle Chen, order the ones below to obtain Black Flame's equipment. Nine Dragons Emperor instructed the old man beside him, his eyes shining brightly. Understood. The old man addressed as Uncle Chen immediately made a bow and left his position. A short moment later, the old man arrived with quick steps at the balcony of the private room, then abruptly shouted, "War Dragon Legion, listen up. Plunder every piece of equipment on Black Flame's body and leave nothing behind." Although the old man was quite aged, his voice was extraordinarily loud when he shouted. Practically everyone in the neighborhood had heard him. Is the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion stupid? Didn't they see how Black Flame repulsed Martial Dragon in a single hit? Who could possibly kill him and plunder his equipment? Also, even if they plan on plundering someone's equipment, there shouldn't be a need to announce it publicly like that, right? Some ordinary players spectating from the sidelines ridiculed. When the members of Zero Wing heard the old man's words, they nearly spat out blood in anger. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was completely looking down on them. For a time, Zero Wing's members fought with even greater ferocity. Although the spectating ordinary players made fun of Nine Dragons Emperor's foolishness, none of the upper managers of other first-rate guilds were laughing. They knew full well just how powerful the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was. Despite the currently brief duration of the battle, the death toll was already extremely frightening. The battlefield, which initially had nearly 30,000 players, now had less than 20,000 players remaining. The majority of the survivors also belonged to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Even the War Dragon Legion had over 800 members still alive. Overall, the pavilion's losses were light. In contrast, Zero Wing's side. Things were just terrible on this side. Many elite members had died and only 200 or so Tier 1 players remained. Zero Wing had lost nearly half of its main combat power. If not for the Tier 1 NPCs, Zero Wing's situation would be much uglier. The gap between the two guilds was evident at a single glance. They simply could not be compared to each other. Black Flame repulsing Martial Dragon. What was there to celebrate? These people really think Black Flame has a chance of winning. Third Ghost sneered as he looked at the distant spectating ordinary players. That was the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion Zero Wing was going up against, a super first-rate guild in the virtual gaming world. Moreover, the pavilion had even sent out its War Dragon Legion this time around. Zero Wing had no chance of victory at all. Moreover, Martial Dragon was a peerless expert who had grasped a domain. Although Black Flame had the advantage in attributes, the gap was not so great that it was impassable. Any expert would be able to discern this point very clearly. Hence, Nine Dragons Emperor did not take Black Flame seriously at all and was fully intent on obtaining the swordsman's equipment. Inside Zero Wing's residence, Martial Dragon and Shifeng had already exchanged moves dozens of times. Every time Shifeng attacked, he forced Martial Dragon into a retreat, chipping at Martial Dragon's HP with each exchange. At this moment, Martial Dragon's HP was down to around 90%. However, Shifeng was not particularly happy about this situation, neither was he angry about 9 Dragons Emperor's plan to plunder all his equipment. He only felt helpless. Although Shifeng succeeded in suppressing Martial Dragon with his attributes, the Berserker was, after all, an expert who had grasped a domain. Since Martial Dragon knew that he could not win using brute force, he had gone with a softer approach to neutralize Shifeng's attacks. Negating Shifeng's power was practically impossible for ordinary experts. After all, Shifeng was an expert who had already set foot in the flowing water realm. If one wanted to negate Shifeng's power, they required inhuman levels of precision and confidence. The fact that Martial Dragon could achieve such a feat was all due to his domain. Of course, while Shifeng was helpless against Martial Dragon right now, the same could be said for the Berserker. After all, Shifeng could see through his attack trajectories. Whenever Martial Dragon tried attacking Shifeng, the latter would always take the appropriate defensive measures and force the exchange into a frontal clash between weapons. In a frontal clash, the side with lower strength would naturally receive damage and lose HP. Hence, Martial Dragon could only buy time. However, Martial Dragon was in no rush. Zero Wing was vulnerable. Fire Dance alone could not turn the situation around. This was not an arena. There was no need for players to fight one-on-one. If 3 to 5 legionnaires were insufficient, they could simply increase that number. Even if Fire Dance had powerful attributes, the War Dragon Legion could just treat her as a powerful boss and slowly grind her to death. You are the first person who has lasted this long against me. Unfortunately, this match won't go on for much longer, Martial Dragon said ruefully as he glanced at his surroundings. The number of Zero Wing members still alive was rapidly decreasing. After another 10 minutes or so, this war would come to an end. This outcome was all due to the difference in the number and quality of experts. Even with so many NPCs filling the gap, they were still far from enough. Indeed, this battle will not last much longer. Shifeng's heart ached over this situation as well. The losses Zero Wing had suffered in this war was simply too massive. Yet instead of revealing a dispirited expression, Shifeng smiled, saying, "However, the victor in this war will still be us, Zero Wing. Do you not see the situation your guild is in right now?" Martial Dragon could not help but laugh when he heard Shifeng's words. However, shortly after Martial Dragon had spoken, the Berserker's expression suddenly turned grave. An ambush. Martial Dragon suddenly felt a killing intent that was even more intense than when Shifeng had revealed himself. Martial Dragon promptly tried to put some distance between Shifeng and himself. However, Shifeng did not allow Martial Dragon to do so, sticking closely to the Berserker at all times. In terms of speed, Martial Dragon was simply no match for Shifeng. Just as Martial Dragon faced Shifeng's barrage of attacks, the shadow of a figure suddenly appeared behind Martial Dragon. Scram! Martial Dragon had already been on his guard against this figure. Tightening his grip on his greatsword, he swung the weapon towards his back with all his might, the weapon itself transforming into a streak of red light. Under normal circumstances, this sudden attack definitely would have caught the player, who had appeared behind Martial Dragon, by surprise. Dang! However, this red blade of light was easily blocked. "You are..." Martial Dragon finally managed to get a clear look at the ambusher and was stunned. This man had gray hair and a tall, robust body that was significantly larger than an ordinary person's. Also, this man was not a player but an NPC. Although this NPC was only level 40, lower than those level 50 tier 1 guards, the pressure Martial Dragon felt from him was even stronger than what he'd felt from a High Lord. However, Martial Dragon had no time to ponder the identity of this NPC, because the moment this NPC swung his sword, over a dozen wind blades flew at Martial Dragon from all sides. Only Shifeng knew what this skill was. Tier 2 sword skill Wind Roar. This skill could not be blocked and could only be dodged. But Martial Dragon no longer had time to dodge right now. In the blink of an eye, multiple wind blades devoured Martial Dragon, his 6,000 plus HP instantly bottoming out with not a single point remaining. The ambusher was none other than Shifeng's personal guard, Kite. Only at this moment Kite had already recovered his original strength. No longer was he a tier 1 swordsman but a tier 2 sword master instead. Chapter 556. Might of a Sword Master. He actually died just like that. That's Martial Dragon. How could someone possibly kill him with one hit? When did that frightening NPC appear? For a time, the upper managers of the various guilds spectating the battle were stupefied. Commander. Martial Dragon's abrupt death stopped the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion members' rising momentum cold. As the commander of the War Dragon Legion, Martial Dragon had never died, not even once, ever since he entered God's domain. Not even Hell Mode Team Dungeons could end his life. The elites of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and the members of the War Dragon Legion all admired Martial Dragon greatly, using him as their role model. One could say that Martial Dragon was the symbol of the War Dragon Legion, as well as the Legion's backbone. Now that their backbone suddenly disappeared, even the members of the War Dragon Legion were dumbfounded. They had never once thought that Martial Dragon would die. As if adding insult to injury, he was a casualty in a war of annihilation against a small guild. That damnable Black Flame. He actually has another hidden trump card. A chilling light flashed across Nine Dragons Emperor's eyes as he glared at Shi Feng. However, even if you have the help of a level 40 tier 2 NPC, you will all still perish today. Uncle Chen, head into the battlefield with Blood Dragon. Do not let Black Flame get away at all costs. The same goes for that tier 2 NPC. Martial Dragon was renowned throughout the entire virtual gaming world. He was practically synonymous with the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and was also the proof of the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion's strength. Yet now Martial Dragon had actually been killed in a war with a minor guild like Zero Wing. If news of this matter were to spread, the damage to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's reputation would be severe. At this moment, the only way to redeem the pavilion's reputation was to thoroughly consign Zero Wing to history and have everyone know what the consequences were for angering the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Presently, Zero Wing had only a small number of members left alive. On the other hand, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion suffered only minimal losses among its main experts. Although a tier 2 NPC was mighty, fortunately it was just a level 40 NPC, roughly equivalent to a level 40 lord. With the number of experts in the War Dragon Legion, they could easily defeat a level 40 lord. Understood. The old man addressed as Uncle Chin bowed and departed. From an outsider's point of view, this Uncle Chin was only a butler of Nine Dragons Emperor. However, every upper manager in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion knew that this old man with a head full of white hair was not just Nine Dragons Emperor's butler. He was the third person to command the War Dragon Legion, Dust Dragon. However, this detail was something in the annals of history. Currently, most people had long since forgotten that this elderly man named Uncle Chin was the almighty Dust Dragon of the past. When the War Dragon Legion received the command, they immediately went into a frenzy. They no longer bothered targeting the elites of Zero Wing. Instead, hundreds of them encircled Shi Feng and Kite. Every one of these hundreds of experts was level 27 or above, and they all wore top-tier equipment. Moreover, at this level most players had at least some equipment with the Ignore Levels attribute. In other words, members of the War Dragon Legion would not have to worry about level suppression when fighting Kite, a level 40 NPC. Normally, the War Dragon Legion members could trounce a level 40 Field Lord with just a single 20-man team. Meanwhile, hundreds of them were present right now. Blood Dragon, a branch leader of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, and Dust Dragon, a former commander of the War Dragon Legion, were even leading the Legionnaires personally. Even if the enemy was a level 40 High Lord, they could still defeat it. Haha. Black Flame is doomed for sure this time. Rather than dealing a blow to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's momentum, he has instead angered the pavilion even more. Feng Xianyang could not help but chortle when he saw this scene. Not only is he surrounded by so many top-tier experts, but he also can't use any of his skills. If we 7 ghosts were in such a situation, we would still face annihilation even if all of us worked together, third ghost commented. Everyone had originally been fearful of Martial Dragon already. Now that they saw this scene, they finally realized just how powerful the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's true strength is simply too powerful. It really isn't something we first-rate guilds can hope to contend with. It seems that I'll have to make some changes to our future development plans. Galaxy Past felt helpless as he looked at the tightly packed members of the War Dragon Legion. Top-tier experts were individuals that large guilds would only rarely encounter. Yet the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion actually managed to dispatch 1,000 of them. With such power, who could possibly oppose the pavilion? Galaxy Past had even visualized the Star Alliance being in Zero Wing's place right now. In the end, he concluded that the Star Alliance would not fare any better than Zero Wing. In other words, not to mention the Phoenix Pavilion of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, just the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion alone was enough to annihilate the Star Alliance. The gap between a first-rate guild and a super first-rate guild was simply hopeless. Guild leader, look. Black Flame has begun taking action. Purple Eye, who was standing beside Galaxy Past, recalled him to the battle at hand. Zero Wing's destruction was inevitable. The only thing worth watching now was seeing how many experts of the War Dragon Legion Black Flame would manage to kill. As for escaping, that was practically impossible. As the guild leader, if Black Flame abandoned his own guild residence to escape, he would only turn himself into a laughingstock. His only option now was to fight till the bitter end. Either he survived by forcing his enemies to retreat, or he perished along with his guild residents. There was no third option. Without hesitation, Shi Feng, along with Kite, dashed directly towards the oncoming army of experts. They did not bother taking a roundabout route to conduct guerrilla warfare. Has this Black Flame lost his mind? Galaxy Past watched Shi Feng's movement patterns with utter bewilderment. When the enemy had the advantage in numbers, one would normally apply hit-and-run tactics to avoid letting their enemies completely surround them. Applying such guerrilla tactics would yield tremendous results, especially when one's combat power was significantly superior to the enemy's. However, Shi Feng had actually taken the initiative to charge into the enemy's encirclement. He was simply trying to get himself killed. Since you wish to die, let me grant you that wish. Blood Dragon revealed a sinister sneer. Back when the curse scrolls were used, he had been outside the effective radius of Dark God's descent. Hence, when Blood Dragon was only 30 yards away from Shi Feng, he immediately activated Charge. He then raised his sword, activating Heavy Chop as he swung the weapon at Shi Feng. Meanwhile, Dust Dragon, who was a short distance away, had similarly used Charge. He had timed his skill perfectly so that he would arrive just a moment later than Blood Dragon, preventing Shi Feng from blocking both of their attacks. In God's domain, although a person might seem old, their bodies in the game remained strong. Hence, there was not much of a difference between Dust Dragon's current combat power and his combat power back when he was still in his prime. On the contrary, his combat experience far surpassed the ordinary person's. He was like a living fossil of the virtual gaming world. He had long since reached the realm of perfection in the control and usage of techniques. Looking to die? Shi Feng could not help but smile when he looked at the two people swiftly approaching him. Kite was no ordinary NPC. He was a dark gold ranked personal guard, and he could easily beat up a player of the same level and tier. When Kite was still a tier 1 swordsman, he was already capable of contending against a high lord of the same level. Contending against higher levels might be a different story, but with his strength back to that of a tier 2 swordmaster, he could even go toe-to-toe with a level 40 Great Lord now. What did a level 40 Great Lord hint at? The final boss of a level 20 100-man Hell Mode team dungeon was only a level 20 Great Lord. But there had yet to be a single person daring enough to go challenge such a monster even until now. Out in the fields, a level 40 Great Lord would annihilate a 1,000-man team of level 40 players, not to mention a 100-man team. Meanwhile, the War Dragon Legion consisted of only several hundred players. Moreover, none of them was even close to reaching level 40 yet. They also did not possess any level 40 top-tier equipment. Yet they still dared to come charging over. Their recklessness left Shi Feng speechless. If he truly had to describe them, he would say that they were remarkably courageous. The moment Blood Dragon and Dust Dragon came rushing over, Kite moved in front of Shi Feng. The sword master then swung his sword down at the two aggressors. Instantly, dozens of wind blades struck both Blood Dragon and Dust Dragon from all sides. In the blink of an eye, both berserkers were lying on the ground, already dead. Chapter 557, qualifications to become an overlord. What kind of NPC is this? Nine Dragons Emperor shot up from his seat the instant he saw Blood Dragon and Dust Dragon instant killed. An expression of shock plastered over his face. Nobody had a better understanding than he did of Blood Dragon's and Dust Dragon's strengths. Although the two of them were not a match for Martial Dragon, no one was likely to be a match for them when the two of them were working together. Even a level 40 High Lord would not be able to kill both of them in a single strike. The only possibility was that this NPC was too powerful. So powerful that players simply had no way of resisting him. Kite, kill them all. Leave none alive. Shifeng no longer held back. He immediately commanded Kite to begin his slaughter. In the past, Kite was titled the Windbreaker. In the entire God's domain, very few personal guards possessed a title. The title itself, though, was only a title. It did not provide any bonus attributes or contribute to the improvement of the personal guard's combat power. However, having a title signified that an NPC was not an ordinary class but a hidden class. Some hidden classes were weak while some were strong. Windbreaker definitely ranked within the peak classes. In addition, as a personal guard, Kite himself also possessed frightening growth potential. Hence, Kite had become practically invincible when going up against an enemy of the same level and tier in the past. Back in the days, the lifestyle player that owned Kite had relied on this personal guard to become an existence that nobody in God's domain could ignore. Even super guilds did not wish to offend this lifestyle player casually. What about now? Back then, even a lifestyle player had managed to nurture Kite into a tier 5 sword saint capable of overwhelming any tier 5 player or NPC. Meanwhile, in this life, Shifeng was the one nurturing Kite. Not only could Shifeng provide greater financial support, but Kite's current growth potential was also higher than what he had in the past. Now, dealing with players of a lower level and tier was practically child's play to Kite. After Kite received Shifeng's command, he transformed into a fierce gale that swept across the members of the War Dragon Legion. The Shield Warriors and Guardian Knights of the War Dragon Legion hurriedly dashed to the forefront, attempting to block Kite's assault. Unfortunately for them, Kite was just too fast. With a simple leap, he arrived behind the Shield Warriors and Guardian Knights. He then used a Tier 2 skill, Wind Ferret, sending all players within 30 yards flying up into the air. In the next moment, Kite began brandishing his swords, shooting hundreds of wind blades outwards like a lotus flower that pierced the bodies of the players suspended in midair. Even though these players were Shield Warriors and Guardian Knights, their HPs still fell by the thousands. In the blink of an eye, their 6,000 or 7,000 HPs bottomed out, though a fortunate few managed to survive Kite's barrage of attacks. However, as they were too high up in the air when they landed on the ground, the fall took away their last strand of HP. In just a moment, the War Dragon Legion had lost dozens of members. Seeing this scene where players fell to the ground like dumplings one after another, everyone was utterly stupefied. Nobody had imagined that a Tier 2 NPC could actually be this mighty. Moreover, aside from him being strong, even Kite's combat techniques were more powerful than those of many experts. The Windbreaker is indeed amazing. It is no wonder he was able to deal with so many Tier 5 players as if they were little children in the past. Only Tier 6 God-ranked players were able to suppress him. Shifeng was delighted with Kite's performance. When it came to techniques, there were indeed players that could surpass Kite. Unfortunately, the precondition for this victory was that said player was similar to Martial Dragon, a peerless expert who had achieved 100% control over his own body. However, even in the entire God's domain, such experts were as rare as a phoenix's feather. Moreover, even if a player was superior to Kite in terms of combat techniques, as an NPC, Kite could completely overwhelm any player when it came to attributes. In front of absolute strength, all manner of trickery was useless. In the end, the amount of strength a player could display through their techniques was limited. It was just like how Shifeng, despite his techniques being inferior to Martial Dragon's, was able to suppress the Berserker by relying on his attributes. Only in Kite's case the NPC could trounce Martial Dragon, because Kite's attributes were leaps and bounds above even Shifeng's. Such great strength was already beyond Martial Dragon's ability to withstand. Hence, Kite was able to kill Martial Dragon easily while Shifeng could not. In just a moment, Zero Wing had made a complete comeback from their previously disadvantaged situation. To the War Dragon Legion, which had a member count of only 1,000, having more than 100 of its experts killed was a significant loss. Most importantly, its casualties continued to increase. Despite Nine Dragons Emperor's attempts to pin down Kite by sending more elite players and experts, all his efforts were in vain. With Kite's speed, strength, and techniques, any player that had yet to attain their Tier 2 class would not even have the qualifications to delay him. Otherwise, the many first-rate guilds and super guilds in the past would not have feared him so much. Seeing how Kite was casually slaughtering the members of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, the spectating upper managers of the various large guilds were dumbfounded. With such an NPC guarding their guild residence, no guild is capable of threatening Zero Wing. Galaxy Past muttered as he looked at Kite. He then shifted his gaze towards Shifeng, who was leisurely observing the battle from the sidelines, his eyes filled with both admiration and envy. Although the status of a first-rate guild might seem preeminent, in reality, there was a massive gap between a first-rate guild and a super guild. If the Star Alliance managed to anger a super guild in the future, a repeat of today's scene was highly likely. However, if the Star Alliance had an NPC like Kite guarding its guild residence at that time, it would possess the qualifications to pick a fight with a super guild. Although they still could not afford to provoke a super guild, they would no longer have to live in fear like they currently did. As long as a guild's residence remained and as long as the guild still possessed a large sum of funds and coins, then it would be a cockroach that would not die. In the virtual gaming world, it was not the powerful who were considered strong. Instead, it was those who managed to survive and was not afraid of any enemy that were deemed to be strong. After all, only by surviving would there be hope. It was just like how those super guilds had managed to survive until now. In the past, there were far more powerful existences than these super guilds. Yet in the end, didn't they end up failing as well? Meanwhile, although Zero Wing was still weak right now, it already possessed the qualifications to become an overlord in God's domain. Hence, how could Galaxy Past not admire Shifeng? Purple, once we return, immediately mobilize the entire guild. Our Star Alliance needs an NPC like that as well. Galaxy Past's eyes were filled with desire as he looked at Kite. Emichum. Purple Eye silently nodded in agreement. However, instead of looking at Kite, she was currently focused on Aqua Rose. At this moment, her eyes were filled with mixed feelings. Time slowly passed by. The battlefield grew more intense with each passing moment. Currently, only a small number of players from Zero Wing remained alive. As for the guild's most precious Tier 1 players, less than 100 remained alive. This time, however, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was not having a good time either. Due to Kite's appearance, coupled with Shifeng silently helping out his guildmates, the War Dragon Legion's numbers fell sharply. Currently, less than 400 legionnaires remained alive. Retreat. All of you retreat. Nine Dragons Emperor sent a command to the members of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, no longer able to stomach this battle. Pavilion Master, Zero Wing is about to be destroyed. Are we really going to retreat right now? Rage had long since overwhelmed many of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's upper managers fighting in the battlefield. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's prestige and reputation were also at stake here. How could they possibly be willing to retreat at a time like this? I said retreat. Are you unable to understand that? Nine Dragons Emperor suddenly said in a low tone, his gloomy voice chilling even his surroundings. Nine Dragons Emperor wanted to continue fighting this war as well. He even wished he could personally step onto the battlefield. However, he was a guild leader. He needed to consider the bigger picture. Although their side still seemed to possess the numerical advantage, in reality, they were already at a disadvantage. If this situation continued, instead of Zero Wing being destroyed, they would be the ones facing complete annihilation. In order to cut their losses, they had no choice but to retreat right now. Understood. Retreat. All members retreat. The members of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion could only sigh in dejection. Under the command of the upper managers, they swiftly withdrew from Zero Wing's guild residence. Chapter 558, After the War. 1. We won. Everyone from Zero Wing was incomparably excited, and they all began cheering loudly one after another. Throughout this entire war, nobody had expected them to win. Even the large guilds watching from afar had long since made preparations to take advantage of Zero Wing's misfortune. Originally, other than super guilds, nobody else dared to oppose the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. However, they had dared. Moreover, they had even defeated the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. They had achieved a feat that no guild had ever imagined was possible. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was actually defeated just like that. The various large guilds spectating this battle fell silent. Other than shock, everyone felt amazement. Despite the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's overwhelming power, in the end, all those elite players and frightening top-tier experts suffered defeat at the hands of a single NPC guard. After we return, we must focus on developing our guild's guards. Galaxy Past had an excited expression on his face as he watched the retreating members of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. The true strength of a super guild was something no ordinary guild could ever hope to comprehend. Only first-rate guilds like them would know some secrets about super guilds. Although the opponent Zero Wing had defeated this time was not a super guild, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's strength was already on a par with those super guilds. Since Zero Wing could repel the attack of the pavilion, it could naturally repel the attacks of super guilds as well. Most likely, nobody in the entire God's domain had thought that the first guild capable of going toe-to-toe with the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion would not be a first-rate guild but a recently established guild like Zero Wing instead. However, this was still not the most exciting part. The most exciting part was that Zero Wing had shown everyone present the hope of contending against a super guild. In virtual reality games, the result of a war between guilds usually depended on players. However, God's domain was different. Here, NPC guards could also determine the outcome of a guild war. In other words, the advantage a super guild possessed was no longer an insurmountable hurdle. If a guild's players could not repel an attack, they could just fill the gap using NPCs. At this moment, Galaxy Past wasn't the only one planning to focus on nurturing his guild's NPC guards. The upper managers of the various large guilds had also grasped this point. They all had the notion of developing their NPCs once they returned. As long as their guild residences had an NPC like Kite protecting it, then their guild residences would be impregnable. That way they could disregard those powerful super guilds. They could develop their guilds however they pleased. Although the members of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion were swiftly withdrawing, Shifeng had no intention of letting them off the hook. Instead, he immediately expanded on his victory, killing as many as pavilion members as he could. Every player present was an elite or above. The quality of the equipment they wore on their bodies went without saying. Each additional death was equivalent to obtaining another piece of good equipment. During the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's withdrawal, Shifeng and Kite managed to kill several hundred more players, obtaining a bountiful harvest, particularly of the life force points Shifeng collected. Damn it! 9 Dragons Emperor's heart bled when he saw his guild's elites and the experts of the War Dragon Legion dying one after another. Black Flame, just you wait. Sooner or later I will definitely claim this debt. You won't be as lucky the next time we meet. After the war ended, Zero Wing's members also began collecting their spoils of war. Both guilds had suffered an immense death toll in this war. However, during the intense battle, nobody had the time to pick up loot. Hence, plenty of equipment littered the ground right now. This sight stirred greed and jealousy in many of the spectating guilds. However, not a single guild player dared to steal some equipment for themselves. The same held true even for the assassins who were in stealth. A large number of NPCs still stood guard near these drops, and everyone had already witnessed just how powerful these NPCs were. Naturally, nobody wanted to donate their own equipment to Zero Wing. At the same time, word of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's defeat spread at the speed of light. Practically all the discussions on the official forums mentioned this incident. It can't be right? The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion actually lost? You must be joking. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion really lost. I have first-hand video documentation here, and you can have it for just 50 credits. A majority of the players in God's domain was incredulous of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's defeat. The pavilion, which had remained unshakable all this time, had actually been defeated. It was a rout. Even the pavilion's most powerful war dragon legion had lost over half of its members. The damage the pavilion had suffered this time was simply incalculable. Star Moon City, inside Ouroboros's guild residence. Snow, Zero Wing actually won against the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion just like you guessed it would. Zhao Yueru's unblemished face was full of surprise when she received the latest news regarding the war between Zero Wing and the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. There's nothing surprising about this, Gentle Snow said, a bright smile appearing on her face. Black Flame is no fool. Moreover, he has never done anything he was not confident about. Since he dared to pick a fight with the pavilion, he naturally had basis for his confidence. Only, I never imagined that the source of his confidence would be so powerful. We're in luck this time. Since we're allies with Zero Wing, those elders whom Chao Qinghua is planning to pull to his side will have to carefully reconsider their actions. Zhao Yueru laughed. Moments after Zhao Yueru said these words, the doors to the meeting room opened, and a few gorgeously dressed middle-aged men and women entered. Seeing the arrival of these few people, Gentle Snow could not help but smile bitterly as she shook her head. Fate truly knows how to toy with people. These men and women were none other than Ouroboros's few highly skilled and influential elders. Normally, these elders paid little heed to the matters of the guild, focusing only on grinding, leveling up and raiding dungeons. Even Chao Qinghua dared not offend these elders casually. Previously, Gentle Snow had tried inviting these elders for a discussion on some matters. However, they had simply ignored her overtures. Now, without even requiring her invitation, these people had taken the initiative to come looking for her. This situation left Gentle Snow speechless. Back then she had only decided to become Zero Wing's ally to repay her debt to Black Flame. Now, however, it would seem that she was growing even more beholden to him instead. Guild Leader Snow, we truly apologize for before. The few of us have been busy raiding dungeons all this time, so we failed to meet up with you. Now, however, we are already clear on the guild's situation. The few of us here have unanimously decided to support you fully. If Chao Qinghua dares to try to split up Ouroboros, he will have to go through us first before he can do so, the leading shield warrior declared, chuckling. Now that Zero Wing had defeated the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, a super first-rate guild, its fame and status in God's domain were naturally far different from before. Prior to Zero Wing's appearance, the upper managers of various large guilds were secretly doing their best to forge connections with super guilds to increase their authority inside their own guilds. Many large guilds had even taken the initiative to curry favor with super guilds to obtain the protection of these super guilds. That way, if other guilds wanted to make a move on them, these guilds would have to think twice before taking action against them. After all, nobody wished to incur the anger of a super guild. Meanwhile, now that Zero Wing had defeated the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, the consequences were obvious. In the future, Zero Wing might very well become another super first-rate guild. When a man became powerful, those near him could ride on his coattails to success as well. Since Gentle Snow was an ally of Zero Wing, that meant that Gentle Snow had the support of what amounted to a super first-rate guild. As long as one was not a fool, they would know which side they should choose. White River City, Zero Wing's residence. Guild Leader, I've already tallied up the results of the war. Here are the statistics, Aqua Rose said, a smile on her face as she handed over a list of data to Shifeng. How could there be so many? We've really made a fortune this time. The corners of Shifeng's lips twitched slightly when he looked at the list. Chapter 559, Growing Stronger. The number of equipment on the statistical list exceeded 20,000. Most of the equipment originally belonged to the Zero Wing members who had participated in the war, so those had to be returned. In addition, they had to take into account the reward for killing enemy players as well as death subsidies. However, even after deducting all the necessary expenses, they still had over 5,000 pieces of equipment remaining. Initially, Shifeng thought Zero Wing would only gain a slight profit from this war. After all, Zero Wing's army of over 10,000 elites had practically suffered complete annihilation. only a few hundred elites remained alive at the end of the war. As for the Tier 1 core members, only several dozens survived. The compensation for the losses of over 10,000 elite members and hundreds of core members was astronomical. Having a surplus of more than 5,000 pieces of equipment surpassed Shifeng's expectations entirely. We are fortunate that the pavilion members' equipment is of excellent quality, unlike the previous battles we fought before when there were barely enough spoils of war to go around, even though our losses were not significant back then. At this moment, Aqua Rose was overjoyed. The guilds they had fought in the past were much poorer compared to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. The enemy guilds back then consisted mostly of ordinary players, with only a small number of elite players. The equipment they could drop was naturally of low quality. Bronze and mysterious iron equipment was considered top-tier goods for those guilds. Now, however, the enemies they had killed were the elites and experts of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Naturally, the items they dropped were on an entirely different level in terms of quality. The majority of the equipment worn by the pavilion's elite members was level 20 secret silver equipment, with the weakest being level 20 mysterious iron equipment, and the strongest being level 20 fine gold equipment. As for the members of the War Dragon Legion, all the equipment they wore was level 25, with the majority being level 25 fine gold equipment, and the weakest being level 25 secret silver equipment. A few legionnaires even had level 25 dark gold equipment. Naturally, the items they dropped were astounding. Currently, level 20 bronze equipment was being sold for around 20 silver. Even mysterious iron equipment sold for around 40 silver only. However, the prices for secret silver equipment was a different story altogether. With the difference of just one rank, the price increased from around 40 silver straight up to around 90 silver. If it were secret silver equipment meant for MTs, the price would go further, up to 1 gold 20 silver. This disparity was mainly due to the sheer difficulty in obtaining secret silver equipment. In level 20 6-man party dungeons, even at Hell mode, there was only a fixed chance for secret silver equipment to drop. Only 10-man Hell mode team dungeons would drop secret silver equipment with 100% certainty, with a small chance of dropping fine gold equipment. Most players in God's Domain were just beginning to raid level 20 10-man team dungeons, and the number of teams that could raid Hell mode was very low. With the tight supply of level 20 secret silver equipment, it was only natural for prices to be a lot higher. As for level 20 fine gold equipment, its prices were even more inflated. Each piece of such equipment sold for at least 4 gold. Normally, only 20-man Hell mode team dungeons would drop fine gold equipment with 100% certainty. Meanwhile, there was only a fixed chance for one to drop in hard mode. Hence, fine gold equipment was much rarer and its price much higher. If level 20 equipment was already like this, there was no need to mention level 25 equipment. For equipment, although an increase in 1 rank was equivalent to an increase in 5 levels, level 25 secret silver equipment was much more expensive than level 20 fine gold equipment. At present, each piece sold for 5 gold or more. Moreover, the supply of level 25 secret silver equipment on the market was extremely limited. People usually circulated such equipment within their own inner circles, and players would have to rely on their connections to purchase one. As for level 25 fine gold equipment, they were considered the best equipment currently available in God's Domain. Setting aside the fact that nobody would sell such equipment in the first place, if there were some available for sale, the price would be at least 15 gold. Currently, among the 5,000 plus pieces of equipment in Shifeng's hands, there were over 2,000 pieces of level 20 mysterious iron equipment and over 2,000 pieces of level 20 secret silver equipment. As for the remainder, over 600 pieces were level 20 fine gold equipment, over 400 were level 25 secret silver equipment, over 150 were level 25 fine gold equipment, and a total of 12 pieces were level 25 dark gold equipment. If converted to coins, all this equipment would be worth more than 10,000 gold. After fighting a single war, Zero Wing had made a pure profit of over 10,000 gold. Any guild would be celebrating after such a harvest. Not to mention, even if a guild had 10,000 gold, it would not be able to obtain so many pieces of equipment. If a guild wished to develop quickly, other than having experts leading its members, It was also essential to have equipment in the guild's warehouse. The amount of equipment a guild possessed determined the number of members it could sustain. Now that Shi Feng had received such a huge influx of equipment, he could definitely advance Zero Wing further, absorbing even more members into the guild. Guild leader, should I place the equipment into the guild's warehouse? Okuros asked. Organize them and place the ones with good attributes into the guild's warehouse. Hand over the remainder to Melancholic for sale, Shi Feng instructed after giving her question some thought. A majority of the current players had already reached level 20 or above. Those who hadn't reached level 20 were either new to God's domain, or just ordinary lifestyle players. Meanwhile, all the elite members in Zero Wing were level 25 or above, whereas ordinary members were either level 23 or level 24. Hence, their demand for level 20 equipment was not particularly high. Level 20 equipment was currently considered mainstream equipment in God's domain. Its popularity just happened to be at its peak. After more time passed, level 20 equipment would grow obsolete and lose its value. Hence, now was the best time to sell their excess equipment and maximize their profit. Currently, the candlelight trading firm continued to expand every day. However, the variety of goods the firm sold was still insufficient. There was a limit to the number of players the firm could attract just by relying on the intermediate mana armor kits and light stones. Only when the firm could sell good equipment in large quantities would it truly be able to hold its ground in Starmoon Kingdom. In Shi Feng's previous life, many trading firms would sell the bronze, mysterious iron, secret silver, fine gold and even dark gold equipment produced by its forgers. Only by following that example could the candlelight trading firm maintain its shop's competitiveness. Soon after, Shi Feng logged out of the game to rest. Time passed slowly. On the day after the great battle, the atmosphere surrounding White River City was no longer oppressive like before, and many players on the streets had begun talking about yesterday's war. Damn. I can't believe that, while I was at work during the day, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was actually defeated. I know, right? Zero Wing is OP now. If even a super first-rate guild is helpless against it, it would be even more impossible for other guilds. It is a huge pity that you did not get to watch that battle. That Dragon Phoenix Pavilion really deserves its title as a super first-rate guild. The number of experts they sent over yesterday could easily overwhelm any first-rate guild. However, Zero Wing still came out on top. Nobody could have imagined that they actually had such a powerful NPC guard. That one NPC killed hundreds of top-tier experts all by himself. My eyes nearly fell out when I saw that scene back then. Now that Zero Wing has defeated the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, it will definitely become even more powerful in the future. I heard that Zero Wing has begun mass recruitment again. I failed their test the last time. I wonder if I can pass it this time? Previously, I thought about trying to join a super guild. Now, however, it seems that there won't be a need to do so. I'll go with you to apply for the test. The independent players filling the streets and alleyways of White River City talked fervently about Zero Wing, a fire of anticipation burning in their eyes. These players felt proud just thinking about residing in the same city as Zero Wing, a guild capable of contending against the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Compared to those flamboyant first-rate guilds, Zero Wing was far more powerful. In reality, such a reaction wasn't limited to just the players of White River City. The independent players of many other cities, other kingdoms even, began migrating to White River City one after another, every one of them hoping to join Zero Wing. In just half a day's time, Zero Wing completely recovered to its original strength. The number of elite players Zero Wing had right now was even higher than before the war with the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Chapter 560 Times have changed. Normally, the guilds involved in a guild war would have to undergo a protracted recovery before they could regain their peak. However, after Zero Wing's miraculous victory over the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, its prestige throughout the entire Starmoon Kingdom soared. At this moment, not even the few first-rate guilds based in Starmoon Kingdom were a match for it. As a result, a large number of independent players swarmed to White River City in order to join Zero Wing. In no time at all, Zero Wing went from being an ordinary guild with 50,000 members to a large guild with over 80,000 members. Moreover, this was after Zero Wing increased the difficulty of its recruitment test. Most importantly, this number was still rising rapidly with no signs of slowing down at all. Zero Wing's development speed rendered the various large guilds in Starmoon Kingdom speechless. Currently, Zero Wing could already be described using the term overcrowded. All of this was a result of Zero Wing's future becoming limitless. Previously, although Zero Wing had attracted quite a lot of attention due to its various feats, at the end of the day, it was merely another small guild that was a dime a dozen in God's domain. It was an existence that would disappear in an instant should it accidentally anger a large guild. Hence, when independent players were choosing a guild to join, the first ones they would consider were definitely those large guilds instead of Zero Wing. Now, however, the situation had changed. Firstly, Zero Wing was already an existence that did not need to fear any other guild. Secondly, the treatment and benefits Zero Wing provided surpassed even those of first-rate guilds. Thirdly, there were all sorts of top-tier equipment available in the guild's warehouse. Just looking at the wide array of equipment would make one drool. Not to mention, the guild residents also had a large number of private rooms available for rent. Whether it was in terms of leveling speed or equipment upgrading speed, Zero Wing was much faster than every other guild. With so many advantages, everyone would naturally hope to join Zero Wing. Aren't you guys being too arrogant? You defeated the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's raid only once. Among the large number of independent teams out there, the combat power of our Flying Eagles team is definitely ranked above average. We will be highly valued even if we join a first-rate guild. Yet now that we are trying to join Zero Wing, only 2 of the 10 of us managed to pass your test. Aren't you looking down on us a little too much? A level 24 Guardian Knight demanded angrily. That's right. We hurried over to this place from far away and have spent a lot of money on teleportation fees, all because we want to join Zero Wing. Can't you lower the difficulty of the test by just a little bit? A level 23 Ranger complained. At the recruitment hall inside Zero Wing's residence, many players were voicing their discontent over Zero Wing's recruitment test. This situation was giving Aqua Rose a huge headache as well. She could not understand why Shifeng suddenly decided to raise the requirements despite these already being very high before, even higher than those of first-rate guilds. Yet now Shifeng raised that bar even further. He was practically trying to drive players away from the guild. Guild leader, there are countless guilds in God's domain, and all of them are frantically trying to recruit members. Now that we have defeated the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, we have the perfect opportunity to develop quickly. If we don't take this chance to recruit a large number of players while we are still popular, it won't be as easy to do so in the future. Can't you lower the conditions a little? Aquarose asked. Most of the players who had come from other cities were relatively skilled players back in their own cities. However, in order to better develop themselves, they had come all the way to White River City specifically to join Zero Wing. One could say that these players were the cream of the crop of other cities, and rejecting them right now would be such a pity. I won't change this condition no matter what. Besides, I didn't invite them over. They came of their own free will. In any case, the condition is there. Once they pass it, they can naturally join the guild. If they fail, there is nothing we can do about it. Zero Wing's resources are limited. Our guild isn't a garbage collection station. Moreover, Zero Wing is taking the path of the elite. There is no meaning in recruiting in bulk. Shifeng showed no signs of regret at all. Slowly he explained, you have seen it for yourself. During the war with the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, the War Dragon Legion nearly annihilated all our elites. If we did not have a large number of NPC guards to assist us, the War Dragon Legion might have wiped us out. Hence, what we need to do now is not to increase the number of members we have but to improve the quality of our members. Aqua Rose fell silent upon hearing Shifeng's words. The gap between the two sides in that war was simply too vast. Not to mention the War Dragon Legion, even the standard of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's elite members was significantly higher than Zero Wing's. Had the gap been smaller, Zero Wing would not have suffered such massive losses. Indeed, my mind must have been clouded before. I'll carry out your orders immediately then. After Shifeng's lecture, Aqua Rose finally realized that she'd had her head in the clouds out of joy from their victory. Zero Wing had always been taking the path of the elite. It was precisely because of this that the guild's members managed to improve their strength so quickly. Despite having only 50,000 members, there were over 13,000 elite members in the guild. This was a very frightening ratio. Moreover, Zero Wing's success in developing from a small guild with only several thousand members to a guild with more elite members than even a second-rate guild was all because every guild member received a significant share of the guild's resources. Following which, Shifeng handed over all Zero Wing-related matters to Aqua Rose while he went to his forging room in the candlelight trading firm. The demand for intermediate mana armor kits was just too high. The kits he had made several days ago were nearly sold out now, so he had to replenish the inventory immediately. During this period of time, Shifeng had been constantly busy developing the candlelight trading firm, so he did not have time to do anything else. Notably, the time limit for his epic quest, Darkness Descends, was nearly up. Fortunately, the candlelight trading firm was already well developed, and its fame had already spread throughout the entire kingdom. It would not take long to accumulate 30,000 gold. While a sea of players was applying to join Zero Wing, the situation on the candlelight trading firm's side was also getting out of hand. Currently, White River City was flourishing. It was no longer inferior to Star Moon City. Moreover, during this period of time, the candlelight trading firm had begun selling equipment in large quantities, enjoying great popularity from the public. As for the overwhelming trading firm, it had already been left in the dust by now. Inside the lively candlelight trading firm, the various large guilds that had originally been planning to take advantage of Zero Wing's misfortune had all gathered here once again. This time, however, no one displayed the arrogance they had before, and they were all following the rules of the trading firm to the letter. Guild leader, do you really think Black Flame will be willing to meet us this time? Purple Eye asked as she looked at Galaxy Past. Since he has opened a trading firm, he will naturally want to do business. However, I am also not sure of Black Flame's personality. Previously, he challenged the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion without hesitation. This time he might really ignore us outright, Galaxy Past laughed bitterly. If I had known things would end up like this, I would have followed in Gentle Snow's footsteps before. I heard that Gentle Snow managed to purchase quite a number of intermediate mana armor kits, and they have long since made preparations to raid 50-man large-scale team dungeons. Not only had the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion suffered a crushing defeat, but Nine Dragons Emperor was also forced to bring the War Dragon Legion back to the pavilion's main headquarters to recuperate. If even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion ended up in such a state, ordinary first-rate guilds like them stood no chance against Zero Wing at all. Now the only thing they could do was wait. Shortly after Shifeng began forging intermediate mana armor kits, Melancholic Smile entered his forging room. Guild leader, many upper managers from first-rate guilds have come to the candlelight trading firm. This time they wish to meet and have a proper discussion with you. When you will have the time to do so? Melancholic Smile asked softly. They're finally here? Shifeng stopped what he was doing. Revealing a faint smile, he said, "Let's head over there and take a look then." Chapter 561, Business. Overwhelming Smiles Guild Residence. Overwhelming Smiles upper echelons currently filled the magnificent meeting room. Every one of them wore depressed expressions. Sitting at the head of the table, Feng Xianyang appeared utterly defeated. Zero Wing's victory over the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had dealt a psychological blow to every member of Overwhelming Smile. Originally, nobody had believed that Zero Wing could survive the Great War against the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Now, however, Zero Wing was like the sun at high noon, and many Overwhelming Smile members in White River City had already considered withdrawing from the guild. Ever since Overwhelming Smile began warring with Zero Wing, massive battles would ensue whenever the guilds met outside the city. Previously they had maintained a balance against Zero Wing, fighting on equal footing. Now Zero Wing suppressed them completely. Their morale wasn't the only thing that fell with each consecutive fight. Their levels were decreasing rapidly as well. On the other hand, Zero Wing grew more valiant and stronger with every passing fight. Right now, Overwhelming Smiles members no longer dared don their guild's emblem when they left the city, deeply afraid that Zero Wing's members would recognize them. As a result of this depressing situation, many players had begun withdrawing from Overwhelming Smile. Why do I have such bad luck? Back in the day I had been adamant about joining Overwhelming Smile. If I had known something like this would happen, I would have remained in Zero Wing. At the very least, I would have been a party leader there by now. I know, right? Even being a normal member would be fine, not to mention being a party leader. Many of Overwhelming Smile's members resting in the guild residence chatted among themselves. At this moment, the players that had defected from Zero Wing regretted their decision. It was especially true when they saw the Zero Wing members who had been less skilled when they left that could now defeat them easily. After only half a day, more than 3,000 Overwhelming Smile members in White River City had withdrawn from the guild due to Zero Wing's recruitment. One could just imagine how huge of a blow this was to Overwhelming Smile. However, the most damaging aspect was that more players considered defecting as time passed. Even some of Overwhelming Smile's middle managers began to express such inclinations. Do any of you have any ideas of what we can do about this? Feng Xianyang asked as he swept his gaze around the meeting room. However, none of the upper managers in the room answered Feng Xianyang's question. They remained silent. It was not because they did not wish to answer Feng Xianyang. Rather, they simply did not know what to say. Before this, their guild had recruited players in bulk and had even poached plenty of elite players from Zero Wing. Even now, their guild's member count greatly surpassed Zero Wing. However, when it came to an actual fight, they realized that having the advantage of numbers was of little to no use. Currently, whether it was in terms of levels or equipment, Overwhelming Smile was no match for Zero Wing at all. Even its momentum was significantly slower than Zero Wing's. What could they do in such a situation? Moreover, the war between their guild and Zero Wing was like a bottomless pit. No matter how much money they tossed into that hole each day, they could not fill it. If they continued this fight, they would eventually have to disband the guild altogether. A bunch of rubbish. Why do I even need you here? Feng Xianyang bellowed as he abruptly slammed his hand onto the table. Everyone in the room involuntarily lowered their heads, not daring to utter a single word. This won't do. I can't let things end just like this. Since the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion has suffered defeat, it will definitely try to restore its reputation. Think of a way to make contact with the pavilion. Feng Xianyang said, a bloody glow flashing in his eyes. Angrily, he declared, if Underworld and the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion join hands, I refuse to believe that we can't annihilate Zero Wing. Meanwhile, in the Candlelight Trading Firm's first-floor reception hall, the upper managers of various large guilds had waited unattended for a long time now. This time, however, none of them dared to complain. Suddenly, the doors to the reception hall opened. Everyone inside the room turned their gazes towards the entrance, discovering Shifeng and Melancholic Smile entering the hall leisurely. Immediately, the upper managers of the various large guilds went up to Shifeng and greeted him with friendly expressions on their faces. Their current attitude was completely different from what it had been in the past. I already know what your goal is by coming here. I can indeed sell you some intermediate mana armor kits. However, I have a condition. If you aren't interested in my proposal, then you may just leave, Shifeng said straightforwardly, showing no signs of appreciation everyone's compliments. Haha. Guild leader Black Flame, please don't hold back. No one will complain even if you have 10 conditions, much less one. Galaxy Pass said, laughing. Right. Guild leader Black Flame, tell us what your condition is. As long as it is within our capabilities, we will do it. The branch leader of Emperor's Light followed up. The importance of intermediate mana armor kits to dungeon raids was extraordinary. Currently, although the various large guilds present no longer had many problems raiding 20-man team dungeons, 50-man team dungeons were still forbidden lands for them. Meanwhile, it was precisely because Gentle Snow had managed to obtain a large number of intermediate mana armor kits beforehand that she had gained the confidence to begin raiding a 50-man team dungeon. Ignoring all else, just the level 25 fine gold equipment and set equipment one could obtain already made a 50-man team dungeons quite attractive to guilds. Not to mention there were also various rare materials, forging designs and other items. In God's domain, if a guild wished to surpass others, what did they need? Wasn't it equipment? If one likened a 20-man dungeon to a treasure chest, then a 50-man team dungeon was a mountain of treasure. Meanwhile, the intermediate mana armor kit was the key to reaching this treasure mountain. Naturally, the various large guilds present wished to obtain this key. Even if they had to pay a price, they could easily earn it all back from the dungeons. Hence, the various large guilds were very eager to obtain the kits. My condition is very simple. You will purchase each intermediate mana armor kit for 7 gold and 100 magic crystals. This is a reasonable price, right? Shifeng laughed. Players could easily obtain magic crystals from any dungeon. Only the amount one could obtain varied with each dungeon. A party dungeon would drop very few pieces, while team dungeons would drop a little more. Currently, each magic crystal sold for around 2 or 3 silver. The reason for such a low price was mainly due to the fact that magic crystals had few uses. They were normally only used in alchemy processes. However, as guilds usually kept the magic crystals they obtained in their warehouses, it was not easy to purchase them on the market. Hence, Shifeng intended to trade for them. With a rough calculation, each intermediate mana armor kit would come to a total cost of 10 gold. This price was twice as high as the candlelight trading firm sold them for. Okay. No problem. Haha. Guild leader Black Flame, I have no issues with this condition. I wonder how many kits Guild leader Black Flame is willing to sell? The various guild representatives immediately revealed joyous smiles. None of them had expected for Shifeng to put forward such a cheap request. Currently, although the candlelight trading firm sold the intermediate mana armor kit for 5 gold per kit, on the black market however they cost more than 10 gold each. Even then the demand for the kits still outstripped the supply. Now they could buy the kits directly for 10 gold each. Immediately, the upper managers of the various large guilds began voicing their requested volume. I want 120 kits. I want 300 kits. I want 150. Every one of these upper managers could not help but wish they could empty the candlelight trading firm's stock of intermediate mana armor kits. Among them, the Star Alliance was the richest, with Galaxy Past purchasing 500 kits in one go. However, Shifeng did not possess that many kits on hand at all. Hence, he had everyone sign a contract with him requiring the pay up front. With the system bearing witness to the contract, no one worried about any potential issues. Over 100 guilds willingly handed over the money they owed. As for the magic crystals, they had already sent their subordinates to ship the crystals over. In just a short moment, Shifeng had earned over 30,000 gold. Of course, this profit did not come without a price. Shifeng was required to deliver the intermediate mana armor kits he owed within 5 days. Chapter 562, Divine Colosseum. After the upper managers of the various large guilds left the reception hall in high spirits, Melancholic Smile could no longer hold back as she asked, Guild leader, will it really be alright to sell so many intermediate mana armor kits to these guilds? It would have been fine if it were the basic strengthened armor kits. After all, the forging design for this item could be obtained through various means, so other forgers could produce them as well. However, the intermediate mana armor kit was different. Shifeng was the only person who could forge them, so the item's production was extremely limited. Moreover, they had only initially sold the intermediate mana armor kits with the intention of attracting business to the candlelight trading firm. Now that the candlelight trading firm's business has begun to take shape, there was no need to use the intermediate mana armor kits to attract more customers. By selling so many intermediate mana armor kits to other guilds, it would only serve to strengthen these guilds. This would just cause Zero Wing more trouble. Since we are a trading firm, why shouldn't we do business when the opportunity presents itself? Shifeng laughed. Not to mention I've already made a huge profit. I should at least allow others to pick up some scraps, right? Huge profit. Melancholic Smile was confused. If we sell the same amount of kits through the black market secretly, we will make more than what we just did. However, my goal isn't just to earn coins but also magic crystals. Shifeng explained, currently there are few uses for magic crystals. Moreover, they can only be obtained from dungeons. However, the various large guilds normally keep the magic crystals they obtained for themselves. So, if we had to point out who possesses the most magic crystals, it would have to be these large guilds. But the Candlelight Trading Firm also has plenty of magic crystals. We even have an entire warehouse full of them right now. We have more than what we can use. Melancholic Smile grew even more confused. Have you forgotten the simulation device in the special forging rooms? Shifeng laughed. Immediately, Melancholic Smile's eyes glowed as she came to a realization. If one wished to use the simulation device, they needed to expend magic crystals. Meanwhile, the amount of magic crystals required varied depending on the materials simulated. The more precious a material was, the more mana crystals were required. A simulation device could allow a lifestyle player to familiarize themselves with the production flow of an item swiftly, significantly increasing their success rate and production speed when it came to the real deal. Compared to experimenting and wasting actual materials, it was much cheaper to spend magic crystals. Currently, the Candlelight Trading Firm was developing in multiple cities. However, it severely lacked manpower, particularly advanced forging apprentices and basic forgers who were capable of producing advanced products. Despite the firm's efforts in recruiting lifestyle players from cities outside its sphere of influence, the number of players they had recruited was utterly insufficient. Currently, player demand for advanced products was growing exponentially. However, only basic forgers had a slightly higher success rate of producing items such as level 20 bronze and mysterious iron equipment. Advanced forging apprentices could not produce such items at all. As a result, the other trading firms throughout the entire God's domain were also desperately recruiting and poaching basic forgers. Unfortunately, becoming a true forger was easier said than done. If one wanted to nurture a group of basic forgers, the money required to do so could bankrupt an ordinary small guild. If the Candlelight Trading Firm wished to quickly nurture a batch of advanced forging apprentices and basic forgers, utilizing the simulation device in the special forging rooms would be the cheapest way to do so. Only, the amount of magic crystals required to sustain the simulation device for so many people would be astounding. Considering the situation again, Melancholic Smile found that the amount of magic crystals the firm had stored away was indeed insufficient. Alright, in a moment, go and receive the magic crystals that those guilds have sent. I've also removed the restriction on the previously reserved special forging room. You can allow players with strong potential to train there. Saying so, Shifeng removed the restriction on the special forging room. Right, you should also purchase some magic crystals from time to time. However, make sure not to attract too much attention when doing so lest people start hiking up the prices. Guild leader, rest assured I will send people to purchase them from other cities discreetly. I won't let others find out about this. Melancholic Smile nodded, smiling brightly. This was not the first time she had to do such a thing. Melancholic Smile then departed from the reception hall. I can only lie to her like this for now. Shifeng released a sigh of relief as he watched Melancholic Smile's departing figure. In reality, he had an even greater purpose for collecting magic crystals in bulk. The Divine Colosseum. That was where magic crystals were truly valuable. In the past, everyone had treated magic crystals as garbage as, at the time, only certain items required magic crystals to produce. Moreover, these items required very few to produce. Hence, players would normally celebrate if they managed to sell the magic crystals they had obtained. However, nobody could have imagined that, the moment the Divine Colosseum opened, the prices of magic crystals would instantly soar by over 6 times. The Divine Colosseum allowed players to examine their strength, and it allowed players to undergo training provided by the system to improve their weaknesses. Moreover, one could also obtain rewards from battles in the Divine Colosseum. The Divine Colosseum also had many other functions. Due to the emergence of the Divine Colosseum, the players of God's domain had obtained a systematic promotion ladder that allowed them to become experts quickly. Hence, the Divine Colosseum had been very popular among players. Players were required to pay a fee in order to use the Divine Colosseum. However, one could not use coins to make payments at the Colosseum but magic crystals instead. Hence, prices of magic crystals skyrocketed upon the emergence of the Divine Colosseum. Even after a decade, magic crystals were still a powerful currency. They were worth as much as gold in reality. Otherwise, Shifeng would not have foolishly used intermediate mana armor kits to trade for magic crystals. If possible, Shifeng wished to turn all the coins in his possession into magic crystals. By the time the Divine Colosseum activated, the 30,000 gold in his hands would immediately become more than 100,000, or even 200,000 gold. However, in order to avoid attracting suspicion, he could only purchase them slowly and secretly. Over the following 2 days, Shifeng did not rest or log out of the game at all as he ceaselessly forged the intermediate mana armor kits. By the time he had cleared his debt, he had risen from level 30 to level 32. He had actually managed to level up twice in 2 days. Moreover, this was after he had reached level 30. If it were anyone else, they would not be able to rise by 2 levels even after grinding for a whole week. Meanwhile, Shifeng's forging proficiency had also risen to intermediate forger. During this period, both Zero Wing and the Candlelight trading firm developed rapidly. It was especially true for Zero Wing. The guild's member count had finally broken past the 100,000 threshold, and it could finally be considered a large guild in the truest sense. On the Candlelight trading firm's side, thanks to the simulation device, the firm had successfully nurtured several additional basic forgers during these past 2 days. As for the other guilds, they had also begun their competition over 50-man team dungeons. However, the thing that surprised everyone was that Overwhelming Smile had taken the lead, becoming the first guild to defeat the first boss in a 50-man hard mode team dungeon. As for Zero Wing, Aqua Rose's team had only been the second to defeat the first boss after relying on their superior equipment. The perceived failure had disheartened Aqua Rose. Shifeng was not surprised at all. Overwhelming Smile had the aid of Warwolf as well as several other true experts. In terms of the number of top-tier experts, Overwhelming Smile was far above Zero Wing. Moreover, 50-man team dungeons relied more on a player's combat techniques than equipment. It was only natural for Aqua Rose's team to lose. It should be about time to turn in the quest. Shifeng looked at the coins that filled his pockets. He could not help but look forward to the quest reward given by the Starstreak trading firm. As one part of an epic quest, it had been extremely difficult. If he had not possessed the advanced book of magic, it would have been impossible for him to complete this phase of the quest. Chapter 563, Epic Treasure Chest. Just as Shifeng finished tidying up the intermediate mana armor kits he had forged and was about to head towards the Starstreak trading firm to complete his quest, Melancholic Smile suddenly rushed into the room, obviously agitated. Why the hurry? Did something big happen? Shifeng could not help but ask. People from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion are here. Melancholic Smile hurriedly said. They say they must meet with you. Moreover, they wish to hand you an item personally. They say that this item will be a huge help to you, and if you do not take a look at it, you will regret it in the future. Regret it, huh? Shifeng laughed. This Dragon Phoenix Pavilion truly is interesting. I've just defeated them and already they're sending gifts? Let's go see what they're up to then. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was a super first-rate guild. Although it had suffered massive losses in its war against Zero Wing with the pavilion's background, it should have already recovered most of its losses. As for the possibility of the pavilion starting another war with Zero Wing, that was highly unlikely. Hence, the fact that someone from the pavilion had come looking for him confused Shifeng. He had no idea of what the pavilion was up to. After entering the reception room, Shifeng noticed that the pavilion had only sent one person to meet with him this time. However, the moment Shifeng saw this person, he was immediately shocked. Why is she here? Shifeng looked at the girl who approached him slowly, the scene of many legendary wars that occurred in his previous life surfacing in his mind. This woman was none other than the protagonist of those legendary wars, Phoenix Rain. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was split into 2 pavilions. One was the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion while the other was the Phoenix Pavilion. Of the two, Nine Dragons Emperor controlled the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion, while Phoenix Rain managed the Phoenix Pavilion. Although Nine Dragons Emperor looked quite young, he had merely managed to retain his youth due to the technology of this era and exercise. In reality, Nine Dragons Emperor's real age had long since passed 35. Even so, the fact that Nine Dragons Emperor had been able to become the pavilion master of a super first-rate guild at the age of 35 showed that he was a promising talent. However, Phoenix Rain was even more amazing. Despite still being in her early 20s, she had already become the pavilion master of the Phoenix Pavilion. In the past, her deeds in the virtual gaming world had been legendary. As a result, the time when Phoenix Rain had reigned over the Phoenix Pavilion had been hailed as the pavilion's golden age. During that time, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had rapidly grown stronger. At present, Phoenix Rain was the reason that everyone considered the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion as a guild that was closest to becoming a super guild. Even the extraordinarily mysterious Great Pavilion Master of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was willing to allow Phoenix Rain to succeed him, becoming the Great Pavilion Master. Currently, Phoenix Rain wore a bright red mage's robe, the robe showcasing her exquisite figure. Every one of her actions carried an air of bewitchment, causing others to submit voluntarily. Hello, Guild Leader Black Flame. This young woman is known as Phoenix Rain, the Phoenix Pavilion Master of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Phoenix Rain beamed a flourishing smile at Shifeng. This smile alone had captivated Melancholic Smile, who stood beside Shifeng. As for Shifeng himself, however, other than his initial surprise at seeing Phoenix Rain, he did not react even in the slightest to the woman's mesmerizing smile. Seeing Shifeng's reaction, Phoenix Rain's smile became more pleasant as she said, "Guild Leader Black Flame, let's have a seat and chat properly, shall we?" Shifeng nodded, his mind very calm. He did not treat Phoenix Rain as if she were some unreachable existence. Shifeng's dull reaction was not because he had mental issues. Instead, his mind was far from ordinary. It was merely a smile. It was still not enough to make him blush or cause his heartbeat to quicken. "Phoenix Pavilion Master, you previously mentioned a gift for me and that I will regret it if I don't take a look. May I know just what kind of item Phoenix Pavilion Master offers me?" Shifeng smiled calmly. "Guild Leader Black Flame really is impatient. We've only just met, yet you're already so straightforward. I don't even know from where I should begin," Phoenix Rain complained as she sent Shifeng a resentful gaze. Sighing, she said, "However, since you've already asked, it would not be right to refuse." Phoenix Rain then took out a treasure chest that flashed with a purple glow, carefully placing it on the table. "Behold." The moment Phoenix Rain said so, Melancholic Smile, who sat beside Shifeng, was stupefied. "This is an epic treasure chest." Melancholic Smile dared not believe her own eyes. There were plenty of treasure chests in God's domain. However, the majority of them were common treasure chests. One would be lucky if they encountered a bronze treasure chest, whereas obtaining a mysterious iron treasure chest would make them rich. If one encountered a secret silver chest, they would become the envy of many. As for fine gold and dark gold treasure chests, Melancholic Smile had yet to see what they even looked like. Meanwhile, an epic treasure chest was a legend. The purple glow surrounding the treasure chest before her was indeed the glow effect unique to an epic ranked item. Hence, Melancholic Smile recognized it immediately. "Correct. This is indeed an epic treasure chest," Phoenix Rain said, her lips curled up into an enchanting smile. Unhurriedly, she said, "Our Dragon Phoenix Pavilion encountered this item accidentally. In order to obtain this chest, we sacrificed tens of thousands of lives. I wonder if Guild Leader Black Flame is satisfied with this gift?" Phoenix Pavilion Master sure loves to joke. "I'm certain there is nobody in the entire God's domain who would not be tempted by an epic treasure chest. Naturally, I am no exception." Shifeng had also used omniscient eyes to appraise the treasure chest. There were no signs of forgery. This treasure chest before him was a bona fide epic treasure chest. Shifeng had only encountered dark gold treasure chests several times by chance. As for an epic treasure chest, this was also Shifeng's first time encountering one in this life and his past. In the past, Shifeng had never even heard of any news of epic treasure chests. That's right. He had not received even the slightest bit of information regarding epic treasure chests. Shifeng had even doubted that epic treasure chests existed in God's domain. Now that Phoenix Rain had brought an epic treasure chest as a gift for him, he wondered if he were dreaming. Dark gold treasure chests had a fixed chance of containing an epic item. What about an epic treasure chest, then? Shifeng did not even dare to think about it. At the very least, an epic item would drop. There might even be an extremely tiny chance that it might contain a complete legendary item. Legendary item. They were very limited in God's domain. In the past, every player who owned a legendary item was in existence ranked at the game's apex. Just owning the fragmented legendary ranked Heavenly Dragon's Breath had allowed Shifeng to have an unmatched advantage in terms of attributes. Even a monstrous existence like Martial Dragon was forced into a stalemate against him. Moreover, he had been unable to use any of his skills during that fight. If his skills weren't sealed, he could definitely beat the living daylights out of Martial Dragon if he activated Dragon's power. On the other hand, had Martial Dragon possessed a legendary item, Zero Wing would have definitely perished in the war before. I'm glad that it has attracted your attention. Initially, I was worried that Guild Leader Black Flame will not be satisfied with this. Phoenix Rain revealed an expression of relief. She looked nothing like a legend. Phoenix Pavilion Master, just tell me what you want. I don't believe that anyone would gift me an epic treasure chest for no good reason, Shifeng asked after calming down. Haha. Guild Leader Black Flame is indeed smart. There are no free lunches in this world. What I need Guild Leader Black Flame's help with is simple. I would not ask you to do something that will displease you. Moreover, this matter offers no harm, only benefits, Phoenix Rain laughed. However, I will require you to sign a contract before I can tell you. Otherwise, we will have to forget about this altogether. Only, it would be a pity for this epic treasure chest. Shifeng fell silent. He could not understand just what Phoenix Rain was trying to do. Chapter 564, Demon Queen. Phoenix Rain did not grow anxious at the lack of response from Shifeng. She simply sipped her black tea as she waited quietly for Shifeng's answer. It was as if she were not afraid of Shifeng rejecting her offer whatsoever. An epic treasure chest was incredibly precious. One could say that it was far rarer than an epic item. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had been lucky to stumble upon it by chance. To secure it, they had even paid a colossal price. As for what one could obtain from an epic treasure chest, even if an epic item with bad attributes dropped, its value would still be significant. There was no need to mention how much the chest would benefit a guild if it contained something even better than an epic item. Just using it as a gimmick would allow a guild's reputation to soar, not to mention letting an expert equip it and enter a dungeon. As there was a limited number of players allowed to enter a dungeon at a single time, the quality of players entering a dungeon would significantly impact the rating progression. If a guild allowed one of its experts to equip an epic item, the total damage of any team said expert joined would instantly rise to a whole new level. Naturally, the team's raid progression would be much faster than other guilds, having a significantly higher chance of obtaining the first clear of a dungeon. The team could also challenge dungeons that other guilds found impossible to raid. The amount of money one could save from the losses the team suffered while raiding the dungeon would be massive. No guild with any ambition would let this golden opportunity slip through their fingers, much less the extraordinarily ambitious Zero Wing. Can Phoenix Pavilion Master tell me the method to open this epic treasure chest? Shifeng asked after pondering for some time. Although it was his first time seeing an epic treasure chest, he had not forgotten the treasure chest's traits due to his excitement. In God's domain, the higher ranked a treasure chest was, the more difficult it would be to open. Although Shifeng had no idea how stringent the conditions were to open an epic treasure chest, he knew that even a dark gold treasure chest required a key. It was impossible that an epic treasure chest would have no requirements. The moment Shifeng asked this question, Phoenix Rain could not help but carefully re-evaluate her opinion of Shifeng. I did not expect Guild Leader Black Flame to remain so calm despite seeing an epic treasure chest. It would seem that 9 Dragons Emperor did not lose without reason, Phoenix Rain praised. Any ordinary person's first reaction when seeing a treasure chest would be to claim it for themselves. Even the guild leader of a first-rate guild, someone who had undergone the tempering of many storms, would grow excited should they encounter an epic treasure chest. It was simply impossible to stay calm. After all, the potential benefits one could gain from an epic treasure chest were almost limitless, so much so that it could be the turning point of a guild. Hence, how could anyone possibly stay calm when an epic treasure chest was within their reach? Yet Shifeng had not forgotten the fact that there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Indeed, just as guild leader Black Flame has surmised, there is a condition to open this epic treasure chest. However, this condition should not be difficult for a guild like Zero Wing to meet. Even if it isn't possible now, it will be in the future. It is only a matter of time. Phoenix Rain came clean without trying to hide anything. May I know what the condition is for opening this treasure chest? Shifeng smiled bitterly. How could he not tell that Phoenix Rain was trying to hide something? This was an epic treasure chest. Just a dark gold treasure chest already required a dark gold ranked key to open it. However, a dark gold key was even rarer than the dark gold treasure chest itself. If an epic treasure chest required an epic key to open, Shifeng could do without it. Phoenix Rain frowned slightly. She did not think Shifeng would be so adamant for an answer. Although an epic treasure chest was indeed tempting, she had held the chest for a long time now. Unfortunately, she had no way to open it and could only stare blankly at the glowing chest. Otherwise, who would possibly use such a priceless item as a bargaining chip? However, she never expected that Shifeng would not take her bait. Forget it. I believe that if I don't tell you, you will most likely refuse to negotiate, Phoenix Rain sighed. Truth be told, the condition for opening this treasure chest is relatively simple. One only needs to gather 88 mana stones. I have investigated the mana stones somewhat. They only drop from 100-man dungeons with a certain probability. Of course, it will not be possible to gather 88 pieces within a short time. However, with Zero Wing's strength, collecting them will only be a matter of time, right? Mana stones. Shifeng hurriedly suppressed the excitement in his heart, not daring to reveal it. I have also heard of this item before. However, I heard that they are extremely rare. Obtaining just one would require a tremendous amount of effort, let alone 88. At the very least, it would take several months to collect that many. Previously, in order to remove the seal on the Destroyer of Immortality, he had discovered a method to obtain mana stones that did not require raiding 100-man hard mode team dungeons. Although 88 mana stones was not a small amount and he would be required to spend a lot of money, it was still much easier than trying to obtain them from 100-man dungeons, betting on that meager 2% drop rate. Guild leader Black Flame. Although you will only be able to open the treasure chest after 1 or 2 months, an epic item will still be extremely rare after that much time has passed. Not to mention, epic items aren't the only thing you can obtain from an epic treasure chest. If guild leader Black Flame obtains a legendary item, at that time, you will have truly made a fortune, Phoenix Rain hurriedly explained when she saw Shifeng's disappointed expression. You are correct. However, Shifeng muttered, revealing a troubled expression. However, when he saw Phoenix Rain trying her best to push the treasure chest onto him, he was inwardly exhilarated. Indeed, just as Phoenix Rain had said in the past, even after 3 months since God's Domain launched, dark gold items were still as rare as a phoenix's feather, not to mention epic items. Back then, only super guilds and a few extremely lucky guilds possessed epic items. As for fragmented legendary and legendary items, there had been no news whatsoever about these items. If Shifeng could obtain an epic item in 3 months' time, he would make a huge fortune. After all, one could continue to use an epic item to a very high level. There was no need to worry about it becoming obsolete during the initial stages of the game. Guild leader Black Flame, you should know that my request of you will not be difficult to complete. Moreover, it is something that will benefit you as well. I even offer you this epic treasure chest as a gift. Yet you still try to make excuses to put me off. Are you really that afraid that I will eat you up? Phoenix Rain smiled brightly, revealing a charming expression. Watching Phoenix Rain act in such a way, Even Shi Feng felt his willpower faltering. She really is deserving her title as the Demon Queen, Shi Feng inwardly sighed. If anyone else stood in his place right now, Phoenix Rain might have conquered them already. Although Phoenix Rain appeared charming and gentle on the surface, her beauty and melodic voice capable of even toppling cities and countries, Shi Feng knew just how terrifying the woman was. If anyone dared write her off as a pin-up, they must suffer some sort of brain damage. Even the insufferably arrogant Nine Dragons Emperor feared Phoenix Rain. After pretending to hesitate repeatedly, Shi Feng finally slapped his thigh and said, "All right then. I agree to your proposal. However, if the conditions you state are in any way unfavorable to Zero Wing or the Candlelight Trading Firm, I can only apologize to you in advance." I knew Guild Leader Black Flame would be a pleasant person to work with, Phoenix Rain hurriedly said. However, I don't want others to know about this matter. Only you and I are allowed to know. May we move to a more private location? Okay, follow me then. Saying so, Shi Feng led Phoenix Rain to a VIP reception room. The room offered luxury and comfort. Moreover, it was also not possible for others to listen in on their conversation. Chapter 565, The Offer. The VIP reception room on the second floor was like an entirely different world. The rich fragrance of flowers and the chirping of birds filled the room. One could also see green mountains and blue creeks in the distance. The space inside this room looked just like the garden in paradise. As expected of a 2-star shop. It actually offers such an impressive location. Phoenix Rain expressed her admiration as she surveyed her surroundings. If Phoenix Pavilion Master likes it, you can easily obtain one for yourself. Although a 1-star shop has less space and available environments to choose from, this garden environment is also available in a 1-star shop. Shi Feng laughed. God's domain was not considered a different world without reason. While nearly everything that could be found in the real world existed in God's domain, things that did not exist in the real world could also be found here. In God's domain, the available activities were not limited to just killing monsters and leveling up. They could also enjoy a leisurely life here. However, the extremely realistic sensations that God's domain offered was not its most attractive aspect. Instead, it was the time dilation. This was the greatest scientific creation of mankind in this century, and only God's domain had managed to implement this function. No other virtual reality game had achieved this feat. This was also the main reason for God's domain's popularity. The flow of time in God's domain was twice as slow as that in the real world. In other words, God's domain's players could theoretically live twice as long as ordinary people in the real world. Moreover, activities such as learning, relaxation, and resting could all be done in God's domain. People could have more time to do what they wished inside the game world. In the real world, there were only 24 hours in a single day. An ordinary student like Shi Feng would normally commit 5 or 6 hours of their day to study. Sleep also occupied roughly 9 hours. After deducting the time spent eating and other necessary activities to sustain one's life, a student like Shi Feng would only have around 5 or 6 hours of free time. Meanwhile, each day in God's domain had 48 hours. In other words, a student in God's domain could possibly have up to 30 hours of free time, 5 times that of ordinary people. Who wouldn't want to live such a life? Not to mention, the main God system was constantly expanding the world of God's domain, allowing this virtual world to become more realistic, interesting, and mysterious. Who wouldn't be tempted by something like this? Guild Leader Black Flame must be joking. Although I really wish to obtain a house like this for myself, unfortunately ordinary shops are no good. Such an environment is only available in luxury shops. Meanwhile, constructing a luxury shop requires 1,000 gold. I already wish I could spend 1,000 gold as if it were 2,000, so where would I possibly find so much money laying around to construct a luxury shop? Phoenix Rain shook her head, a hint of disappointment flashing in her eyes as she surveyed the room's elegance. Even large guilds had their own troubles to face. A small guild had few members, so it was relatively easy to manage. Thus, the guild required less money to sustain it. On the other hand, it was extremely complex to manage a large guild that had a large number of members. A super first-rate guild like the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was even more frightening. There were many aspects that required money. It was especially true during the initial stages of the game. It was like investing into a bottomless pit. Fortunately, guild residences allowed the pavilion to earn some money through guild quests. In addition, the trading firms and the raiding teams that had already taken shape had also begun to profit the pavilion, allowing them to invest less as a result. However, in terms of extravagance, no one throughout all of God's domain could compete with the candlelight trading firm. Phoenix Pavilion Master, nobody will be able to listen in on our conversation here. You should be able to state your condition now, right? Although Phoenix Rain had presented herself weak all this time, Shifeng refused to believe that the woman was as simple as she made herself out to be. For just one simple condition, she had personally run all the way from the Black Dragon Empire to White River City and had even gifted him an epic treasure chest. Before I reveal it, I hope that you will first sign this confidentiality contract, Phoenix Rain said. She then revealed a contract that she had prepared, placing it on the table. Quite seriously, she said, it is not that I do not believe Guild Leader Black Flame, but this matter is simply too important to take risks. If a third party discovered this situation, it would not benefit either of us. Shifeng picked up the contract and gave it a careful read. Indeed, it was a very common confidentiality contract. Under the surveillance of the main god system, it was impossible to reveal any secrets covered by a confidentiality contract in the game. Of course, the main god system could not control any leaks in the real world. Aren't you afraid that I will reveal it outside of God's domain? Shifeng asked. I believe that Guild Leader Black Flame is an intelligent person, so please don't ask such a foolish question, Phoenix Rain said, her hand covering her mouth as she chuckled softly. It was just a joke. Shifeng then signed the contract. The moment Shifeng finished his signature, the notification sound of the system immediately rang by his ears. System. Contract established. If either party violates the contract, the violator will be banished from God's domain. Although the system's female voice sounded crisp and pleasing, its words would give anyone goosebumps. Banished from God's domain. Moreover, there was only one condition. Any player who wished to live in God's domain would not dare violate this condition. After hearing the system notification, Phoenix Rain smiled at Shifeng as she said, in reality, my condition is very simple. I just wish to obtain a portion of the candlelight trading firm's shares, but in my own name, not the Phoenix Pavilions, and even more so not the Dragon Phoenix Pavilions. Of course, I will provide even more benefits. The simplest would be land for shops. You should know that reputation is required to purchase a good plot of land in every city. Although one can obtain it through subsales, the strategic plots of land in every city are not something an ordinary guild can obtain easily. Currently, Zero Wing might have secured the best plots of land available in Starmoon Kingdom's two largest cities. What about the important cities in other countries? If the candlelight trading firm is to grow, it will require a larger market. I am sure that you will not be satisfied with just ruling over these two cities, right? I can provide this convenience. I can allow the candlelight trading firm to obtain the valuable plots of land available in the main cities of many kingdoms and empires. In addition, I also have plenty of connections that can enable you to obtain raw materials cheaply, as well as provide you with the forging designs and recipes obtainable from dungeons. You won't have to worry about collecting and purchasing these things yourself. Of course, this matter will be carried out discreetly. I will not reveal my involvement. More importantly, I am not your enemy. Nine Dragons Emperor might have a grudge against you, but I do not stand with him. To be more precise, I stand with you. May I know what Guild Leader Black Flame thinks of my proposal? At this moment, Shifeng was silent. Phoenix Rain's proposal was indeed generous. A super first-rate guild's background was extraordinary. Compared to him, Phoenix Rain would have a much easier time obtaining the golden lands of the major cities in the various kingdoms and empires. Moreover, it was also impossible for him to get players of other kingdoms to resell their lands. Nobody would be so foolish as to give away their benefits to someone else, particularly to the candlelight trading firm, a trading firm with massive advantages. Moreover, just as Phoenix Rain had said, she was not his enemy. On the surface, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion might seem like a single guild, but in reality the pavilion was two guilds joined as one. If not for that mysterious Great Pavilion Master maintaining the balance, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion might immediately break into two separate guilds. How many shares do you want? Shifeng asked. Since it is I who have come in search of guild leader Black Flame for cooperation, I will leave that decision up to you. Phoenix Rain giggled. I believe that after seeing my sincerity, based on guild leader Black Flame's personality and reputation, you will not take advantage of this young lady, right? Chapter 566, Epic Treasure Chest Secured. Shifeng fell silent upon hearing Phoenix Rain's words. Negotiations were normal when one sought cooperation, and people would normally strive to obtain the greatest benefits for themselves. This might seem like a smart move, but contrary to popular belief, it placed one at a disadvantage. As neither side knew the other party's bottom line, the one to make the first offer would reveal their bottom line to their opponent. Moreover, after Phoenix Rain had said as much, how could he possibly take advantage of her? Even after a long moment, Shifeng did not answer. However, Phoenix Rain was not anxious in the slightest. On the contrary, she leisurely admired the scenery. 20%. What do you think? Shifeng finally said after pondering for some time. 20%? Phoenix Rain was stunned, looking at Shifeng as if saying, "Are you kidding me?" The connections the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion possessed were exactly what the trading firm needed most, as having a wide range of connections meant that more people would purchase the trading firm's products. Not to mention, the Candlelight trading firm would also get its hands on a large supply of raw materials, recipes, and forging designs. These were items that a trading firm lacked the most. Currently, although the Candlelight trading firm's range of influence had grown quite wide, it only had control over two truly useful cities. One was White River City, while the other was Star Moon City. If the Candlelight trading firm worked with her, it could spread its influence to dozens of major cities. The profit it could rake in at that time would surpass its current income dozens of times. Meanwhile, the only things the Candlelight trading firm could offer in this cooperation was coins and products such as the intermediate mana armor kits, light stones, and basic strengthened armor kits. Aside from that, there was nothing special about the Candlelight trading firm. Yet Shifeng had only offered her 20% of the firm's shares. Normally, anyone else would willingly offer 50% or even 60% of the firm's shares. That's right, 20%. This is the most that I can offer. If you cannot accept this amount, we can let it go at that, Shifeng said earnestly. Phoenix Rain did not know that before this, Shifeng's offer to Gentle Snow was only 15% of Zero Wings shares. Moreover, this included the annexation of Ouroboros. Although Phoenix Rain could provide far more connections than Ouroboros, currently such things were unnecessary to Shifeng. Cooperating with Phoenix Rain would provide him with a massive advantage during the early stages of the game. However, at its core, a trading firm relied not on connections but on the products it sold. To become iron, the metal itself must be strong. Take the overwhelming trading firm for example. Even though it possessed more connections than the Candlelight trading firm, so what? If not for the Flame Dragon potion, the overwhelming trading firm would have long since lost its competitive edge. As long as a trading firm possessed a product unique to itself, there was no need to fear a lack of customers. For example, if the Candlelight trading firm sold an epic item, even players from other kingdoms and empires would willingly foot the exorbitant teleportation fee to visit the trading firm. Most importantly, the Candlelight trading firm possessed an advantage that no other trading firm possessed, and that was the special workshops available only in 2-star shops or above. With these workshops, the Candlelight trading firm could nurture a large number of forgers and other lifestyle players. Not only was this method efficient, but it was also cost-efficient. Although it was a good thing to have many connections, it would be meaningless if the trading firm could not keep up with production. It was like looking at a treasure chest that one could not obtain. Both the intermediate mana armor kits and the fire dragon potions had very low production volumes. The number of people that could actually purchase them was very low. The main reason behind the candlelight trading firm's triumph over the overwhelming trading firm was mainly the common product known as light stones. Phoenix Rain's offer was only icing on the cake. The fact that Shifeng was willing to offer her 20% of the candlelight trading firm's shares was entirely because of the future development potential between them, not because of the immediate profits. Guild leader Black Flame really is confident in the candlelight trading firm. So I am relieved. Phoenix Rain smiled as she said, "All right then. Since I was the one who told guild leader Black Flame to make the offer, I won't go back on my word. If it's only 20%, so be it. When the time comes, I will send someone discreet to contact you. In addition, I will also send you reports on the cities of other kingdoms and empires. If guild leader Black Flame wishes to develop further in whichever city or require certain items, you can notify that person. That person will handle everything for you." Following which, the two signed a contract to seal the deal. Phoenix Rain's decisiveness had surprised Shifeng slightly. "Phoenix Pavilion Master, don't you feel that you are suffering a loss here?" Shifeng asked, laughing. Any normal person would undoubtedly refuse such a seemingly harsh offer. They would choose to develop their own trading firm instead. At the very least, they would be in control of said trading firm. However, even after his firm statement, Phoenix Rain had accepted the offer without hesitation. "A loss." Phoenix Rain shook her head. With an innocent gaze, she said, "I don't feel that way at all because I can tell that you, guild leader Black Flame, feel yourself suffering an even greater loss. To put it bluntly, even though I have clearly offered you such benefits, you still don't seem to care all that much and have offered me such a low price. The only reason I can think of for such a reaction is that the candlelight trading firm is still hiding some secret that I do not know of, and that its true value is much higher than what I have offered you today. In that case, shouldn't I be even more accepting of your offer?" Phoenix Rain's words left Shifeng completely speechless. She was truly deserving her title as the Demon Queen. With her existence, it was no wonder why even super guilds had acknowledged the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's status. After Phoenix Rain quietly left, Shifeng looked at the epic treasure chest left behind by Phoenix Rain, a grin appearing on his face. He was fully capable of opening the epic treasure chest. Throughout this transaction, no matter how one looked at it, he was the one who had come out on top. If Phoenix Rain discovered this, she would certainly be disappointed. "I wonder what kind of item I can get from an epic treasure chest?" Shifeng muttered, anticipation growing in his heart. In his memories, he had never even heard of an epic treasure chest. As for what he could obtain from one, he could only guess. Regardless of what item it was, it would be epic ranked at the very least. However, how could a single epic item satisfy him? In order to reap the greatest benefit from this epic treasure chest, Shifeng decided not to open it immediately but to wait. The involvement of luck when opening a treasure chest was too significant to ignore. Currently, Icarus's heart was only dark gold rank. It had yet to reach its evolution limit. Moreover, he was only a short distance from upgrading the necklace to epic rank. With a little more time, he was confident that he could collect the remaining life force points required and upgrade the Icarus's heart once more. After all, dark gold rank was only the standards of mortals. Meanwhile, epic rank belonged to the extraordinary. There was a qualitative difference between the two. When the Icarus's heart reached epic rank, it would provide far more luck. His wisest option was to open the epic treasure chest at that time. The first thing he needed to do was collect plenty of magic crystals. The magic crystals required to produce 88 mana stones was no small number. Not to mention, there was also the divine Colosseum, which would reveal itself in the future. That place was a bottomless pit meant for devouring magic crystals. Following which, Shifeng stored away the epic treasure chest and left the VIP reception room. He then headed towards the Starstreak trading firm. Originally, the Starstreak trading firm had been the most flourishing trading firm in White River City. However, with the rise of the Candlelight trading firm, the Starstreak trading firm's popularity had begun to roll downhill. Currently, the only reason that players still visited this place was to purchase some common products that only NPCs sold. Even so, the Starstreak trading firm still offered Shifeng a lot of benefits. An NPC had established the Starstreak trading firm. Including White River City, it had shops in a total of 8 cities. Moreover, unlike player-owned shops, there was no city tax on the goods available in its shops. Hence, Shifeng still sold some advanced goods at the Starstreak trading firm, though that was only limited to the shops located in cities without the Candlelight trading firm. Your Excellency Yifeng, you've arrived. Anna, who was currently busy with work, hurriedly greeted Shifeng when she saw him enter the president's office. Yes, please notify President Henry and tell him that I have completed the task he entrusted me with. Shifeng nodded in reply. He then said, however, I want to change my remuneration. Chapter 567, Give or Take. As soon as Anna heard these words, she left the president's office to invite President Henry over. After watching Anna leave, Shifeng examined the documents on the table. These documents were the business listings of the Starstreak trading firm's purchases, shipments and other such dealings. However, all of these dealings had been organized by Anna herself. Anna was an NPC who possessed 91 intelligence. Such NPCs were extremely rare in God's domain. If she became a guard, her potential would be nearly limitless. Hence, Shifeng wished to negotiate with Henry. The quests that NPCs commissioned were not without room for change. It only depended on whether or not the player involved possessed the strength to make such changes. Previously, the reward they had agreed upon was a Tier 4 magic scroll that would allow him to reach the Dark Den easily and obtain the Bible of Darkness. However, Shifeng felt that something was amiss. No matter how one looked at it, the task of managing the Starstreak trading firm was one part of an epic quest. The reward for completing it should not be limited to just the tool required to proceed to the next phase. If it were so, what's the difference between obtaining a reward and not obtaining one? Thus, Shifeng felt that he could fight for more as there might be some mysteries hidden within. It was especially true for the assistant Anna. After the battle with the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, the various large guilds in God's domain had begun thinking of ways to obtain powerful NPC guards. However, how could powerful guards possibly be that easy to find? Take Anna for example. She was an extremely powerful guard. However, who would possibly believe that a weak and delicate young lady like her could become a guard with vast potential? If Shifeng had not accidentally looked at Anna's attributes, he too would not have realized that she was so capable. If he allowed Anna to become an adventurer with her intelligence, she could reach astonishing heights. Although she would not be as powerful as Kite, she might still become a fine gold-ranked guard. Dark gold-ranked guards were legends in God's domain. Based on Shifeng's understanding, only a few people had managed to recruit dark gold-ranked guards in the past. The guards owned by the majority of the players in the game were bronze or mysterious iron rank. Even finding a secret silver-ranked guard was considered lucky, not to mention fine gold rank. Although a fine gold-ranked guard was not invincible against enemies of the same tier and level, it was still significantly stronger than monsters of the same tier. Fighting players of the same tier and level would be even easier. Furthermore, Anna was a magical class. The majority of the NPCs in God's domain were physical classes. Magical classes were very rare. Magical classes were different from physical classes. They could not be used against bosses and could only attack from the rear line. To a guild, however, a magical class's value far surpassed a physical class. Magical class NPCs knew plenty of AoE spells and possessed strategic-level large-scale destruction spells. In a guild war or against field bosses, these NPCs were frightening existences. Hence, the various large guilds would usually prioritize magical class NPCs as their personal guards. Because of this, on the market, the value of a bronze-ranked magical guard could rival even that of a mysterious iron-ranked physical guard. If Anna were a fine gold-ranked magical guard, she would be no less valuable than Kite. No matter what, I must obtain Anna. Shifeng grew excited just thinking about it. As a Viscount, he only had 2 slots for personal guards. If he could fill those slots with a dark gold-ranked physical guard and a fine gold-ranked magical guard, a combination like that would have scared people to death in his past life. With the presence of these 2 personal guards, defeating a field boss of the same tier would be an effortless task. After Shifeng had waited in the magnificent and grand president's office for some time, the dignified and elegant President Henry entered the room. However, behind President Henry was a level 180 Tier 3 berserker. Shifeng could not help but frown slightly. Whether it was among players or NPCs, a Tier 3 class was considered a big shot. In White River City, such an NPC would be at the same level as an Overlord. Although the Starstreak trading firm was one of White River City's top trading firms, it definitely could not afford to hire a level 180 Berserker King as a guard. Your Excellency Yifeng, you have truly surprised me. I did not expect that you would actually complete this quest so quickly. Henry chuckled. Here, allow me to introduce you. This man beside me is the Berserker King Schneider. He is an expert our trading firm has invited from Starmoon City to annihilate the Black Scorpion Core. Greetings, Your Majesty Schneider. I am Yifeng, an adventurer. Shifeng introduced himself. In response, however, Schneider only glanced at Shifeng without saying a word. He showed no signs of being interested in Shifeng's acquaintance. However, Shifeng was not bothered by Schneider's reaction. In truth, NPCs in God's domain were largely similar to real humans. A Tier 3 Berserker King NPC like Schneider was considered a powerful force in a city like White River City. On the other hand, Shifeng was only a Tier 1 player. In Schneider's eyes, he was no different than an ant. Humans would not speak to ants. Schneider's attitude towards Shifeng was normal. In the past, while Shifeng had been working on a quest, even though he was a Tier 3 Sword King, a Tier 4 NPC had robbed him. One could say that Shifeng had long since grown accustomed to such behavior. Of course, if Shifeng were currently a Tier 3 player, Schneider would not be treating him so coldly. In the past virtual reality games, NPCs had always felt distant, detached. It felt as if NPCs and players lived in two different worlds. However, the NPCs of God's domain were different. They were extremely lifelike. If a player treated these NPCs as stupid and useless objects, then these NPCs would grant said player the full experience of passing through hell. May I know what Your Excellency wishes to discuss with me? Henry asked, not paying any heed to Shifeng and Schneider's exchange. I want to make a deal with you, Shifeng stated. Laughing, he continued, while I have been responsible for managing the Starstreak trading firm, Anna has helped me significantly. It was only because of her that I have lived up to your expectations and reached the goal of earning 30,000 gold. Hence, I now wish to recruit Miss Anna as my personal assistant. Naturally, I am willing to pay the appropriate price. Aside from the 30,000 gold you have requested, I am willing to offer an additional 3,000 gold. May I know what you think of this offer? Anna, who stood beside Shifeng, was stunned, her delicate mouth parting as she stared at Shifeng in disbelief. The advanced NPCs working at the trading firm only made a monthly salary of several gold. Yet Shifeng had offered 3,000 gold to poach her. Anna wasn't the only person who was shocked. Even Schneider, who had paid Shifeng no mind, was awestruck. As a Tier 3 Berserker King, he had only been offered 1,000 gold to deal with the Black Scorpion Core. That was enough to allow him to purchase an epic item to increase his strength. Naturally, if he could recover the Starstreak trading firm's stolen merchandise, he could earn a bonus. Even then, however, he would not earn as much as 3,000 gold. At this moment, Schneider no longer looked at Shifeng as if he were an ant. His gaze towards the layer had softened. Henry squinted his eyes as he evaluated Shifeng carefully. After a short moment, he sighed, smiling as he said, Your Excellency Yifeng, it is not that I do not wish to let Anna go, but our Starstreak trading firm simply cannot do without Anna. Just like how Your Excellency has taken a liking to Anna's talent, it is only because of her that the Starstreak trading firm has its position today. Please forgive me for refusing your offer. 5,000 gold. Shifeng made a new offer without hesitation. To NPCs, this was an astronomical price. Such an amount of money was sufficient for the Starstreak trading firm to hire several hundred advanced NPCs. This won't do. As you can see, Anna is responsible for so much daily profit. For the sake of the trading firm, I am afraid I cannot accept your offer, Henry said, his expression revealing his struggle. Merchants were all about profits. This held true in both the real world and the virtual world. 6,000 gold. I won't go any higher. If you still refuse my offer, I can only choose to hire Mr. Schneider beside you and have him take Anna's contract for me by force, Shifeng said as he looked at Schneider, grinning. Chapter 568, Epic Rank Tool. The moment Shifeng said these words, Schneider's eyes suddenly glowed. It was obvious that the Berserker King was tempted. The Starstreak trading firm had only offered him 1,000 gold as remuneration for getting rid of the Black Scorpion Corps. However, the captain of the Black Scorpion Corps was a Tier 3 expert. It would not be easy for him to secure a victory. Not to mention the captain of the Black Scorpion Corps also had plenty of underlings. On the other hand, taking a single contract from the president of the Starstreak trading firm would be child's play, and the remuneration he would obtain was 6 times what the Starstreak trading firm had offered him. Sure enough, there is room for negotiation in this quest. Seeing Schneider's tempted gaze, Shifeng knew that he was in for a show. As one part of an epic quest, how could the final reward possibly be limited to a ticket leading to the next phase of the quest? Moreover, a Tier 3 NPC would be considered a big shot in whichever city they visited. Such a character would not appear in a small place like the Starstreak trading firm for no good reason. At this moment, Henry could no longer remain calm. Hurriedly he said, "Your Excellency Yifeng must be joking. Since you are so sincere, I believe that Anna will have a better future if she follows your Excellency." After Henry agreed, he immediately took out Anna's contract. Shifeng also handed over 36,000 gold without hesitation. This was all of the capital currently in his possession. If not for the candlelight trading firm and guild residents earning him quite a lot of money these past few days, he would not have had so many coins. After this transaction he was a pauper once more. However, Shifeng did not mind. Coins were meant to be spent. Otherwise, by the time players reached higher levels, the value of gold would depreciate. Moreover, this exchange had been a bargain. After all, he had only spent 6,000 gold to obtain a possible fine gold ranked guard. In the past, even mysterious iron ranked physical guards went for over 1,000 gold. The price was equivalent to an epic item of average quality. If it were a secret silver physical guard, that price would multiply by 10-fold, reaching over 10,000 gold. Meanwhile, the cost for a secret silver magical guard would multiply by another 10. In other words, the value of a secret silver ranked magical guard was at least 100,000 gold. Even so, the supply of secret silver magical guards was practically non-existent. Anyone who discovered such guards would keep them for their own. Nobody would be so foolish as to give a secret silver magical guard away, to say nothing of fine gold-ranked guards. After Shifeng obtained Anna's contract, the sound of a system notification rang out by his ears. System, Anna's favorability towards you has increased by 30 points. Your Excellency Yifeng, this is the Tier 4 magic scroll that President Henry promised you, Anna said as she revealed a tattered scroll surrounded by a flashing purple glow. Although the scroll looked worn, the magic power contained within caused even Schneider, a Tier 3 Berserker King, to palpitate with fear. There was even less of a need to mention Shifeng, who was only a Tier 1 Blade Saint. The power within a Tier 4 magic scroll was the equivalent of a full-powered blow from a Tier 4 class. It could easily and heavily injure a Tier 4 class. It could even wound a Tier 5 class, not to mention Tier 3 classes or ant-like Tier 1 classes. A magic scroll that has survived through the ancient times is extraordinary. It can practically rival the strength of an epic item. After receiving the scroll, Shifeng examined the item. Immediately he discovered just how powerful this Tier 4 magic scroll was. Shifeng had seen plenty of Tier 3 magic scrolls and had also used many before. However, this was his first time seeing a Tier 4 magic scroll. Normally, magic scrolls were consumable items. They would become useless after one use. However, this magic scroll that had been passed down from ancient times could be used multiple times. But there was a limit to how many times it could be used and conditions for each use. Position Teleportation Scroll, Tier 4 Magic Scroll. Allows player to move to any desired location, unable to teleport to certain special locations. Can be used a maximum of 10 times. After each usage, requires 5 mana stones to replenish the scroll's magic power. Cooldown 3 days. Current uses 0/10. 10 uses. In other words, it was the equivalent of having 10 tier 4 position teleportation scrolls. This magic scroll was even more valuable than an ordinary epic item. With this scroll I can access areas that can't be reached with my current level. Shi Feng stored the position teleportation scroll with a satisfied expression, overjoyed. As a reincarnator, he knew many secret locations throughout God's domain. Only he could not reach those locations due to the limitations of his current level. However, with this position teleportation scroll he could easily travel to those secret areas that hid boundless treasures. God's domain was massive. The higher level a map was, the fewer teleportation magic arrays it would have. As for locations with bountiful opportunities and treasures, there were practically no teleportation arrays there. Players had to rely on their own 2 feet to reach these maps. God's domain's hidden maps were an example. The system map would not display these areas, and players had to uncover these secrets on their own. Every secret location was a huge treasure trove. It was the equivalent of a large field dungeon. A guild could raise its strength swiftly in these maps. Hence, scrambles over such secret locations had frequently happened in Shi Feng's previous life. There were also many guilds that had risen to prominence due to these secret locations. However, it was not easy to travel to a secret location as one would encounter many dangers on their journey. Even an elite team had a high chance of facing complete annihilation, not to mention ordinary players. Only when players exceeded the level of these maps could they adventure to some low-level treasured lands. Meanwhile, with the position teleportation scroll, Shi Feng could teleport directly to his target. Although he would still face plenty of danger after arriving, he would face significantly less than he would by traveling there on foot. After completing the quest, Shi Feng did not hurry to complete the final phase of the epic quest Darkness Descends. Instead, he led Anna to the Adventurers Association. If players wished to recruit an NPC to serve as their guard, the NPC first needed an adventurer class. However, most of the NPCs in God's domain were ordinary people. They did not possess an adventurer class at all. Hence, if players wished to recruit such NPCs as their guards, they needed these NPCs to register at the Adventurers Association. At the same time, they were also required to select a specific class for these NPCs, allowing them to learn and train to become an adventurer. Only then could these NPCs become a player's guards. At this time, Shi Feng entered the Adventurers Association's main hall. Despite it being daytime right now, there was still a large number of players present. A simple glance told Shi Feng that there were several hundred players here. Of course, these players had not come to the Adventurers Association because they had too much time on their hands. They had all come here specifically for their NPC guards. Due to Zero Wing's famous battle, many players had discovered a never-before-seen road to success. Even if their personal strength was lacking, they could nurture a guard to improve their own strength. If a player wanted to recruit a personal guard, they had to become a baron in their city first. They would then obtain 1 slot to recruit a personal guard. However, a lot of time was required to become a baron and many players could not wait that long. Hence, they would first look for some NPCs they thought highly of and try to deepen their relationship with these NPCs. That way, by the time their reputation reached a sufficient amount, they could immediately reach out to these NPCs and recruit them as their guards. In God's domain, the higher tiered an NPC was, the more difficult it would be for a player to deepen their relationship with said NPC. Of all the NPCs in God's domain, ordinary civilians were the easiest to form a relationship with. However, it was not easy for the inhabitants of God's domain to become adventurers. If a player could help an ordinary civilian become an adventurer, their relationship with said NPC would deepen significantly. Fortunately, players had that ability. Only whether an NPC was actually capable of becoming an adventurer depended on their own potential and attributes, and this was information that players had no access to. In addition, players had a limited number of recommendations per week. After using up their recommendations, They had to wait another week before their chances refreshed. Therefore, when choosing ordinary NPCs, a player's foresight was extremely important. If a player was unlucky, they could only search for other NPCs. If they were lucky, then they could begin deepening their relationship with said NPC earlier. There sure are a lot of people here. Shifeng could not help but laugh bitterly when he saw the long line of over 100 players. This could be considered a form of digging his own grave, right? Chapter 569, SSS Rank. The Adventurers Association's review of an NPC's ability to become an adventurer was a tedious one. The first evaluation was of the NPC in question's various attributes, followed by a test for the NPC's suitability of the various classes. Only after these two tests were complete could the Adventurers Association determine whether an NPC was suited to become an adventurer or not. In total, each NPC's review lasted roughly 2 minutes. Watching players happily enter the testing room with their chosen NPCs and leave in tears made many of the players in line grow anxious. Isn't the success rate a little too low? Out of the 20 people I have seen enter the testing room, only one came out with a successful result. And even then, the strength of that person's NPC was only mediocre. It really makes you wonder how Zero Wing managed to obtain such a powerful NPC, a male cleric with a pointed nose said, sighing. It is possible that Zero Wing recruited an NPC who was already an adventurer to begin with. My teammates had already come here to recommend their own NPCs. However, only 3 of the chosen NPCs became adventurers, though they received low ratings. They don't really have any significant potential, a burly male berserker complained. Unfortunately, nobody on my team is even a baron, so we can't recruit any guards or see the NPC's exact data. We can only confirm their standards based on the evaluation. I heard that the best guard Overwhelming Smile has managed to recruit is only Mysterious Iron Rank. I wonder if the NPC I that spent more than half a day searching for will become an adventurer? If it's a success, I'll make a fortune. The players queuing up to have their chosen NPCs tested discussed Zero Wing's guard, Kite. They all hoped that they could luck out and encounter an NPC like him as well. At that time, luxury cars and beautiful ladies would be within their grasp. This was not an exaggeration. The various large guilds purchased powerful guards through the virtual trade center at astronomical prices. Even bronze guards sold for 100 gold or so, whereas mysterious iron guards sold for 500 gold. As for secret silver rank, the price would multiply by 10-fold. If those coins were converted to credits, it was enough to allow an ordinary person to live the rest of their lives without working. However, even now, no one had offered any mysterious iron guards for sale, much less secret silver. A moment later, a ranger left the testing room with an excited expression. Loudly flaunting to his own party members, he said, let's head to the Rose Bar. I'll treat everyone to a cup of ice-fire wine. Rose Bar was one of White River City's high-class bars. Meanwhile, the ice-fire wine was a must-try drink, and it was extremely popular among players. However, the drink was not cheap, with each cup costing 10 silver. Even elite players only occasionally ordered a cup to sate their addiction. If they drank a cup every day, they would become a pauper very quickly. Sure, but what was your test result? One of the ranger's teammates asked curiously. My NPC can become an adventurer. Moreover, he even obtained a B-rank rating for the Shield Warrior's evaluation. They say he'll become a powerful Shield Warrior in the future. The ranger boasted. Lucky. This is by far the highest rating I've heard of. Our party's success will rely on you in the future. An elementalist said excitedly. The watching crowd looked at the ranger enviously when they heard about his NPC's B rank. They could not help but wish they could snatch the ranger's chosen NPC for themselves. Unfortunately, the main god system had long since set it so that the NPCs that had been recommended by a player would receive protection. Within 10 days, no other player could increase their favorability with the NPC in question. Hence, it was not possible to steal an NPC from another player. A period of 10 days was enough to allow a player to deepen their relationship with an NPC significantly. If one worked hard, they could even accumulate sufficient reputation and become a baron. Normally, in order for an NPC to become an adventurer, they needed to receive a D rank rating or higher on a particular class. B rank rating? Shifeng could not help his surprise. In truth, the evaluation given by the Adventurers Association's test could not completely determine an NPC's potential. It was only a rough estimation. It was just like how one would receive a pass on a test, but in reality the passing mark for the test ranged between 60 and 100 marks. The same principle applied to the Adventurers Association's test. The test was very general, so the final results would not always be accurate. It could only determine the upper limit of an NPC's potential, not their actual potential. Normally, NPCs that received a D rank would end up a common guard with limited growth potential. These NPCs were not worth the time it took to nurture them as personal guards. Only D rank NPCs who were specialized in certain attributes could become bronze guards. However, the chances of finding those NPCs were very low. In other words, a D rank NPC's potential ranged between common and bronze rank. However, only after these NPCs became guards would one know their exact growth potential. Meanwhile, C rank NPCs could become mysterious iron guards. As for B rank NPCs, they had a strong chance of becoming bronze guards and a certain probability to become mysterious iron guards. There was also a relatively good chance for B rank NPCs to become secret silver guards. Unless one had somehow offended the main god system in their previous lives, there was almost no chance for a B rank NPC to end up a common guard. Of course, A rank stood above B rank. Extremely few NPCs would receive this rating. Even in his previous life, Shifeng had never personally encountered an NPC who had received an A rank. An NPC with an A rank was a dragon or phoenix among men. As for an A rank NPC's potential range, it was between bronze and fine gold rank. In the past, out of all the NPCs he had recommended, the highest rating he had obtained was B rank. After recruiting said NPC as his guard, he fortunately had ended up with a secret silver guard. This time, however, Shifeng already knew Anna's base attributes. Based on his guard's attributes in his previous life, Shifeng was sure that Anna would receive a very high rating. "Lord Viscount, I apologize for the long wait. Please follow me," the test officer said respectfully after glancing at Shifeng. A Viscount was already a grand noble in White River City. They were far more powerful than ordinary nobles. Not only could they recruit 50 ordinary guards, but they also had 2 slots for personal guards. Shifeng nodded and followed the test officer into the testing room. "Lord Viscount, based on the Adventurers Association's rules, each test will cost you 10 silver. As my lord is a Viscount of White River City, you can enjoy a 20% discount, so my lord only needs to pay 8 silver per test," the test officer explained uneasily as he arrived before the test apparatus. "Here." Shifeng readily handed over 8 silver coins, inwardly cursing the Adventurers Association. Magic crystals powered the test apparatus. How much was a magic crystal worth on the market? Moreover, each magic crystal could be used dozens of times. Yet the Adventurers Association charged 10 silver for every test. In other words, the Adventurers Association earned a profit of dozens of times the actual cost. It was far more profitable than any other industry. However, it was due to the fact players were required to spend money on many aspects of the game that allowed the coins of God's domain to remain extremely rare and valuable. Following which, Anna walked up to the test apparatus and began her potential evaluation. Time seemed to crawl by. However, even after 2 full minutes had passed, the test apparatus had yet to produce a conclusion. On the contrary, due to the test apparatus consuming too much power, the test officer had no choice but to replace the magic crystal powering it. 1 crystal. 2 crystals. In the end, Anna's test used a total of 5 magic crystals. At this moment, the test officer had also turned pale. Meanwhile, the result displayed showed that Anna was suited to become a summoner, and her rating for the class was SSS Rank. Chapter 570 Black Wizard. Although the cost of 5 magic crystals had turned the test officer's complexion a sickly shade of green, the lost magic crystals were of little importance compared to the final results of the evaluation. Is the test apparatus broken? The test officer hurriedly began checking the test apparatus. SSS Rank rating. This was a rating never before seen in the history of White River City. Not even in the entire Starmoon Kingdom had there ever been someone with an SSS rank. Isn't the apparatus exaggerating the result a little too much? Shifeng was similarly skeptical. Based on what he remembered of his past life, even a decade after God's Domain's launch, there had never been an NPC who had received an SSS rank. The maximum rating known to players was S rank, and one could count such occurrences with their fingers. After an A rank NPC officially became a guard, there was a possibility for them to become a dark gold guard. However, the probability of this happening was so low that it was negligible. Only NPCs with S-rank ratings had a decent chance of becoming a dark gold guard. Back when the first S-rank rating NPC appeared, the news had shaken God's Domain, and many Apex characters had fought fiercely to obtain said NPC. There was a 100% probability to nurture a dark gold guard into a tier 5 class. If one were willing to pay the price, there was even a possibility to nurture said NPC into a tier 6 god-ranked guard. Back then tier 5 players were as rare as a phoenix's feather, not to mention tier 6 god-ranked players. If a tier 5 player emerged in a guild, it would not be strange to see the guild to celebrate for 3 days and 3 nights, not to mention obtaining a tier 5 personal guard. A tier 5 NPC was much stronger than a normal tier 5 player. First of all, there was the difference in attributes. In the absence of any equipment, the base attributes of an NPC were significantly higher than a player's. The second reason was equipment. In God's Domain, the equipment guards wore and that of players was different. Top-tier equipment for guards could be purchased from an NPC shop, which included epic equipment and set equipment. If one were lucky, they could even purchase a piece of fragmented legendary equipment. In other words, one could purchase top-tier equipment for a guard as long as one could afford it. As for players had to expend a ton of effort just to obtain dark gold equipment, not to mention epic or fragmented legendary equipment. Hence, as long as a personal guard became a tier 5 class, their strength could immediately reach the peak of tier 5. On the other hand, players had to obtain weapons, equipment and other items that were suited to their tier 5 classes, one piece at a time, slowly and gradually increase their strength. If the public knew of Anna's SSS rank, it would cause a sensation to sweep throughout the entire God's Domain. It seems that I have truly hit the jackpot this time, Shifeng said as he looked at Anna, who currently wore a blank expression, laughing. He only knew about the ratings reaching a maximum of S rank. He had never heard anything about an SSS rank. Such NPCs might have appeared in the past, but if the player involved did not reveal the information, who would know about it? Moreover, a majority of the powerful guards in the past had not been ordinary NPCs. Instead, these guards were directly recruited from NPCs who already possessed a class or high-tiered NPCs. After all, NPCs capable of reaching a high tier were extraordinary in their own right. They would have vast growth potential naturally. However, the higher tiered an NPC was, the more difficult it would be to recruit them. It would require a lot more time and effort. Although Shifeng did not know how high Anna's growth potential could reach, with an SSS rank rating at the very minimum, she should be a fine gold guard. After some time passed, the test officer was finally certain that nothing was wrong with the test apparatus, and he could not help but turn to look at Anna in shock. There were also hints of reverence in the test officer's gaze. Miss Anna, you are the first person in our White River City's history to obtain an SSS rank. According to the rules of the Adventurers Association, you are now an honorary elder of the association. We will prepare a suitable epic set equipment as well as a tier 1 class emblem for you. We will also dispatch a special instructor from the association to guide you. Please wait here for a moment. At this moment, the test officer addressed Anna with immense respect. He displayed even more humility in front of Shifeng. To NPCs, Shifeng was merely a grand noble. However, as someone with an SSS rank, Anna was destined to become a peerless powerhouse in the future, the overlord of an area. She even possessed the status of an honorary elder in the Adventurers Association. No matter how one looked at it, Anna's status far surpassed Shifeng's. Lord Viscount, as the referrer, the Adventurers Association will also gift you a special reward. Please wait here for a moment as well. After saying so, the test officer rushed out of the testing room to contact the upper echelons of the Adventurers Association. Shifeng then went to the VIP reception room next to the testing room. Time passed little by little. Players continued to enter and leave the testing room one after another. Yet despite very few players leaving with a smile, the stream of players arriving to recommend the NPC of their choice was endless. It would be great if I could obtain a test apparatus for myself. Shifeng watched the line of players enviously. Compared to the money the Adventurers Association earned from conducting tests, the candlelight trading firm only earned spare change. However, the precondition to earn money via tests was to set up an Adventurers Association of his own. Meanwhile, each city could only have one Adventurers Association. If players wished to construct an Adventurers Association of their own, they first needed to establish a town or city. After completing this quest, it should be about time to prepare. Shifeng began to consider establishing his own city. If a large guild wished to earn enough money to become self-sustaining, it needed its own territory. A guild residence was not enough. The guild would need a town. This was also why in the past so many guilds had fought each other to the bitter end. The profits a player-established city offered far exceeded anyone's imagination. Compared to the money one could earn from constructing their own city, the money one could earn from setting up a trading firm was nothing. Only it was extremely difficult for players to construct their own cities. Even if players succeeded, its defense was another big problem. Although Shifeng could not yet construct his own city, he could prepare to do so. That way, by the time his guild possessed sufficient strength, he could establish a small city of his own swiftly. Meanwhile, the biggest problem one would face when constructing a city was the various resources required. The manpower and material resources required could instantly bankrupt a first-rate guild. This would be the case even for the current Zero Wing. Among the most important resources required were the forging designs for various buildings, magic array matrices and so on. Without these key items, even if Shifeng managed to gather the required wood, stones and other raw materials, he could only stare at them. If he wanted to obtain these forging designs and magic array matrices, he would have to raid the dark forces and large-scale team dungeons throughout the continent of God's domain. Just as Shifeng pondered about how he should go about procuring those forging designs, the heavy wooden doors of the reception room parted, and 3 NPCs walked in. Of the 3 NPCs, one was the test officer, one was a black-clothed old man wearing a black felt hat, and the other was a proud and pretty lady dressed in luxurious robes. The old man in black was a level 200 Tier 4 black wizard with practically the same strength as White River City's magistrate, Weissman. He was also one of the NPCs protecting White River City. Meanwhile, the lady was a level 180 illusionist, a Tier 3 class of a summoner. Chapter 571, Taboo. Both the Tier 3 illusionist and the Tier 4 black wizard were NPCs at the very top of White River City. With both of these great characters going out of their way to come here, one could see just how much importance the Adventurers Association was placing on Anna. "Who's the one who achieved an SSS rank?" the black wizard Glyn asked. "Association Master Miss Anna has earned that rank," the test officer hurriedly said. Glyn's glowing green eyes immediately began to size up Anna, who stood behind Shifeng. Although Glyn's actions held no ill intent, Shifeng could still feel an immense pressure from his gaze, his movements growing sluggish as a result. If Shifeng, a Tier 1 player, reacted in such a way, the pressure that an NPC who had yet to become an adventurer felt would be even greater. Yet Anna showed no reaction, as if she had not felt the pressure from Glyn at all. "Sure enough, your concentration is extraordinary," the black wizard Glyn laughed, satisfied. "We haven't had a talent in White River City for many years now. I didn't think that the next one would be so extraordinary. Irene, I'll leave this little lady in your care. You are the strongest summoner in our White River City's Adventurers Association. If you fail to guide her properly, I will find you. Association Master, please rest assured. I will nurture Anna with every resource I have, the Tier 3 illusionist Irene said, chuckling. All right, show this little lady around the association and familiarize her with the place for now. Glyn nodded as he caressed his white beard. He then looked at Shifeng, saying, You must be the brat who recommended the little lady, right? Shifeng nodded silently. The high-tiered NPCs of God's domain all possessed extremely high intelligence. As for Glyn, the association master of an adventurers association, he possessed intelligence that far surpassed even ordinary humans. Moreover, he also wielded immense authority in White River City. A single word for him could end Shifeng's career here. Hence, before such an NPC, Shifeng had to maintain a certain degree of humility. If he dared to act conceited in front of an NPC like Glyn, he would suffer for it. In the past, only after countless players had gone down that route had they understood the importance of propriety. Since you have introduced such a genius to White River City, as the association master of White River City's Adventurers Association, I will not be stingy with you. Since you are a Tier 1 swordsman, this item should suit you. If you can master it, you will face fewer hardships on the road ahead, Glyn said as he took out a gray book surrounded by an ancient aura. The word, Taboo, graced the bottom right corner of this old gray book. Taboo skill. Shifeng was stunned. There were many skills in God's domain. However, a majority of them were ordinary skills. Their might was only subpar and they could not increase a player's combat power significantly. Only those rare skills could impact a player's combat power. For example, the skills Shifeng had learned such as Thundering Flash and Thunder Flame Explosion were rare skills. These skills allowed a player to fight an enemy that was slightly stronger than they were. Meanwhile, Surekill skills were stronger than rare skills. These skills had the ability to instant kill players of the same level, changing the tide of battle. One such skill was Shifeng's Flame Burst. However, there was an even more powerful type of skill that could allow players to threaten enemies that were stronger than themselves. This type of skill was known as a Taboo skill. The gray book Glyn had just revealed was a skill book for a Taboo skill. A Taboo skill even allowed players to challenge enemies of a higher tier. The instant Shifeng received the gray book, he inspected it. Instant Strike, Tier 2 Taboo skill. Utilizing the power of thunder, instantly move in front of the target. For the next 3 seconds, attack speed increased by 500%, and each attack will deal 400% damage to the target and inflict the serious numbness effect. Instantly kill targets below 20% HP. Cooldown 1 hour. Class restriction, Swordsman. Isn't he a little too generous? He actually gave me a Tier 2 Taboo skill. Shifeng was slightly surprised after reading the item description. Taboo skills were different from other skills. They did not require proficiency to upgrade and players of any level could learn them. Only one needed to fulfill certain conditions before they could learn them. Taboo skills were also categorized into different tiers. Tier 1 Taboo skills were the most common, and only players who were Tier 1 or higher could display their maximum potential. The effects of a Tier 1 Taboo skill could rival even an ordinary Tier 2 skill. Tier 2 Taboo skills were slightly rarer, and only when players obtained their Tier 2 classes could they fully display the skill's might. Their effects could rival a Tier 3 skill. Tier 3 Taboo skills were extremely rare, and only a few players would actually get the chance to learn such a skill. However, any Tier 3 players who learned such a skill would struggle to find a worthy opponent among players of the same tier because a Tier 3 Taboo skill was just as strong as a Tier 4 skill. Even a Tier 4 player would lose over half of their HP, not to mention Tier 3 players. As for Tier 4 Taboo skills, their rarity could rival even legendary items. Tier 5 Taboo skills were little more than legend. If a Tier 5 player grasped such a skill, they could even pose some threat to a Tier 6 God-ranked player. Hence one could just imagine the rarity of a Tier 5 Taboo skill. Based on Shifeng's knowledge, there had only been a single person who had learned a Tier 5 Taboo skill throughout the entire God's domain in the past. Back then, that person had become the most powerful player below Tier 6 God-ranked players, as there was no Tier 5 player capable of defending against that person's Tier 5 Taboo skill. In addition, that person's skills and equipment were top-notch in God's domain. Hence, he had been publicly acknowledged as the #1 player beneath Tier 6. Currently, players' average level was only slightly over level 20. The majority of players in God's domain had not even obtained their Tier 1 classes yet. Meanwhile, Shifeng had obtained a Tier 2 Taboo skill. Even if he did not possess any level or equipment advantages with this Tier 2 Taboo skill, it was still possible for him to instant kill any enemies that were Tier 2 or below. Even if he couldn't kill them instantly, he could still inflict heavy damage. If he factored in his level and equipment advantages, as long as he managed to grasp this Taboo skill, he would stand at the very peak of all Tier 2 classes. It was the same even if he stood against an NPC. Of course, God's domain was fair. If one wished to obtain great power, they first needed to pay the appropriate price. Although Taboo skills could increase a player's strength, the learning processes of Taboo skills and ordinary skills were different. Taboo skills could not be learned by the click of a button. One needed to train with a Taboo skill. That's right, they needed to train. Players were required to learn the movements recorded in the skill book, and at the same time fulfill the book's learning requirements. Most importantly, one needed to achieve a completion rate of 90% or above to learn the Taboo skill. Moreover, the higher a Taboo skills tier was, the more difficult it would be to learn it. Some Taboo skills were so difficult that even expert players could not learn them. Hence, many players who had obtained Taboo skills had complained about this in the past. However, there were even more players who gloated over their misfortune. So what if you were lucky? Even if you obtained a Tier 6 Taboo skill, what would it matter if you couldn't learn it? Due to this, Taboo skills had become many players' heartache. In the past, many players had no choice but to trade with others for a lower-tiered Taboo skill after obtaining a high-tiered Taboo skill. After all, there was no point to owning a high-tiered Taboo skill if one could not learn it. Fortunately, it is only a Tier 2 Taboo skill. If it were a Tier 3 Taboo skill, I would have no choice but to treat this thing as a decoration. Shifeng was very satisfied with the Taboo skill Instant Strike. As long as I learn this, I will have a much easier time when I go to the Dark Denver. In the past, the most powerful Taboo skill Shifeng had learned was a Tier 3 Taboo skill. However, the price and time required for learning one were simply too high. The conditions were not something players at his current level could meet. However, even a Tier 2 Taboo skill was extremely difficult for current players to learn. Other than the fact that only Tier 2 classes or above were capable of displaying the full potential of a Tier 2 Taboo skill, Tier 2 Taboo skills were labeled as Tier 2 because Tier 2 or higher players had a much easier time learning them. In the past, many Tier 3 players had only managed to learn a Tier 2 Taboo skill after a lot of struggle. One could just imagine how difficult it was to grasp a Taboo skill. Soon, Shifeng left the Adventurers Association. Currently, Anna was still a classless NPC. She would have to spend the next week building her foundations to become an adventurer. Naturally, Shifeng would not wait inside the Adventurers Association for an entire week. First and foremost, he needed to learn the Taboo skill Instant Strike. After Shifeng returned to the candlelight trading firm, without hesitation he entered a private lounge and began studying the skill book. I wonder what the conditions are. Hopefully they won't be too harsh. Chapter 572, 100% completion rate. Inside the quiet private lounge, Shifeng impatiently opened the thick and heavy skill book. The moment Shifeng flipped to the first page of the book, the sound of a system notification rang out by his ears. System, do you wish to bind and learn this skill book? Reminder, skill book cannot be traded once bound. Shifeng immediately chose to bind the skill book to himself. In the past, many players had bound a Taboo skill to themselves without knowing the difficulty of the Taboo skill they were about to learn, afraid that the Taboo skill would suddenly grow legs and run away. However, such a rash decision had filled many players, who had obtained high-tiered Taboo skills, with deep regret. However, the Taboo skill Shifeng had right now was only Tier 2. Even if he failed to learn it now, he could try again once he became a Tier 2 class. He would not waste this valuable Taboo skill. After binding the skill book, the contents of the book finally appeared. Shifeng promptly began studying one word at a time. Inside the skill book, other than some texts and pictorial introduction, there was a holographic video depicting the use of instant strike, which allowed players to grasp the techniques required to activate the skill quickly. Taboo skills in God's domain were similar to the spells used by magical classes, in which they were very strict about their use. When magical classes cast a spell, incantations and hand gestures were of the utmost importance, particularly when tracing runes. Only when these actions reached a certain completion rate could magical classes display great power. Taboo skills were the same. These skills relied heavily on the accuracy and fluency of the player's footwork, body movements and attack patterns. Even the slightest mistake could result in a failure to activate the Taboo skill. Compared to casting spells, players were required to have far more delicate control over their own bodies. They needed a clear understanding of each and every motion that was involved. Without realizing it, more than an hour had passed. Currently, Shifeng was only halfway through the skill book. Any ordinary person would have long since begun to practice the Taboo skill. However, Shifeng was not in a hurry as he examined each page carefully. After more than 3 hours, Shifeng's heart suddenly sunk and he frowned at the gray book. Skill completion rate must reach 95%. Moreover, I'll also need to absorb 100 thunder crystals from Thunder Beast Kings. Isn't this joke going a little too far? A bitter laugh escaped Shifeng's lips as he gazed at the instant strike skill book on the table. Although he had known that a Tier 1 class could not easily learn a Tier 2 Taboo skill, he had not expected the difficulty to be so high. Shifeng had learned a few Taboo skills in the past, so he was quite knowledgeable on the topic. Tier 1 Taboo skills normally required players to achieve a 90% completion rate. To ordinary players, this alone would prevent them from ever learning a Tier 1 Taboo skill. Even experts would require long periods of bitter training to achieve such a high completion rate. Not to mention, there were usually other conditions that needed to be fulfilled as well. Tier 2 Taboo skills normally required a completion rate of 93%. Only at Tier 3 would a Taboo skill require a 95% completion rate. Yet Instant Strike, as a Tier 2 Taboo skill, required Shifeng to achieve a 95% completion rate. However, this was still not the largest challenge. The point that had left Shifeng truly speechless was the 100 thunder crystals that he needed to obtain through killing Thunder Beast Kings. Shifeng was very familiar with Thunder Beast Kings. These monsters inhabited a location not far from a level 50 100-man large-scale team dungeon. Thunder Beast King's fur was extremely valuable. It was a rare material that was required to produce equipment with the lightning resistance attribute. The monster's meat was also a must-try delicacy. If cooked properly, it could become a gourmet meal that nobody could resist after a single taste. Just a single piece of the Thunder Beast King's meat could sell for 3 gold. Hence, in the past, many players had tried to grind the Thunder Beast Kings to earn money. However, a player had to be strong enough, as Thunder Beast Kings could rival Tier 3 classes of the same level. Even the weakest Thunder Beast King was a High Lord, while the majority of them were Great Lords. Even a large guild had to pay an unimaginable price if they wanted to kill a field Great Lord, not to mention independent players. Meanwhile, Thunder Crystals were treasures that the Thunder Beast Kings hid within their bodies. However, the drop rate was not 100%. Instant Strike required 100 Thunder Crystals. Even if Shifeng sold off Zero Wing, he could not purchase so many Thunder Crystals. Shifeng was also only level 32 at the moment. He was still a fair distance from reaching level 50. The difficulty of learning Instant Strike could already rival a Tier 3 Taboo skill. The skill was definitely at the peak of Tier 2 Taboo skills. Am I going to give up like this and complete my quest first? Shifeng muttered, feeling somewhat disappointed. The epic quest Darkness Descends was not easy. It was especially true for the Dark Denver. It was a demon's nest. There would definitely be plenty of extremely powerful monsters waiting for him. If he could learn a Taboo skill, it would undeniably increase his chances of completing the epic quest. If If he failed the quest, he would have to face the wrath of a Tier 4 great demon. With his current combat power, even a Tier 3 demon could kill him easily and take over his body, much less a Tier 4 great demon that need only flick its wrist to turn him into ash and dust. When Shifeng reached the final page of the skill book, he discovered that there was another paragraph of text. If skill completion rate reaches 100%, one can call forth heavenly thunder into one's own body 100 times, stimulating the power of the Taboo skill without needing the aid of the thunder crystal's power. Shit. Skill completion rate of 100%? Are you kidding me? Originally, Shifeng had thought that he still had a trace of hope. After reading the completion rate requirement, however, he nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Even his past self had never achieved a 100% completion rate on any skill. Rumor had it that only Tier 5 Taboo skills required a 100% completion rate. However, how many people in God's domain were actually capable of learning a Tier 5 Taboo skill? Forget it. I should just head to the Dark Den for now. For the moment, Shifeng gave up on learning Instant Strike. This Tier 2 Taboo skill was most definitely a prank from the Black Wizard Glyn. Shifeng then stored the Instant Strike skill book in his bag. He traveled to the bank and retrieved some tools and magic scrolls before activating the Tier 4 position teleportation scroll, teleporting to the Dark Denver. Suddenly, Shifeng transformed into a streak of white light that pierced the spatial crack that had appeared. As a demon's nest, the Dark Den was a carefully hidden location. Even if the armies of various kingdoms and empires tried to annihilate the demons, they would only find minions. The true great demons nurtured their underlings in their nests in secret. Hence, the various kingdoms and empires throughout the continent of God's domain had been helpless against demons all this time. At this moment, inside a dark cave, a spatial crack suddenly appeared near the cave ceiling. In the next moment, a streak of light fell through the portal and landed heavily, creating a deep crater. This position teleportation scroll is a huge scam. Shifeng frowned as he surveyed his surroundings. Shifeng suddenly realized that he was surrounded by demonkins. The position teleportation scroll had dropped him right in the middle of a demonkin army. Demonkin, common monster. Level 40. HP 10,000/10,000. Shifeng's sudden appearance immediately attracted the attention of many demonkins. The demonkins turned to Shifeng, one after another, their pitch-black eyes containing endless malice. Their gazes alone were enough to instill terror, not to mention, their violent killing intent also took form, developing into a faint blood mist. Shifeng had seen this blood mist before. If players were caught within its range, it would significantly dull their 5 senses. In God's domain, aside from having keen skills, one required powerful 5 senses to be considered an expert. However, now that Shifeng was trapped deep within the blood mist, he could no longer rely on his keen senses. Chapter 573, Another World. Such a powerful killing intent. Shifeng's 5 senses already felt greatly weakened. Whether it was his vision or intuition, it felt as if a layer of mist shrouded his entire body. He could not see clearly at all. However, compared to the demonkin army before him, what shocked Shifeng more was the sound of the system notifications reaching his ears. System. Player has discovered the Dark Denver. System. All communications with the outside world will be temporarily severed. System. Player has been affected by the power of darkness. All attributes decreased by 30%. Line after line of system notifications rang out, leaving Shifeng utterly speechless. He could still accept his communications being severed, but reducing his attributes by 30% as well? Wasn't this a little too harsh? Originally, the monsters here were of a higher level than him. Moreover, their numbers were also very frightening. Now that he was significantly weakened as well, the difficulty of collecting the Bible of Darkness was undoubtedly considerably higher. Looking at the group of level 40 black-skinned demonkins charging at him like a tidal wave, Shifeng felt his scalp tingling. Currently he was only level 32. Although the demonkins did not have a level suppression effect on him with this many of them, even if he possessed large-scale destruction spells, they would not be enough to get him out of this predicament. Having no better option, he turned around and fled to a narrow pathway. Although Shifeng's attributes had been reduced by 30%, his HP falling from over 10,000 to just over 8,000, and his strength and agility likewise seriously compromised, Shifeng's equipment was simply too good. Despite his 30% attribute reduction, his speed still greatly surpassed that of the demonkins chasing after him. Very quickly the demonkins on his tail were eating his dust. Seeing a horde of demonkins blocking the entrance to the narrow pathway he was heading for, Shifeng immediately took out an intermediate frost grenade. Intermediate frost grenade. Effective against monsters and players below level 70. Deals 800 frost damage to a radius of 12 yards, freezing targets for 5 seconds, then reducing movement speed by 60% for a duration of 12 seconds. Each grenade cost 10 silver. Enough money to sustain an ordinary player in God's domain for quite some time. To ensure he could complete this epic quest of his and obtain the Bible of Darkness, Shifeng had been provisioning all this time. Meanwhile, the frost grenades were one of these provisions of his. He had even amassed plenty of advanced frost grenades, which cost 70 silver each. The number of demonkins before him was simply too frightening. This was no longer a problem he could solve by relying on technique. He could only use absolute power to break through. Hence this was the best time to employ the frost grenades. Tossing out one intermediate frost grenade. A large patch of demonkins was instantly frozen solid, damage of -800 emerging above their heads. A large ice flower suddenly bloomed within the originally pitch-black area. Inside this dark cave, this ice flower looked extraordinarily beautiful and holy. Another dozen or so intermediate frost grenades followed in rapid succession. Flowers of ice bloomed one after another, and in the blink of an eye, practically all the demonkins in Shifeng's way were frozen. As for the few demonkins that remained unscathed, they were no threat to Shifeng whatsoever. After a few evasive maneuvers, he was already past the demonkins' blockade. He then leaped into the narrow pathway. However, the instant Shifeng set foot in the narrow pathway, he suddenly felt death looming over him. He hurriedly activated the aura of Earth's activatable skill, Absolute Defense, becoming immune to all damage for 5 seconds. This could be considered Shifeng's most powerful life-saving skill. The instant the divine golden aura wrapped around Shifeng's body, a clangor resounded throughout the cave. Countless black threads had struck at Shifeng's body. These black threads were extremely thin. In the darkness of the cave, they were practically invisible to the naked eye. If Shifeng's intuition had not warned him of imminent death, these countless black threads might have devoured him already. It's actually a trap. This dark den really isn't giving me any chances. Shifeng felt his heart tremble momentarily when he turned back to glance at the tide of demonkins that had been chasing him just now. Any demonkin struck by the black threads immediately exploded into a cloud of black mist, becoming deader than dead. If he had been slower by even a heartbeat back then, he might very well have become one of those clouds of black mist right about now. With the black threads having passed him already, Shifeng quickly continued running forward. At this moment he had absolute defense activated. Nothing was capable of inflicting damage on him. In other words, he had no need to fear any traps right now. Naturally, he had to put absolute defense's duration to good use. Moreover, in God's domain, the more dangerous a location was, the more profitable it was. Any place filled with plenty of traps definitely hid treasures. The presence of traps in this pathway meant that this path was not a dead end, which gave Shifeng even more reason to advance through it. During absolute defense's duration of 5 seconds, with even Windwalker activated, Shifeng triggered a total of 4 traps. However, absolute defense blocked them all. That was close. Fortunately, I have the 7 luminaries ring. Otherwise, I wouldn't even make it past the front door. Shifeng halted his steps, breathing out a sigh of relief as he looked at the demonkins chasing after him. After receiving the attacks of multiple traps, the number of demonkins still alive numbered less than 100. Moreover, now that absolute defense's duration had run out, only death awaited him if he advanced rashly. Hence he might as well deal with these demonkins in the meantime. Swinging the abyssal blade, Shifeng activated Skywheel Sword. Countless divine swords descended from above, immediately trapping these demonkins within the cramped space. Meanwhile, damages of over -3,000 and -6,000 points appeared over every demonkin's head. Right after that, Shifeng switched out the aura of earth for the aura of fire, then promptly cast Firestorm on these demonkins. A moment later, silence filled the poorly illuminated cave. Simultaneously, Shifeng's EXP soared. There was a difference of 8 levels between Shifeng and the demonkins. Even if the demonkins were just common monsters, the total EXP they gave was still plenty. However, at the end of the day, common monsters were still common monsters. They had dropped practically nothing at all. Following which, Shifeng patiently waited for Absolute Defense's cooldown to end before advancing down the pathway once more. By repeatedly running and stopping, Shifeng triggered an unknown number of traps before finally arriving at the exit of the narrow pathway. The instant he stepped out of the pathway, his eyes suddenly flinched. Why is there sunlight here? Shifeng wondered, unable to contain his surprise. His eyes had already adapted to the darkness of the cave. Now that he suddenly emerged into bright light, his eyes failed to adjust to the abrupt change, causing his vision to go bleary. Only after Shifeng had fully recovered did he begin surveying his surroundings. Tall mountains and flowing water. White clouds dotting the sky. Lush green forests that covered everything. How was this place a demon's abode? Even paradise paled in comparison to this place. What sort of situation is this? Shifeng turned around to look at the cave behind him. A layer of black film covered the cave entrance, and he could not see anything inside the cave at all, similar to how he had been unable to see anything outside the cave before. Did I exit from the dark den? No, that's not right. The system has not notified me that I have left the dark den. Moreover, my communication system hasn't recovered yet, proving that I have not left the dark den, and am in fact still inside the dark den. Shifeng shook his head. He had little to no understanding of the dark den. All he knew was that Fantasy Extinguisher had completed this quest in the past and had brought immeasurable improvements to his guild. Fantasy Extinguisher had never mentioned anything about the dark den itself to outsiders, so Shifeng naturally remained ignorant. Just as Shifeng was sitting quietly by the cliff outside the cave, the sound of an explosion came from below the cliff. This should be an elementalist's flame spell, Flame Dragon's Roar, right? Shifeng looked at the massive flame dragon soaring up from below the cliff. Unable to help his surprise, he muttered, "Is there an elementalist battling down below?" Chapter 574, Curse. The battle below the cliff grew in intensity as more time passed. Aside from the booming of violent elemental mana, there were also thundering roars and the constant clash of metal reverberating in the canyon. That's one intense battle. Seeing the trees being shattered and felled one after another, Shifeng could not help but take a closer look at the ongoing battle. In the forested canyon, Shifeng could see a massive shadow moving through the trees. This shadow left a trail of destruction everywhere it passed. Such a powerful monster. Judging from its strength, which allows it to sweep away all obstacles in its path, it should not be any weaker than a chieftain. Shifeng then jumped off the cliff to take a closer look at the situation below. He had come to the dark den to complete his epic quest. This sudden battle before him might very well have some relation to the quest. Naturally, he had to go check it out. If an ordinary player were to jump down from a cliff that was over 100 meters tall, they would die the instant they landed. However, Shifeng did not mind. When he was about 20 meters above the ground, he activated gravity liberation, his body suddenly becoming as light as a feather. Due to the immense air resistance, Shifeng's descent decelerated sharply, so he landed safely. The instant Shifeng's feet touched the green grass, he activated omniscient eyes, allowing him to perceive every movement within a radius of 100 yards. With this, he would be able to react immediately at the first sign of danger. This was a habit he had picked up from his many years of adventuring. When dealing with the unknown, caution had the top priority. Moreover, he was currently in the dark den, a nest of demons. He needed to be even more cautious. Meanwhile, the battle happening a distance away continued to intensify, so much so that even the ground was shaking right now. When Shifeng arrived at the battlefield, he discovered a giant black serpent over 50 meters in length swinging its tail around. With a single sweep, the serpent easily sliced apart a tree over 1 meter in diameter, leaving the surface of the cut as smooth as a mirror. With another casual swipe of its tail, the serpent split the ground, opening a deep gorge. Every one of the serpent's actions was capable of causing massive changes to its surroundings. Dark Magic Serpent, Dark Creature, Chieftain Rank. Level 42. HP 800, 000/800, 000. Meanwhile, fighting against the Dark Magic Serpent was a party of 6 players. Moreover, the players in this party were extremely powerful, with the average level of the party being level 29. Even in Zero Wing, only Blackie had reached this level. A level 29 shield warrior currently stood at the forefront, fending off the serpent's attacks, while 2 mages and a ranger bombarded the chieftain with a relentless stream of attacks. A druid and a cleric standing at the rear line were also continuously healing the shield warrior. For a time, the battle remained at a stalemate. Iron Wrist, be careful. It's using vicious venom. Hurriedly reminded the ranger standing at the rear line when he saw the serpent's belly expanding. Relax. The shield warrior named Iron Wrist laughed, and instead of preparing to dodge, he took the initiative to charge at the Dark Magic Serpent. The Dark Magic Serpent opened its mouth and began spewing black mist into its surroundings. All vegetation that came into contact with this black mist immediately withered and turned into ash. In the next moment, the shield warrior rushing forward used shield bash on the serpent's abdomen, interrupting its skill and putting an end to the stream of black mist coming out of the monster's mouth. The black mist surrounding the chieftain began thinning out right away. However, the shield warrior was also poisoned as a result of his frontal assault, the skin all over his body turning pitch black. His HP started decreasing rapidly, losing 3,000 HP with each passing second. In the blink of an eye, the shield warrior's HP hit a critical level. Fortunately, the cleric of the party had long since been prepared for this situation. He quickly cast Detoxify on his companion, cleansing the serpent's venom just as it was about to deal damage for the 3rd time. Meanwhile, the druid beside the cleric had also promptly cast Life Restoration, healing the shield warrior for over 2,000 HP, followed by a hot effect that recovered more than 300 HP every second, pulling the shield warrior out of death's grip. Meanwhile, angered at the interruption of its skill, the Dark Magic Serpent swept its tail at the shield warrior. At this time, a golden arrow shot towards the serpent's tail. The instant the golden arrow collided with the serpent's tail, it transformed into numerous chains that tied the serpent to the ground. However, the Dark Magic Serpent's strength was too powerful. In the blink of an eye, it shattered the chains binding it and resumed its attack on the shield warrior. At this moment, the elementalist of the party used Ice Wall, creating a wall of ice between the serpent's tail and the shield warrior. When the serpent's tail collided with the ice wall, its speed fell drastically. As a result, the shield warrior managed to dodge the chieftain's attack effortlessly. The entire process was like flowing water. The members of the party were perfectly attuned to one another. Despite the Dark Magic Serpent having the advantage in levels, this party of 6 was toying with it. Such amazing coordination, Shifeng could not help but praise. Just who are these people? The Dark Magic Serpent was a level 42 chieftain. Even a guild's elite team would do their best to avoid such a monster. Yet, right now, a party of independent players was fighting it handily. However, the thing that shocked Shifeng the most right now was the fact that there were actually other players in the Dark Den as well. The Dark Den was very mysterious and well hidden. He had arrived in this place only after using a Tier 4 magic scroll. Meanwhile, these players before him had actually managed to find their way here. It was simply inconceivable. At this moment, Shifeng could not help but wish he could rush forward and question these people right away. If they truly had some other method to get to this place, he could then bring some helpers to help him complete his epic quest. That way his chances of success would be even higher. However, he suppressed this urge of his. Instead, he remained hidden in the forest as he quietly observed this party of players. There were many incidents of players plundering other players in God's domain. Currently, this party was still in the thick of battle against the dark magic serpent. His making an appearance right now without any warning was highly likely to lead to misunderstandings. At that time, how was he supposed to get the secret of coming to this place out of them? Time passed little by little. The dark magic serpent's HP continuously decreased, and soon enough, its HP fell to 30%. SSS. The dark magic serpent suddenly hissed loudly, its entire body exuding black mist. Very quickly, this mist then wrapped around the chieftain's body and transformed into pitch-black scales. Under the bright sunshine, the scales released a blinding black light. Chieftain-ranked monsters normally entered a berserk state when their HP fell below a certain level. Currently, the dark magic serpent's HP had dropped to 30%, which just so happened to trigger the condition for going berserk. After the pitch-black scales were fully formed, the dark magic serpent was like an iron serpent. Not only had its defense and magic resistance improved significantly, but even its strength had also increased by at least 30%. Right now, its every attack shook the earth. However, the party of 6 had long since been prepared for this situation. The cursemancer of the party immediately began tracing a large number of runes in the air, while chanting verse after verse of incantations. The density of the surrounding elemental mana had also started rising sharply. Amazing! That cursemancer has actually learned the Tier 1 curse skill, Dark Storm. Sure Feng could not help his surprise when he saw the runes drawn out by that cursemancer. It's no wonder they dared to challenge a level 42 chieftain. In God's domain, physical taboo skills and magical curses were both skills that allowed players to combat enemies of a higher tier. However, curses were much harder to learn compared to taboo skills, since curses were much more powerful. The instant the cursemancer was done chanting the final verse of his incantation, the space surrounding the battlefield suddenly went silent as countless black blades of wind appeared surrounding the dark magic serpent. These wind blades easily pierced through the sturdy scales of the dark magic serpent. A continuous stream of black wind blades assaulted the chieftain for 3 full seconds. The dark magic serpent lost over 8,000 HP every second, losing over 20,000 HP after 3 seconds passed. Moreover, aside from these damages, the scales covering the chieftain's body had also disappeared completely, returning it to its original form. Okay, let's finish it off. The shield warrior, Iron Wrist, immediately sent a slash at the serpent. However, before this party could celebrate, a loud hiss suddenly came from the woods. SSS. At this moment, another dark magic serpent emerged from the dense forest. Chapter 575, 24 consecutive strikes. Damn, it actually called a companion. Iron Wrist frowned. The other party members also grew anxious at the arrival of another dark magic serpent. Facing one was already their limit. Moreover, their only curse was on cooldown and it would be quite some time before they could use it again. Iron Wrist, what are we going to do now? The cleric at the rear line asked hurriedly. Iron Wrist looked at the dark magic serpent that they had injured heavily, before turning to look at the newly arrived chieftain that was rapidly slithering towards them. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Let's retreat." Although the heavily injured dark magic serpent only had 30% of its HP remaining, they would still need quite some time to kill it. Meanwhile, the dark magic serpent was unlike other chieftains. It was a chieftain that possessed a potent venom. When fighting against a dark magic serpent, if one failed to interrupt the chieftain's vicious venom skill in time, even a team of 100 players would die. If their party was fighting just one of these serpents, they could still manage to interrupt its skill. However, going up against 2 at the same time was impossible since their party did not have a second person capable of interrupting the other dark magic serpent's vicious venom. As long as the venomous mist of the skill spreads, only death awaited them. Hence their only option right now was to retreat. When the others heard Iron Wrist's command, they immediately withdrew without hesitation. Unfortunately, although Iron Wrist and the others had made the correct decision in this situation, the heavily injured dark magic serpent had no intentions of letting them go. Widening its mouth, it shot jets of venom at Iron Wrist and his team. A short moment later, the other dark magic serpent caught up with the party, circled around to their rear, and used its tail swipe skill at the party's cleric and druid. Damn. Iron Wrist's complexion sank. Although he wanted to go save the two healers, the distance to them prevented him from doing so. Moreover, the dark magic serpent in front of him was also bombarding him with venom attacks. Not to mention saving others, he was having a tough time just trying to avoid being hit himself. "Leave us," the cleric named Off Fire shouted. He could not help squeezing his eyes shut when he saw the serpent's tail swiping at him. Against a level 42 chieftain like the dark magic serpent, even their party's shield warrior Iron Wrist could only survive 2 direct hits. As for cloth armor classes like them, the chieftain would need only 1 hit to end their lives. Boom. The earth shattered. Why am I still alive? Despite waiting for a long time, Off Fire did not feel any pain from the impact of the serpent's tail. He then cracked open his eyes, taking a peek at the dark magic serpent. Immediately, a dumbfounded expression appeared on his face. How is this possible? At this moment, whether it was Off Fire or his fellow party members, all of them had their mouths hanging wide open. Standing before Off Fire right now was a person. Meanwhile, this person had actually blocked the dark magic serpent's attack using just 1 hand without so much as taking half a step back. Only, due to the immense force contained within the serpent's tail, the ground beneath this person's feet had shattered. A player had actually managed to overwhelm a level 42 chieftain. This scene was as if someone had stopped a moving truck using a single hand. How could it not be shocking? However, what the party of 6 did not know was that the reason Shifeng was able to block a level 42 chieftain's attack with just a single hand was entirely due to his activation of Heavenly Dragon's power, which doubled his strength. Otherwise, even Shifeng with his exaggerated attributes would not be able to receive the dark magic serpent's attack safely. You guys deal with the injured dark magic serpent. Leave this one to me, Shifeng said directly. In response, Off Fire and the others absent-mindedly nodded their heads. It was as if Shifeng was currently their party's leader. After saying so, Shifeng immediately jumped up to the space above the serpent's head. Raising the abyssal blade, he activated Thunder Flame Explosion. The power of lightning wrapped around the abyssal blade as the magic weapon landed on the dark magic serpent's head. Boom. Lightning and flames instantly washed over the dark magic serpent. Even though the chieftain possessed very high defense and magic resistance, it still suffered over -6,000 damage from the attack. Who is this person? Is it really possible for a player to be that strong? Off Fire's jaw fell when he saw the damage Shifeng had dealt. Their party could be considered a top-tier party already. Yet the highest damage their party could deal a dark magic serpent in a single instance was just slightly over -1,000. Meanwhile, Shifeng had managed to deal over -6,000 damage in just a single attack. His damage output alone was already more than double that of their entire party. The dark magic serpent constantly let out anguished cries as it was bathed in the power of lightning and fire. It glared at Shifeng with its chilling eyes. However, although it wished to devour Shifeng, it was powerless to do so. Other than dealing massive amounts of damage, the Tier 1 Thunder Flame Explosion also had a fainted and speed reduction effect. Although the fainted effect was not particularly effective against the dark magic serpent, the speed reduction effect was highly effective. The serpent's movement speed and attack speed instantly fell to only 1/6 of its original, its movements becoming extremely sluggish. Only when Shifeng had already landed back on the ground, did the dark magic serpent's jaw, that was capable of swallowing a small car whole, begin descending towards Shifeng. Smiling, Shifeng shifted his footwork slightly, easily dodging the dark magic serpent's attempt to devour him. Turning his body, he followed up with a slash to the chieftain's mouth. The instant he struck the serpent, it went flying and its head smashed heavily into a tree. As the tree swayed wildly, damage of over -2,000 points appeared above the serpent's head. Such a high defense. It's even higher than an ordinary lord's. Just what kind of monster is this? Shifeng clicked his tongue slightly. He had activated not only dragon's power but also the aura of fire, which increased his damage by 40%. With his current equipment and attributes, his normal attacks should still be able to deal over -3,000 damage, even if he was up against a level 40 lord. However, when it came to the dark magic serpent, his attack only dealt more than -2,000 damage. To the level 42 chieftain, which possessed 800,000 HP, that amount of damage was practically negligible. Just its battle recovery alone could regenerate 1% of its HP every 5 seconds. That was 8,000 HP every 5 seconds. Should he encounter this dark magic serpent without dragon's power, he would most likely have no choice but to flee. On the other side, Iron Wrist and the others had begun luring the heavily injured dark magic serpent away from Shifeng. If the two dark magic serpents used vicious venom simultaneously, even a 1,000-strong army would have to say their prayers. Seeing that Iron Wrist and the others had distanced themselves from him, Shifeng now activated 9 Dragon's Slash and Phantom Kill. At the same time, he had also had his doppelganger activate its ultimate move, Blade Liberation, increasing its strength and agility by 80%. With 2 of them attacking the chieftain together, the battle became much more efficient. Although the doppelganger's strength was not comparable to the original, it surpassed Shifeng in terms of speed. Taking hold of the dark magic serpent's aggro, the doppelganger kited the chieftain effortlessly. Meanwhile, Shifeng himself attacked the chieftain madly from behind. Chop. Thundering Flash. Earth Splitter. Finally, both original and doppelganger used flame burst simultaneously. Every single one of their attacks dealt over -10,000 damage and over -20,000 damage if their attacks triggered a critical hit. Out of the 24 consecutive hits, over half achieved a critical hit. In the blink of an eye, the dark magic serpent's remaining 50% HP zeroed out. The chieftain did not even get the chance to use Berserk. The dark magic serpent's death also allowed Shifeng's EXP to soar. In addition to the difference of 10 levels, the EXP a field chieftain provided was also very generous. Aside from contributing a huge sum of EXP, the dark magic serpent dropped 7 items. Only 7 items dropped even after I activated Divine Providence? Isn't this dark magic serpent a little too miserly? Shifeng was stunned when he saw only 7 items scattered on the ground. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.